as we have our backs, remember our foes can buy. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. We can do anything together if we just try. And as long as we have our backs, remember our foes come by. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces.
Hey guys, it's me, David, showing some love to Sprint.
A little bird told me that Sprint can cut your entire Ray plan in half.
They even pay for your switching costs.
Right now, me and my mom are checking out the phones.
Send me some cool Snapchats of what you would do with the money from switching to Sprint.
What am I gonna do with all this extra money?
Thanks to Sprint, I'm spitting bars recording my new Fire mixtape. Soon I'll be stacking them blue hundreds. Know what I mean, family? Oh, yeah.
You know, with all the money I'm saving, I'll be able to buy a lot more burritos now. Come on, Jose, come with us!
I'm going skydiving tomorrow with all the money I'm saving!
Yes, I'm gonna go bungee jumping.
Now I'm walking to the mall to go spend my money.
Thanks for the second, Sprint! Oh, do we want to change the Twitter? Hello?
Oh, I'll just do that as we're talking.
I mean, they can hear us now.
Hello, all.
Hey, everyone. You don't hear us.
Hello and welcome to where I forgot to hit the save button and switched David's name in.
Hello, everybody.
I am TJ. This is the fantastic Mr. David Bradbury, who is in charge for a whole lot of awesome here, including the fact that we even now have a green screen, which we are trying out for the first time. If you have any thoughts on it, let us know. It is always good for us to get feedback. In the meantime, still updating a couple of things, about to get started, and I believe that we are at 4 rounds, possibly. Actually, I think we might be close to 5. So
yeah, we're somewhere in between there.
So possibly going to be going for the full setup of rounds for 5. I'm personally pretty excited about that, but thank you for all of you joining us, and we should be getting an update pretty shortly on the matches. So, just going to change that to say 1 of 5 in the meantime. The Pro Tour this weekend.
Yep.
All kinds of exciting. A lot of Eldrazi decks at the moment.
Spoilers for anybody who's going to be watching that later. Yeah, Eldrazi and Affinity is pretty much rocking the Pro Tour.
Which gives me basically a 50% accuracy rate. And I'll take that. But certainly it was not as fully correct as I was hoping to be.
Certainly.
With my prediction. As for the reaction to the Eldrazi decks, I think a lot of it has to do with people just weren't expected for those different variations.
Certainly. I mean, there's 3 main variations out there, and of the 3, I don't think Eldrazi Aggro was the one that people thought would be showing up and really putting up results.
Absolutely. Would you be able to do me a favor, take a quick look out that door, see if people are getting set up? But we do have 21 players, and I have got the match. Okay. So, we have got Coleman, who is a regular in this store. I believe that he is playing the Wargate deck, which is actually like a Scapeshift deck. It runs with Prismatic Omen. Doesn't run any Scapeshift, but wins with Valakut.
Gotcha.
And
so
then we have...
pseudo Bring to Light sort of effect.
Right. And then it is very much Bring to Light effect, except it is just permanence, but for sometimes cheaper. Able to do a lot of silver bullets. Going up against a blue-red Delver, I believe. So, let's go ahead and head on down to the match here at round 1 for our 5 rounds from Geek Fortress. See you there. Okay, so on the right we do have Coleman, on the left Matt. Are expecting to have that. We also did add a bunch of new features, so we added a box of tokens for them to be using, some more dice. Hopefully we will be seeing those improvements going through. And also, the green screen, again, being awesome. Any feedback on that green screen is always appreciated.
You mean we're not in Zendikar?
Oh, man. I should have told you before this.
Man. Now we just need to get the background animated. That'd be pretty fun.
Ooh,
see
that
the little
would be
pieces
pretty cool.
floating around.
Yeah, every time that I talk about red decks, like a lightning bolt strikes behind me.
Set up an entire array of buttons.
I'd prefer a keyboard. That way I feel like I'm more of an artist while I'm doing it.
Fair enough.
Okay, so this blue-red Delver lining up against this Wargate deck. I do see 2 Search for Tomorrows and an Explorer, so a really solid hand there with a Spell Pierce, or a Spell Snare.
Does it have enough land? It has Valakut.
I see a Valakut. I think I might see... No,
nah.
I think you might be correct there. But our Delver player wasn't able to get a great look at their hand. I do know that the sideboard is not ideal on this Delver deck.
Okay.
It was put together about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, does it have Young Pyromancer in it? Is it the kind of current average build?
Yeah, this is a deck that basically was a twin deck. Okay. And when the ban went through, the deck pretty much switched over. The hottest piece of tech that is in this deck is a Piracy Charm.
Oh, nice. I like that card.
I'm a big fan of Piracy Charm. Decided to start tossing that in there and see what happens. And hopefully we will see some good results out of that, or at least moderate. But I like the card. Possibly a little bit of a pet card.
Sometimes it can just get people, and that's That's great. Unfortunately, it just reminds me of Shadow of Doubt in that respect, where it can get you sometimes, but yeah.
At worst, it is a basically a discard spell.
Yeah.
But the Island Walk, also relevant in this particular instance. Okay. Unfortunately, didn't get that lined up, so bear with me for a moment, but I'm going to bring up Piracy Charm, and it may not be quite in the box, but that is how we're going to find out where to line it up.
Hey, there we go.
I was a little bit off.
Yeah, that's close enough.
But that is how we learn these things.
Hey,
and I'm going to lose it again.
Okay, so let's see. We have Breeding Pool, and we just have Island so far.
Okay, so that Breeding Pool putting out the Search for Tomorrow on turn 1 with Coleman going down to, looks like, 19.
Yeah, I think it might have been end of turn fetch.
Okay, there we go.
And then now we're on turn 2.
Okay. Just a basic island off of that polluted delta from our Delver player. So both players at 19. Pretty soon Coleman is going to start ramping up. A little bit thrown off by him not wanting to do that Search for Tomorrow in turn 1.
Yeah, it's really valuable to have early, but if he does have... Does he play any Colony Gardens?
And Delver off to an interesting start. Actually having a discard.
Colony Heart. Wow, discard.
So possibly a risky keep, especially for keeping a 7.
Yeah, without Delver? That's interesting.
But it looks like just discarding. So we've got an Is It Charm hit in the graveyard. That Misty Rainforest is going to crack. We do have a Wargate in the hand of Coleman. Of course, if they are in this chat, this Wargate deck was built by someone named Thursday is Go, I believe, in our chat, who sent the list to us and basically put it in the hands of Coleman, who has been loving it. So we've got a Hallowed Fountain there going down to, looks like 18.
This part, if I'm Coleman, I just want to get the pressure going if I can, to get things going as fast as possible and try to get under Delver, because...
Looks like a Supreme Verdict, a Cryptic Command, and that Wargate in hand. Did you? I thought I saw a Cryptic Command. Very likely a Wargate for Prismatic Omen.
Yep.
Prismatic Omen does make it to where all those lands are each basic land type.
Yep. Wonderful card. Used to play it a lot in Scape Shift.
Turns out that there's more than one Prismatic. My bad. Prismatic Omen lands you control are every basic land type, but it looks like that actually got Spell Pierced, so did not get to resolve that one.
Oh.
One sweet card that we're seeing is that Alchemist's Refuge. Allows him to cast non-land cards at instant speed.
Wonderful card. I got to play it in Standard. It's a surprise Supreme Verdict sometimes.
Oh, we didn't set that up for having the card up. The mountain.
Gotcha. We need to adjust that.
We can do that between rounds or something.
Maybe put Prismatic Omen behind it. Put an island. That way there's some contrast. Put Cup.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
So yet another land from this Wargate player. Looks just coming in tap, so not putting on a lot of pressure yet, and with that Wargate getting countered, I think there's just a Cryptic in hand, a Sakura Tribe Elder, and a Scape Shift, so not a lot of pressure.
He does leave Cryptic Mana open, which is important.
Yeah, is going to enable some plays. Delver just not getting a whole lot started. I think what we might end up seeing is this Sakura Tribe Elder just start swinging for 1.
Yeah.
He's not in the need of the basic land at the moment. Granted, that will get him a Lightning Bolt. Or no, because he doesn't have the Prismatic Omen.
Yep.
So also, might as well save it until you can get that Prismatic Omen out. That way it's, a 1/1 that can get in some damage and then eventually act as a bolt.
Certainly.
So that is probably what we'll be seeing happening with that. And it just gives him an opportunity to start dealing some damage.
I really dig this Wargate deck. It hits a lot of things that I like. So.
It is super cool.
Yeah.
He's been playing it for, I think, the last couple weeks, at least, play testing it. And, yeah, it's just a lot of fun to watch. And also just the toolbox aspect of it, I think, is pretty nice compared to Bring to Light, which is just a little bit too expensive for my taste.
I can agree with that. And probably counter draw.
That is at least what I'm expecting. Really needs to dig, and there's not much else to do with those modes.
There's a Prismatic Omen.
Exactly what we were looking for. So that Prismatic going to hit the battlefield. Now what we are looking at is all those lands are each basic land type. Now we have a clock for 1, and if he ever does need to crack it, it's going to be a bolt.
Oh.
Gonna play... Ooh, and that's 6 damage right there.
That's going to end things very quickly.
So pretty much just needs a single land drop,
Yeah.
and that Sakura Tri-Builder is going to deal 6 damage on its own.
Yeah.
If Delver cannot get something going, which I don't think it
Yeah.
has any options, at least in the main board at the moment, I think that's going to be this game 1.
Random Blood Moon? I don't know.
Not in the main board. Not in the main board.
Yeah, this is basically a game.
Okay. So, looks like another young Pyromancer putting up something, but I just don't think that that's actually going to be enough.
Oh.
Because we do have a land in hand, so...
Yeah, I mean, he could, if you wanted to get cute, he could cast Search for Tomorrow, kill the young Pyromancer, hit him in the face, also fetch, get him in the face, all sorts of things that he could do to get cute there.
A whole lot of
Ooh.
options, but just none of it needed. That board state was pretty much exactly what Colin was looking for. A little bit later, but without Delver putting a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Exactly what we're looking for. So, game 1 going to Wargate. An interesting talk. So, how do you feel about a discussion that happens a lot on this stream? And just to introduce you a bit, you are the incredible creator of pretty much everything that our viewers see on here. The new edition of the green screen, but otherwise this layout was your creation. And most of it is actually your... K to the low, nailing it. But, so just thank you for that, and if you guys ever have feedback, this is the right guy to talk to.
And if it's negative feedback, I'll just go into the other room.
Exactly. Yeah, that you can put towards me. I will talk to him discreetly about it. But, how about, what is your favorite thing to do in Modern, and what is your favorite dinner, is a question that seems to get asked for all of our new hosts.
Interesting. So, my favorite thing to do in Modern, I guess it's kind of an open-ended question. I guess you'd say brew new decks. Is that an acceptable answer?
Yeah, I would accept that. You definitely like people to be reading your cards. Is that...
Yeah, it's very curious. And reading the cards as they, go to 0 is preferable, whether that be 0 cards in their library, 0 life, any of those sorts of things. Catching people reading cards is always a very fun experience. Trying to get unique uses out of cards. I think when it comes to deck building, have something that I want to share with the person that I am playing against, rather than... I understand that not always there'll be decks that win, but something about sharing an experience with that, I always find that to be interesting. And an interesting challenger puzzle.
So you were the iconic Johnny, is pretty much what I'm getting.
So here's the thing. I'm a Johnny, in that respect.
You were a cat.
But, yes. There are certain people like Joe who are far more of a Johnny than I am. See, the thing is, while I like doing these creative deck building bits, I still want to win the game. And it's not that Joe doesn't want to win, but I need to win on a semi-regular basis to, I don't know, satisfy that I'm not a terrible Magic player.
Okay, so you're like our own personal Hoogland.
Yeah, something like that. I want to try something new, I want to challenge things, but at the end of the day, I still want to make sure that people know that I'm not terrible at Magic.
Okay. I can definitely appreciate that.
Oh, food.
Oh, and what is your favorite dinner?
Dinner. Let's see here. I really like the versatility that pizza has.
Okay.
Yeah. Generally, I'm very flexible, though.
Yeah, mostly pasta has been a really popular one. So you're definitely keeping us in the Italian theme, but breaking off a little bit. So you might be a positive trend for diversity in food.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Let's see here. So,
Rob, yes, back from Vancouver. My sealed went approximately better than expected, going 1-3. So very excited about that. I won a match.
above 0%.
Above 0%, which is what I was expecting from sealed, and then played a lot of Modern. Play tested a lot, did a couple of events, ended up going about 9-1 in Modern events. So,
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun with that, and I am hyped for the top 8 tomorrow, and also the top 2 in the form of the Super Bowl. So we've got 2 Delvers in the hand of this Blue Red Delver player, only basic islands from what I can see. So Not the most risky hand that we've seen, certainly. But maybe not exactly what he was looking for. But as far as the 6 goes, it's definitely keepable.
Yeah, you can't really complain with getting Delver on turn 1 and having something to do.
Now, we also saw keeping that card on the top. So, yeah. Seeing a flip there off of a remand, going to be nice for applying some pressure to whatever Coleman is trying to do. Able to disable any of those silver bullets that come from Wargate. And also that Delver is going to start applying a lot of pressure.
Yep.
So a swing for 3 here. Coleman down to 17 with just a tapped fetch land with that breeding pool. And that second Delver just getting his actual flip card to put on top of it.
And this is exactly where Delver wants to be, putting pressure early and trying to get under whatever Wargate's trying to do.
Yeah, with mana up is especially where you want to be.
Certainly.
So a Piracy Charm in hand, so that is the sweet card.
Ooh.
We do have a Prismatic Omen hidden. Doesn't look like they had the answer for it in that particular instance.
Yeah, no smell stare.
Smell Stare.
Yeah, that's a different one. Spell Snare, thank you.
Alright, so no flip off of that Delver means that we either have a land or a creature. Not a whole lot else in there.
Yeah.
So
just glancing, I don't think I see a creature, so...
With that Flooded Strand there, we do have a Vendilion Click in hand, a Piracy Charm, and I'm not sure, possibly 2? I'm not sure if I have 2 Piracy Charms.
It kind of looks like Show and Tell from here, but that's certainly not being played.
Well, we can only hope.
Yeah.
As for what this Wargate deck is, for those of you just joining, it is a toolbox deck based on the card Wargate, which is 1 each of the band colors, blue, white, green, and X, to search up a permanent of convert mana cost X from your library, put it into play, going for that Prismatic Omen, which is already on the battlefield, and then through some Valakutes, able to get it. So, we see a Piracy Charm going after that Sakura Tribe Elder, going for the +2/-1 ability on it. Gonna sack it, but... able to at least get it. Maybe if it's Delver doesn't flip, able to start getting some damage in.
Yeah.
But possibly a little bit too early of a application of that Piracy Charm.
I would agree. I mean, at most it looks like you're getting 1 damage out of this. I mean, I don't think the... Yeah, you're just getting your Delver through... Or sorry... Oh yeah, Insectile Aberration. But Delver is just going to be getting through for 1 damage. Probably too early of an application.
Yeah, maybe wait... Especially for that card, maybe, actually, I probably could have seen that one being sided out.
Yeah.
You're not going to have to worry about blockers, and as far as discarding, the deck has enough of a toolbox that maybe not super effective to try and playing that discard game. But, then again, that could be why Piracy Charm shouldn't be in the deck, but hey, that's at least my personal preference. Trying it out in the meantime.
I actually prefer Piracy Charm in decks like Blue Moon or in Merfolk, personally. Things where you're trying to, where you might be playing Spreading Seas, things where you can take advantage of all 3 modes.
Okay, so. I can like that a lot. In Merfolk, that does sound pretty sweet as well. Able to take down some of those 1-drop creatures or 2-drop creatures like a Grim Lavamancer as well in a pinch.
Certainly.
So we do have a Wargate happening. Looks like for 0. I think that we are actually going to be going for a Dryad Arbor in this case.
Interesting.
I don't really know if there's a whole lot of other 0 drops, but I think what we're seeing is a Wargate for 0. Okay.
Well, just grabbing Valakut.
It is a permanent.
Yep.
Wow.
Wargate's
I
pretty
love
nice.
it. Wargate going for that Valakut. Totally forgot that it isn't even like...
Yep.
Man. Wargate is such a sweet card. We do have a fetch land, which is going to present 3 damage there. And when it does fetch... and it looks like not taking the 3 damage, or maybe not. Oh, no, taking out the Delver. So one of those Delvers going down to that fetch land, and if he does fetch, able to take down that other one, pretty much eliminate Delver's clock. And unfortunately, with it being land, that's just an axis that Delver can't really interact with.
Yeah, this game is getting locked up very quickly.
There is a Spreading Seas in the board that may have come in to maybe take down the Valakut, but that just still gives him the opportunity to go for another one. As for the comment that he missed his bolt, he did not. He just went for one of the 2 Delvers, the Insectile Aberration.
I think you might be talking about Valakut seeing itself. And it's because it's 5 other.
5 other, yeah.
Yeah, so that does it. that doesn't work either.
Alright, so Grim Lavamancer coming down with Summoning Sickness. I think we're going to see a fetch take down that Insectile Aberration, but going down to 7, so at a certain level, Blue-Red Delver's lack of red is a really nice thing for this player.
Mm-hmm.
For Coleman, because if Matt does get enough red, the possibility becomes relevant that burn spells can actually close this game out.
Definitely.
So, a decent amount of basics, playing around the possibility of Blood Moon, though completely irrelevant at this point, because of that Prismatic Omen.
Yep.
And an Explorer off of that. No land yet, but
Just cycling it.
we do have a fetch land in hand, so at least 2 damage from that.
Oh, no, there is multiple. Okay.
Yep.
Never mind.
And...
Yeah.
Ew. Okay, so we do have a Jace, Architect of Thought, hitting the battlefield. Going for that minus ability to basically do Jace or Fiction. Search for Tomorrow, Timely Reinforcements, Valakut.
Nothing's pretty here.
That I imagine that he is going to be probably taking that Valakut more than anything, actually.
Certainly. Just take it right away. You're going to get so much value off of that.
Normally, I would almost advocate for the Timely Reinforcements, but with that Valakut representing 6 damage, yep, going to be taking that one. And basically able to go for a draw 3 cards down, I believe. That was probably, I think that was the last card that he flipped off of it.
And he can still fetch. And it's another 6.
Yep.
Or 2 triggers. So.
2 triggers, so 3 damage wherever he'd like. Very likely not going to be going for creatures. There is that Vendilion Click in hand, but I don't think that that's a really high priority right now. If it does land, he will have to eventually toss on its way, but if he has this turn in next, any land in hand, which I believe that he has, is going to be pretty close to representing a kill.
I would almost expect upkeep click, but... or sorry, draw. End of draw step click.
Excuse me. I think that that's a pretty reasonable expectation to have. I think we didn't see that. Possibly this player, I think a little bit new, mostly an EDH player, so may not be fully aware of that interaction yet.
Interesting.
So that Explorer going into another Explore, and going to explore again. Currently 3 land drops, but only 1 land in hand. If he and Supreme Verdict, so 6 damage there with a fetch land. Right now, Matt essentially at a theoretical 1 life through that fetch land. Big problem is that Coleman does need to hit another one. So in a very unlikely world, we could see Coleman with. The only problem is that Matt also needs to develop a board that can actually get him in that time frame.
Yeah, I mean, at this point we're needing bolts, snaps, bolts. I mean, this is... no.
Yeah, and with only 2 cards in hand, the odds of that are pretty unlikely. Thank you. This is a list of what we have in the room. So we've got 21 decks, and as soon as we are done with this game, we will be able to give you a quick rundown of what is in the room. And we see a fetch land from Matt, and we are very likely going to see a kill in a Jutai's Command.
Yeah, not seeing that one a lot, but...
So a remand on that Jutai's Command did tap down that fetch land for the Jutai's, but as soon as he untaps, we have got a kill on board from Coleman. Very likely going to see that as a win in 6. Or, I'm sorry, win in 2. I was looking at the life total of 6, which is now down to 5.
Yeah.
Just not enough coming out of the Stelver player.
I mean, you can't go below 7 if your opponent has 2 Valakits and a fetch land.
Absolutely.
You just, yeah.
Unless you're going to be taking down that Prismatic Omen.
Yep.
Pretty unlikely in this deck. Blue-red not having a whole lot of options, unless maybe an Echoing Truth, but it doesn't look like we saw that. And regardless, that Echoing Truth would have been able to get played, or the Prismatic Omen could be played again.
So, upkeep, fetch, don't even need to draw. Wants to draw anyway.
Huh. Interesting, going for the Jutai's Command anyway? Maybe being a little bit preventative, but I think at this point, possibly just being a little unnecessarily cautious. So yeah, there's the kill. Alright, so Coleman getting it in 2. I have 2 options. Okay. If you'd like, are you willing to go find us a match while I read out what we've got in the room?
Certainly. Do you,
we were about to read it, actually, but we need your password.
Yeah. Excellent. So, you read this out, I'll go find another match.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I am going to list out the decks that we have in the room at the moment. And if you guys do have any requests over the course of the evening, just let us know. I'm going to bring it back up to us. Okay, so hello, my name is TJ. I've got David in the booth with me today, doing a lot of fun stuff. We're going to be having 5 rounds of Modern. Just saw Wargate take down Blue-Red Delver. The decks in the room are Allies, Naya Allies. We have got a Quest Steel is what it is called. It's kind of a blue-white affinity based around Quest for the Holy Relic. We've got the black-white Eldrazi deck, Living End, a mono-white Taxes deck, black-green Infect, green-red Tron and blue Tron, blue-green Infect, a Amiria Control deck, 2 Affinity decks, Burn, Jeskai Control, the Wargate that we just saw, along with the blue-red Delver that we just saw, Jund, 8-Rack, an Eternal Command deck, which I believe is Snakes on a Plane by Joe. Actually, Snakes on a Plane's after that, so 2 of those, possibly an Eternal Command in addition to Snakes on a Plane, and a green-red Eldrazi list.
Excellent.
Do you have a match for us?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be Jeskai Control versus Affinity.
And what game are they going to?
I believe this is game 2, but I can double check real quick.
Okay.
I need to bring this out anyway.
And if you could also see who's on which side.
All right.
K to the low. As for the green screen... Okay. So, we're going to get that match. I'm going to find out quite what we have. Hey, Dylan and Donovan. What game are you guys on, and who got...
Game 2, Dylan got the first one.
Thank you. Okay, so we have got Jeskai Control in the hands of Dylan Falk going up against Affinity. Jeskai Control heavily favored in this matchup, so hopefully Affinity might be able to get the right pieces. Edge Champion, a really big key piece of that, so hopefully we can see something like that. Otherwise, going to be a very uphill battle for this Affinity deck the whole way through. So we're going to head on down with them heading into their game 2, and let's see what happens. Okay, so both players shuffling up. We are going to have Donovan on the play.
Donovan versus Dylan. Game 2.
Foil Ajani, congratulations on finishing your first day of being an unofficial employee. It is certainly a good life.
Oh, I need to float in.
You need to float in? Katelo, as for the green screen, is there anything that we can improve, or possibly should we jump this basic mountain up to being the general background as well? Any feedback on this green screen is appreciated. It is brand new today. We are still having some fun learning it. So any feedback is appreciated on what we could be doing with it.
Certainly.
Okay, but for those of you who are just joining, thank you. My name is TJ. This is the amazing David Bradbury. We are here at Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, doing 5 rounds of Modern. Currently in the middle of our first round.
Yep.
And we are going to see both players rolling way too many dice. Or possibly just getting them ready because he is going to be playing with a Ravager, which could end up being relevant. But
Certainly.
Dylan, heavily favored in this. Donovan, the key cards are going to be, if he can land a very early Blood Moon, useful. I believe he has a choke in his sideboard. But otherwise, Edge Champion, Cranial Plating, a very key combination.
Certainly.
And unfortunately, a lot of it comes down to Jeskai Control drawing the wrong cards.
Yep. Yeah, and I've played against both of these players. I feel like both of them have relatively good control of their deck. They've both been playing it for a while. I have found Dylan to make some very good choices, particularly against Affinity. He's very patient with that, and that's kind of what you need to be in this. Although let's see.
So we've got an Inkmoth Nexus into a Welding Jar, into a Vault Scourge, Donovan down to 18, but that Welding Jar,
Yeah.
pretty significant in this, with just a Celestial Colonnade from Dylan, so already 1 turn behind. Possibly needs to be very cautious of the turn 2 Stony Silence That Darksteel Citadel will get shut down. Luckily, that Inkmoth Nexus will still be relevant. The big issue with this matchup is trying to establish enough of a board to make it to where if they land a Stony Silence, you are not blown out of the water.
Yep.
But to establish little enough of one that when they wipe the board, you are not empty-handed.
And Welding Jar is huge there. Just from protecting you from board wipes, so you can get a Ravager out and start putting things on things and protect something.
Absolutely. Ravager is going to be a really key piece. And also, if he can get this Cranial Plating equipped to a creature before a Stony Silence resolves, going to be very big there, especially with... unfortunately, the Welding Jar won't protect it very well, but if they try and do any kind of removal spell before landing that Stony Silence, the Welding Jar will be nice for keeping it equipped.
Definitely.
So I think we might actually have an Edge Champion in the hand of this Affinity player, so could be seeing that. I think his decision right now is whether or not he wants to get 1 damage in. I think right now the priority is landing that Edge Champion. Unfortunately, could be running into counter magic out of Dylan Falk here.
Yep.
Could be slightly problematic.
Is there room here?
In here?
Yeah, can I sit here?
No, unfortunately, we're pretty loaded up.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so not a whole lot from Dylan yet. Still got a Scalding Tarn and a Celestial Colonnade. Getting 1 mana from Donovan, so not going for anything. Possibly trying to draw out any sort of answers that Dylan has before committing. If he does have... I'm not quite sure what he has in hand, being slightly elusive. Looking to fix that eventually, but...
So, interesting.
What do you think, at least on this current board, Dylan's very likely going to prioritize some removal there, or do you save it and hope to catch him with misusing that Welding Jar later on?
I think you want to save it, personally, in this situation. I think that while you do need to be careful, I don't know, there's 2 lines of play that I think you can really go here. I think they're both being very conservative in their approach. And you kind of have to be to make sure you're not getting blown out. If the game goes a little bit too long, Dylan's just going to take over. I don't know if I like Donovan sacrificing board presence for speed. I do feel like Affinity needs to close this out as quick as it can, but at the same time, you also need to get a presence there in case something like Stony Silence does come down.
Yeah, and a Supreme Verdict also out of Dylan would be pretty unfortunate.
Yep.
So I can get behind Donovan possibly being a little bit conservative. The problem is that he doesn't quite know what is in his opponent's hand.
Yep.
But right now with 6 damage a turn through Swing with that Veldscourge, so Dylan, I believe 13 actually because of that fetch land.
Certainly.
And Donovan at 24 currently. So Dylan, I believe, is at 13. They haven't updated that dice quite yet, but that is something that we are looking to also update eventually, hoping to turn it into a live update.
Yep. 1 moment.
Gonna double check that?
Yep.
Thank you. Alright, and as for Ripshot, hopefully we can get that 8-rack deck on. I will try and find out what its record is. Personally, I'm a big fan of the deck. Okay, and we do have the life total updated to the 13. So currently on Dylan's turn, 1 big card that could be really big at the moment is Electrolyze. Possibly a common card in this.
Yes.
And right now, just be able to do... Granted, that Welding Jar, able to prevent a lot of that 1-for-1 removal and any of those sweepers, so it is going to at least delay a lot of what Dylan can do. But, so only 2 mana here. Okay, so we have a Lightning Helix.
Remove it from combat?
It does remove it from combat, and we're going to see that Welding Jar go off, so now any of the removal on it is live. One thing is that if we did have a path in the hand, we would have seen that much sooner because of its resiliency beyond that Welding Jar. Okay. A strong Marrow Shards? Absolutely it will. Okay, and so we're going to get some post-combat board presence, it looks like. Getting a colorless mana. A Galvanic Blast while they are almost tapped out.
Yeah. Probably not going to get too much value later.
No, and it's not going to kill a whole lot of creatures. I'm actually a big fan of siding that out in this matchup in a lot of cases, except for maybe 1 or 2.
Colonnade's a 4/4, right?
Colonnade is a 4/4, but I'd rather Blood Moon him.
Oh, definitely.
And a Vandal Blast, not overloaded, but taking down that Cranial Plating, really reducing Donovan's clock. And I think a Glimmer Void in the hand of Donovan, so he is going to be able to get that 3rd land out and develop a little bit of resiliency to a potential Stony Silence through those 2 lands.
Certainly.
Interesting. Basically, now we need to see what 3 mana plays that he can make, because now that that Cranial Plating is gone, Donovan really needs to redevelop the board. So Donovan up to 25, Dylan down to 11, and we are going to see that Cranial Plating, or that Etch Champion, and then possibly getting it Mana Leaked. So if we don't have the Mana Leak, that is going to be an excellent card.
Yep.
Excellent. And a Wrath of God. Very unfortunate taking down both of those creatures. Did have a mana up, but looks like didn't actually have maybe the Stubborn Denial or Spell Pierce to use on that. So Donovan's setback does have enough mana to work with, and right now Dylan is tapped out, so if he has anything else to really develop the board with, now is the time. A Cranial Plating, great piece to do it with, and that also does give him Metalcraft, so I think he does have a Galvanic Blast in hand. If he was going to use it, I would have preferred to see him use it right then. Put him down to 7, because now he does have Counter Magic. Only thing that may prevent that...
and there it goes.
And if he does want to use that, he needs to respond to it now, otherwise he does not have Metalcraft at the moment. So if he's waiting for the... Okay. Just going to untap and draw.
It's interesting. I was curious about the line where do you activate the Inkmoth Nexus there to try and get in with Infect.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think right now, with him only having 1 mana up, you probably do. If nothing else, you're going to end up with a island or a mountain, depending on which he is running. Okay. But looks like we actually have a 2 mana play. If it's an Arcbound Ravager, that's going to be a very big card for this.
Oh, interesting.
Soul Artifact. Especially interesting that he is not putting that on his Darksteel Citadel or Springleaf Drum, both of which I think would have been better calls there.
I completely agree with that.
Because that Memnite does not have haste, and I think going for the Darksteel Citadel, developing basically an invulnerable creature except to the path, which he has shown not to have as of yet.
Yeah, he would have used it already at this point, but...
Or a Springleaf Drum that is already a useless card.
Yep.
So I think an interesting choice going for that one. And we are going to see a Galvanic Blast right there, putting him down to 7. He is at risk, but again, he could have had 6 power on the board as opposed to 5.
Certainly.
And then any Cranial Plating becomes able to equip to one of those creatures without one removal spell taking care of both. So it is an interesting call, but we will see how it ends up playing out. Part of it could be that Donovan is a little bit inexperienced with using Ensoul Artifact. It was something that when he picked up the deck had already kind of finished being a flavor of the month.
Okay. Certainly, and I mean, Darksteel Citadel is one of those ones where if you're aware of that combination, you generally do that. So it's more than likely just not even thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
granted, that Wrath of God has already gone off, so even if you don't go for the Darksteel, I would have liked to see that Springleaf Drum getting hit. So we have a plus going off of that. That's going to reduce it down to having 4 power. And also makes that Inkmoth Nexus unable to swing for much damage. So only 1 card in the hand of Donovan. Probably just going to swing in with Dylan tapped out. He doesn't need to worry about many combat tricks, so he'll either be able to possibly go straight to the player, forcing him to lose that Snapcaster Mage. The biggest issue is that the longer that Jace can continue, especially start minusing next turn, going to be a really big issue.
Yeah. At this point, though, I really think that you need to go for the face and just get this game over with, because if you go after Jace, you're just letting the control player just draw more cards anyway. It's effectively the same thing.
Yep. So we've got a block from Dylan with that Snapcaster Mage, and a Gear per Aether Grid. So that's actually going to be a really nice card. Some of that removal a little bit less effective, but not a whole lot of artifacts. Currently only 4 as an option, but he can deal 1 damage right now. You can tap that Cranial Plating and Springleaf Drum to deal a damage without actually So that cranial plating now representing some number of damage. Gonna separate that, very likely taking that bolt.
Yep.
Because it is gonna, unfortunately, not gonna work on that Memnite, but with a combination of anything in his hand, I could also see him taking those fetch lands. So actually going for that, maybe trying to get that colonnade up, but still not quite what he was looking for. So an unfortunate Jace minus ability there. I'm used to seeing much better ones, but
Definitely.
Bolt especially ineffective against that 5/5 Memnite.
And there could be something in hand that is just going to, or he just needs the 5th mana.
And missing that opportunity to deal 1 damage there could end up hurting him in the long run.
Certainly.
Especially if this connects, what you're going for is... Oh, I'm sorry, that's an Insult Artifact, not a cranial plating. He did not have 1 damage there.
Oh, okay.
I'm just so used to seeing the thing on the cranial plating, so that was me being incorrect. But a swing for 5, we do have a fetch, so currently within that range of 5, but going for it, maybe gonna see a 5 damage removal spell?
Cryptic.
And a Cryptic, so choosing to bounce the Memnite, taking care of that Insult Artifact, and also going to be drawing a card, it looks like.
Excellent.
So Donovan very likely going to be replaying. Plays a Blinkmoth Nexus and a Memnite, currently representing 2 damage. That is at least fairly resilient. And a Wear and Tear on that. Very unfortunate. Probably just going to see 1 damage go off.
Yeah, most likely from just... So you can get... No, you can't do that. Okay.
Pretty unfortunate to see. What we saw was Affinity really taking a nice bit of control of that game early on, but now that it's gotten into that late game and Dylan is up to his 5th land, really start to take advantage of a lot of those cards that he has.
I was trying to think for a moment whether you'd be able to activate your... or if he'd be able to activate his creatures in response and get a 2nd damage out of it, but I don't
He can get 2 damage out of it, because he can use the Ink Moth to activate the Blink Moth. Tap the Blink Moth and the Darksteel Citadel. Oh, but he doesn't have a Memnite.
Yeah.
This is in response to the Memnite.
So, yeah.
Okay, so man, might see Jeskai control stabilizing at 6, which is enough to dodge any cranial or galvanic blasts off the top.
No, that's in response. So.
Yeah. That is unfortunate. So we have him currently at 6, going down to 5 off of those 2 lands there. The Springleaf Drum and that Darksteel Citadel going to deal 1 damage, I expect. Yep. Okay. And that Gear per Aether Grid going to go away. Unfortunate, but also pretty interesting to bring in Gear per Aether Grid against this deck. Normally, you don't bring it in just for the Stony Silence. I tend to see it brought in a lot more when it's going to have more versatile effects, and I don't think that just hitting Snapcaster is enough.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, I do wonder if the mentality was just game goes long, need a way out of it, but a lot of the times it's just better to end the game faster.
Mm-hmm.
Don't play cards just in case the game goes long.
One thing that Donovan has done is that by playing his 4th land with that Glimmervoid, Blinkmoth, Inkmoth, and Darksteel Citadel, he is now open to that Tectonic Edge. So now that he has 4 lands, so going with a game plan of attacking with one of these creatures, not the wisest plan at the moment.
Correct.
Does still have a single Memnite, and we're going to see 6 mana, I think, for a Sphinx's Revelation for 3. Going up to 8, drawing 3 cards. That is pretty much spelling a very difficult wall for Donovan to break out of.
Yeah, with 2 Galvanic Blasts already gone, 1 card in hand, needing to try and build some creature base with so much removal on the control side. It's I see a Supreme Verdict still.
Yeah, and just so many cards in hand. So even an Edge Champion, even if it does resolve, isn't actually enough at the current time. 5 mana, likely a Keranos?
Ooh,
I'd be curious to see a Keranos coming out especially in this when sometimes it can be a little bit too slow, but I think that's what we're about to see from that 5 mana. Plus a fetch land, so going back down to 7, but still very likely not going to be enough.
And that is a Batterskull.
A Batterskull, interesting. I haven't seen one of those in a decent amount of time since Kolagon's command took off.
Yeah, we'll have the Germ token, so...
Yes, I'm pretty excited about that. Okay, so Jace up to 5. Going for that plus ability, so that Memnite, Inkmoth, and Blinkmoth ineffective already. And that Germ going to be able to close out this game. Unfortunately, it's going to take a decent amount of time. But if Donovan is unable to really just develop anything... So we've got a Mox Opal from Donovan.
Not going to do anything. Leaving Tech, that's probably just going to get blown up.
Tech is up right now. Can use the Blinkmoth Nexus to get that Inkmoth up to being a 1-2. So we see the trigger go off, goes down to being a 0-1, get pumped up to a 1-2, and actually just accepting it, not looking to get rid of that Tech Edge yet. Maybe just waiting for him to commit a decent amount of his resources.
I'd be interested in possibly actually getting a little greedy. Let's see, no, you can't. Not enough mana. I'm not even thinking. I was thinking about the possible line of equipping Batterskull to Colonnade and really just hitting hard, but not there yet. Not there just yet.
Wow, that would be pretty impressive.
Oh, we got a Ravager out, but I think it's a little too late for that.
I think so as well. Unfortunately, just not a whole lot of targets to put on, especially with the Vigilance of that Batterskull. Putting everything onto the Memnite is going to be ineffective because it's just going to end up running into that wall anyway.
Yep.
And with only having... He could get it up to a 5-5, maybe. Technically a 7-7 if he wants to go all in. But... not a whole lot happening here. Not seeing a dice for that Arcbound Ravager either. Hopefully we'll see one get tossed on there in just a moment.
Hopefully he sacrificed the...
Doesn't look like we saw it. Is that Electrolyze not sacking the Memnite? I think at this point Donovan, possibly just at the point of making a couple mistakes because he isn't looking for him.
Okay, and yeah, you just completely missed it.
Yep.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see here. If he sacks if he does 1 to the Memnite, 1 to Donovan, he sacrifices the Memnite. It still resolves, and he still draws the card because he still had a legal target.
Yeah, because I believe he was going for the player as well. So you cannot make yourself an invalid target.
Yep.
So we've got an Inkmoth Nexus active, still a plus.
Well, I mean, if you Alchemist Refuge, flash in Leyline.
Okay. And foil a Johnny, if you do have a sweet brew, let us know. Okay, so we have got the Batterskull swinging in. Looks like we're going to have that Ravager trying to trade with it and possibly try and activate it, put it onto that Inkmoth Nexus. Unfortunately, a very dangerous game plan to go through with because we are just going to see that Tectonic Edge take it down. Very unfortunate there. So we see Dylan gaining 4 life, going up to 15. Donovan at 20.
He should not gain the life because he sacrificed it before.
He did not. I think he was letting it die because he traded it with that Germ token.
Okay, yeah, and the modular just falls off.
Yep,
that's right.
So Snapcaster going out. Donovan just conceding the match. So we have got Jeskai getting it in 2.
Alright, I will do a quick check to see if we can get one more match.
With only 4 minutes, we are not going to, unfortunately. So, stick around with us for just a moment. We're going to bring it up to us just to talk with you guys a little bit, introduce ourselves a bit. We can get David to talk about himself, maybe just a touch, and then we should be getting into our second round very shortly. So, we will see you with us in just a moment. Okay, so, Lacion, here's a question. Just looked out and won my local PPTQ. What happens now? Doesn't own any standard modern decks. That is a great question. I think one of your options for that, I mean, it's worth looking into it if you can borrow a deck as possible, but I think at that point you go to PTQs pretty much.
Yep.
Regional PTQ, right?
Yes.
So, but congratulations on winning it.
Yeah.
That is really fantastic, so great job, and hope to see you continue to do well. I'm hoping to start grinding into some of those myself. Playing the current green-red value, Twin Meadow is better, so a Naya value deck, possibly a Zoo, or is this more of a mid-rangey, almost a control? But I'm going to guess that when you are in Naya colors that you're at least very creature-based.
Yeah.
In the meantime, David, welcome. You have not streamed with us before. Some people who have joined us for Modern No Ban List might recognize you, but only because you're actually here this time.
Yep. I'm not going to live that down. Oh, well. I was Mountain for a while.
You were a Mountain. I had Patrick Sullivan here replacing you. So, thank you for joining us.
Of course.
And I guess you have not really had an opportunity to stream with us previously. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I usually just goof off in the chat, and sometimes we'll end up on the player side.
Yeah, you definitely do manage to get on stream a lot. A lot of that's because you're usually playing a unique deck, which is the kind of stuff that we like to get on there. As a fun fact, I'm not really sure what we can do, but is it possible to try and get that giant mountain as the background for this as well?
Yeah, we could certainly do that.
Is that something that, tell me what I should be clicking?
Alright, so, everybody, crash course in OBS. We should right-click the sources.
Right-click the sources?
Alright, yep, just anywhere in there.
Oh, okay.
Alright, we're going to add image.
Add image.
Doesn't matter if you call it mountain.
Okay. Excellent.
And go to browse. We have the image
on our desktop.
Correct.
Excellent.
And we open that up.
Okay.
Okay. Just hit OK. It's good there.
Oh my. Okay.
And it goes away. But we can hit Control down to send it down. We can do that by.
Oh. We probably need to be clicking. Oh, okay.
Nope. It automatically selects it, and then we hit Edit Scene, and we can scale it
to whatever we like.
Oh, got some face clipping. There
okay. Let's see what we can do. So let us know. Actually, that looks pretty sweet too. Yeah. Let us know if this is better or not. We are still trying stuff out with this green screen, so if you do have any feedback on it, let me know. Okay. Oh, from Norway. Well, thank you for watching from Norway. It's a lot of fun to have a viewership kind of outside. It always surprises me that we have a viewership outside of both the state or even the West Coast and even sometimes outside of the country. So that's always very cool for me.
See, Norway, that's 10 hours ahead of us? I want to guess.
Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you for watching when it is...
Let's see. So if it's 7 o'clock
5 in the morning?
5 in the morning?
Is it 5 a.m. for you, Lacion? Because if so...
Might be 6.
Thank you very much for watching. But we are just getting ready for the second round to start. Stick with us. We should be getting it in just a moment. The timer is running down. We are pretty close to seeing it, just about a minute left in the round. So turns happening shortly. We will be getting to the second round. As always, feel free to comment, put any questions, or leave us any sort of feedback in the chat. It's always kind of fun when that chat starts going, and always looking to try and grow this into some kind of fun thing. But we do the stream 3 times a week. Feel free to join us, and if you have not yet, hit that follow button, because we do this, and it is always a lot of fun.
4 a.m. That's very impressive.
Thank you for your dedication to just watching Magic.
That's only the reason. That has to be the reason they're up.
Dedication to watching Magic?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Dedication to actually our stream in particular.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, I don't think... Lacion maybe seen them before, but if not, thank you for joining. Always happy to have you. What do we think of selling off the Dark Blood Moon? Don't do it. Blood Moon's one of the sweetest cards ever. I love that card.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. If you're looking to purely get value, the Dark Blood Moons, I have a playset myself. The dark ones in particular are going to hold their value well, in my opinion. I can't give disclaimer, I'm not a financial advisor. But the dark ones in particular I feel will hold their value even if we saw a reprint in Shadows over Innistrad, for example. The biggest risk to it is some sort of banning, which doesn't seem to be on anybody's radar. My personal advice, if you're trying to get financial value out of it, I don't think it will go much higher, but at the same time, I think it will also maintain its value. So it depends what your goals with it are.
I think the Blood Moon should be cast more often. That card is super sweet, and I'm a big fan.
In fact, I brought a deck today with 4 Magus of the Moon, 4 Blood Moon.
Elindria, you're probably right that Blood Moon will never be reprinted in Standard, but I can certainly hope. It is one of my absurd predictions for Shadows over Innistrad, and that's something that we can actually talk about for a quick moment. The proposed possible spoiler that came out.
Yes, do we want to get banned?
That's a fair point. So I'll just maintain that I predict that Madness is coming back, and that is becoming more and more likely that I may be correct. But our second round coming up, so we should be getting our list of matchups shortly. If we don't get one in the next couple of seconds, if you could just keep kind of your eyes on the
table.
Yeah. But I think at the moment we might see him letting us know shortly. We're getting ready for round 2, so I'm going to start prepping for some of that. I'm not sure what we're... Oh, okay. Blood Moon. Love it.
All right here. Also have this from the event today.
Okay. Just browsing anything magic. Trying to soak up as much experience as possible. Excellent. Ooh, look at that. We got some green up there.
Did it move?
I don't know.
Did we move?
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
There we go. But if you ever do have any questions about Modern, if you are new to Modern, please just let us know. We'll try to describe these decks when we can.
And thank you, Rob. Got it at the SCG regional event today. And that was fun.
Okay, so we've got Troy on Green-Red Tron going up against Joe, who, if any of you were here for our Legacy stream, was my co-host for that, who is going to be playing Snakes on a Plane. For the moment, I'm just going to put it as Eternal Command, however. But what we are looking at is an Eternal Command deck. Basically, what it tries to do is get Aether Vials, a lot of end-of-the-battlefield creatures, so like Mystic Snake and Cryptic Command, and I can't think of the name of it at the moment. Eternal Witness.
Yep.
So what you do is try to chain Mystic Snakes, Cryptics to counterspell, return a card to your hand, bring back your Eternal Witness, flash that in with an Aether Vial, buy back your Cryptic Command, chain a bunch of control decks. So it's a very slow, grindy control deck going up against Green-Red Tron. I think Green-Red Tron is favored just for going over the top in this particular case.
Let's see, some value to update your budget Pox stack. You know, if you're going to get fun and value out of it, I would say that this is a game. So that's the most important thing to think about in terms of getting value. So, I mean, I do like Blood Moon. TJ likes Blood Moon.
Big fan.
But if you're trying to enjoy the game and you happen to have that available, do the thing all. Fun is more important.
Excellent. So let's go ahead and head on down to the match. But just to answer Rob's question, at the moment, we unfortunately do not have a shop to sell cards off just in store at the moment. But I can always try and convince them. But that involves us expanding our production a little bit. So
anyway,
slowly but surely, we're trying. But let's go ahead and head on down to the match for round 2. On the right, we will have Tron going up against Eternal Command on the left. Alright, so we have got both players getting ready. I forgot to hit the update button. Nailed that one.
there we go.
Excellent.
Didn't
So,
notice anything.
oh, absolutely. So, we do have Troy on the right. Now, this Green-Red Tron deck, I think, is still running Emrakul. Still missing some of the recent changes, and I think that there's currently a 2-2 split between Kozilek's Return and Pyroclasm.
Interesting.
Though those cards not super effective at the moment. Otherwise, Joe Klabowski running a lot of interesting cards. We might end up using that viewer a decent amount, and while we do that, so let's go ahead and bring up a card, and we can fix that, get that mountain as well for the background.
Definitely.
In the meantime. So let's get a quick look at where we have that positioned at the moment. But it's possible that I might just put you in charge of that.
Okay.
While I do some commentary. So let's get a relevant card up. For Eternal Command, one of the biggest things is going to be Mystic Snake.
Yep.
So I'm going to go ahead and bring Mystic Snake up so that we have something to work with. And I'm going to hand this over to you so that we can show it. And
Okay.
we're going to try and fix our
Real quick,
background.
before we do this, actually, yeah, let's go ahead and go to show card. Now, let's ask chat, what do you want our background to be, and what land background do you want? That would be, if we can get a response from you guys, then we'll choose that.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. You're correct in that Crypt deck does not match up well against that. As for using the dice, they are using some life total pads as well. A lot of players are. But the dice is for the benefit of us. Here we are currently looking at updating that with an app that would be able to actually live update it for us.
Yep.
But In the meantime, that is what we've got. So we should be having that hopefully in the next week or two.
All right. Definitely. So let's see what I can do here while TJ does some more commentary.
So Troy, looks like we've got 2 of the Tron lands and a basic forest currently. It looks like a mine and a tower. And Joe, we've got a breeding pool and a basic island, as well as a misty rainforest. And actually, a hollowed fountain. So we have Joe down to 19, casting a Vendilion Click, and we've got a hand of 2 Grove of the Burn Willows, an Ugin, a Karn, Eye of Ugin, and looks like actually the 3rd Tron piece. So, at this point, do you take the Karn or the Ugin? Which one is going to be more of an issue for you? Because he's going to be able to cast both of those. So, Troy is going to be able to cast whichever one he is looking to get. I think that the odds of that... Okay, and going to take down Ugin. That is the one that can at least wipe the board of a lot of those combo pieces.
Agreed.
And I think that he might be looking to at least handle Karn via the Vendilion Click, or that means that Troy will be spending his turn with that. Okay, so we do have Troy keeping his hand up for us, which is wonderful. Game time, we do in fact have a green screen up. So, if you do have any feedback on it, let us know. As for McCall Waltz being our background, that one might be a little bit tricky to do. I'm not sure if we can get away with that. So we've got Karn taking down that Vendilion Click. Full Tron achieved, plus a basic forest. And don't worry, that will be moving shortly. So there is a white splash in this deck, but otherwise it is generally a majority of green-blue, which is a combination that is not normally very common in modern or most constructed formats because of its lack of removal. But Joe, of course, one of our more active brewers, always likes it, and that tends to be a combination that he really enjoys playing.
Let's see, what do you say down more? Actually, I think I like it like that more.
I kind of like that too. Let's play around with it. Let us know what you think of this sweet basic forest that we've got.
That's our green screen.
Okay, so we do have a Glen Alendra Archmage getting hit now. That Karn definitely ripping up a lot of those cards. And actually that Glen Alendra getting exiled by Karn's Plus. So, wasn't able to affect the board very much. Oh.
Oh, looks like it got
jumped up just a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, it's because the name is longer.
Yep.
Okay. So still 2 Grove of the Burn Willows. We do have the Eye of Ugin in Troy's hand, so he's probably going to activate that at Joe's end step. Start searching up some of those very powerful cards. Do a Reflector Mage and focus on his face. Maybe one day. I can totally get behind that. Okay. And Midnight, thank you for joining us. Unfortunate that a regionals had a fire. So we have a Restoration Angel coming in at the end step. Now, I think swinging at that Karn, it's going to be a little bit of a priority to keep that from just destroying Joe's mana base. This is a deck that relies on a lot of land.
Certainly, and I mean, with what's under Karn right now, you don't want to risk this game starting over, because then that's just basically a loss.
No, but this game 1 is pretty much tied up because of this Eye of Ugin, which is now going for a search.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Sorry, we will avoid doing that. So we do have an Ulamog coming out. He is going to be able to cast that one, and that is going to come out even if it does get countered. Very unlikely at this point. It's probably going to take down a decent amount. Could see that Karn taking down the Restoration Angel or one of the lands, using that Ulamog to take down 2 other lands. This game 1 is pretty handily in control.
Yep.
And actually looks like plussing that Karn, so not too worried at the moment. I can understand that, but if you're going to take control of the board entirely, I'm a fan of taking control of the board entirely.
And it depends also how much Troy knows about Eternal Command as a deck. And Ulamog's going to take out 2 lands, hopefully, right here. So,
and it looks like going for the Restoration Angel and the Hallowed Fountain.
Interesting.
Which we're going to see... Possibly a Void Slime has actually been in this deck before, but we're going to see a Cryptic bouncing the Karn and countering the Ulamog. Ulamog still... Triggered ability is still going to resolve, so those 2 cards going away. But Troy's board presence, as it currently stands, going away entirely. So that is a great cryptic command by Joe. The problem is that Eye of Ugin is still very much an issue for him at the moment. So, cryptic... That is a cryptic annelid. Let's go away with that one. But,
close.
Dang it.
Almost.
Let's just click on that.
There we go.
Okay. So we have got exploration map coming down and also cracking it, and we are going to see a tower come in. Probably going to be playing that tower. The biggest thing is going to be activating that Eye of Ugin to get anything back up and going. So if Joe can capitalize on that, if he has a Void Slime to maybe counter that Eye of Ugin ability, but he still does need to develop a board.
Certainly. And love Void Slime, but even that, I don't think that's going to get anything done here. It's just delaying the inevitable.
I think that is very true. Alright, so a Chromatic Star coming into the battlefield, Troy, with a plethora of mana in one Eye of Ugin, a full set of the Tron, plus a tower, and then a basic forest, and a Vendilion Click coming in at the end step, so providing somewhat of a clock. Looking at a Karn, which was not cast, so he was looking to, I imagine, just use the Eye of Ugin instead, but I'm still a little bit surprised by him not casting that.
Interesting.
Because if you can use that and just start taking down that mana base some more, it would have ended up dying to that Vendilion Click, so possible that he knew it was in the hand, but still would have expected to see him just start going for that after that mana base more, because with this, especially if you just see a blue-green deck, I think you really want to take down that mana base.
Definitely. And he could just be wanting to go for an Emrakul, but I still think that's greedy, and you just get Ulamog here if he has a second one, but...
Never mind. So, with another power plant or mine in hand, I unfortunately don't know the art that well, but I think that is a power plant. No, that's a mine, I believe. So that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Actually, he does have enough to cast that Emrakul next turn. Still, a little bit, and I'm a fan of pretty much the deck pulling the Emrakul and really just going for the 2 Ulamogs at this point, or sometimes 3.
Yeah.
Because exiling 2 permanents.
That's just, it's always going to be good. But he didn't have the counter, and that ends the game.
So, Troy taking game 1 in this particular instance. Okay. Excellent. For those of you just joining us, hello, my name is TJ. This is the wonderful Mr. David Bradbury, streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, doing 5 rounds of Modern tonight. A whole lot of fun. Currently at the beginning of our second round. Just saw game 1 going to green-red Tron. Going up against an Eternal Command deck, which is something that hasn't really been seen in major numbers for many years since, I think, a Pro Tour some time ago.
I definitely remember a while back seeing the Mystic Snakes and Void Slimes getting, I think that was just original Ravnica Extended, was it at the time? I'm trying to remember. It's a long while ago.
Yeah.
Good point, game time. Not thinking about the countered portion.
Okay. Eye of Ugin is very good. As for the people claiming for its emergency banning, I would at least disagree with current ban talks. I am a much bigger fan of people adapting to metas more than just calling for bans. I feel like that encourages us not to make changes and instead assume that something will be changed for us.
Yep.
And I would like us to see adapting deck building and deck play to make it to where maybe we don't need a card to be banned. But
Definitely.
That's a personal preference.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd say there's a large difference between something like Eye of Ugin existing versus Mental Misstep. A Mental Misstep is a card that you put that out there and every deck needs to run forward it. This is for a very specific deck. Maybe 2 or 3 decks run it. I don't think Heartless Summoning Eldrazi is going to be sticking around. But I think that letting the meta shift and see how things evolve is a far healthier attitude rather than rushing to a ban.
Mm-hmm.
So
another thing to keep in mind is that the idea of an emergency banning to me is very extreme, considering that we went through Treasure Cruise era, and we still did not see an emergency banning, and I think, at least since the introduction of Modern, within maybe post its first year, that was probably the biggest and most obvious banning that we had coming down the pipeline, and if that is not going to get an emergency banning, then it is very doubtful that I will. I think they would much rather see us adapt.
I don't
and
think they'll
innovate.
ban you, TJ.
Thank you. Did I say me?
You said I.
Ah, nice. Okay. Nailed that one. We are trying to do more puns here. So we'll have to work on that one as we can.
Certainly.
Yes, because this deck really, the deck on the right tends to be a very controlling deck. Dang it! I somehow thought that Tron and Control. You know what? I just messed that one up. 0 out of 10 for me.
No.
0 out of 10. I punted that one away. Got too excited. Shot for the stars. Completely missed. That is also
There you go.
for their okay. I see the Kappa face. I'm still getting used to this Twitch stuff.
Yes.
I still don't look at that Kappa and go, nice, sarcasm.
Yep. Sarcasm. Gotta get it.
Narcissus of Rose, thank you for the feedback. And also, if anybody has any feedback on just us as a commentating team as it currently stands, always useful. Eventually, I will be looking for basically a pretty standard co-host, and I've had a pretty wide variety, so...
What about a Modern or a Legacy co-host?
Currently, Joe is my every other week Legacy co-host, but currently no Modern, no regular Modern co-host.
Who's your standard co-host?
We don't do standard.
Why are you looking for a standard co-host?
Oh, thank you very much. Dang it! Twice you've gotten me. I've fallen for it. Clearly, I need to see where I'm walking right now. You are some dangerous ground for me.
Indeed.
So we've got a mulligan from this Eternal Command deck, which will be on the play. Going down to 6, not a really good spot, especially for a control deck.
Thank you for the feedback, Mythic Madness. Let's see, I think that I saw 2 pieces of the Tron in Troy's hand. I didn't get a great look at it. Saw a red card as well.
Let's see here. Things that, man, he is being a little bit just quick with that for us.
Yeah. One thing that we are looking to do is get a 2 lower cameras so that we can see their hands better. Let's see, Hot Wheels Track Mountain. Yep.
Oh, I've never even...
I can see that. I like it.
I just looked at the green screen to see the mountain.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. We have the nice, let's see if I can do this. The wrong way, it's reversed.
Clearly I'm still getting used to this. Oh my goodness. So Chromatic Star off of a mine from this green-red Tron player. Floating a green mana and going for an Ancient Stirrings. We do have an Aether Vial on 1 from this Eternal Command player.
Okay, for a moment I was thinking that was, what's it called, Chalice on 1, which would have been completely different.
And much better.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a pass. Still actually no second land from this Tron player.
Huh,
a lot of stars and spheres, but
Just
going
big.
for a discard.
We have the quote machine up. Who's the moderator that usually uses the quotes?
That would be Doro.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be Doro, who is our normal one, but I don't think Doro's in here at the moment.
Okay, I got Vidalcan Shackles. Very interesting.
An interesting choice, especially when he's really hoping to have enough of those islands, because if he can use it effectively,
I mean,
that is going to be a powerhouse.
if you can get to 16 islands, man. This is...
Pure value.
Yep.
Suddenly magic becomes easy.
Yep.
So Vendilion Click gonna take this down. At the moment, I'm not sure how I feel about him taking anything.
Yeah.
Because if he currently doesn't have any lands, let's keep that going.
Yeah.
So I think right now he just wants to write down what he's got.
Yep.
Keep that in mind, and it looks like...
And didn't take anything.
Yeah, letting it happen, because if we're not going to see him going, right now he's drawing basically his regular card per turn, and then able to recycle some of these stars and spheres every other turn, which is just not good.
Stars and spheres forever.
Stars and spheres forever. Lots of them.
Yeah.
So Vidalcan Shackle's still only able to take down those 3 toughness creatures. Maybe a Spellskite if we see one, but that's pretty unlikely.
Is that a grove?
Groves. Looks like cracking that, so maybe seeing if he can get another land first. I see an Ive Ugin
Yeah.
going for a grove, and we're going to see an ancient, a Sylvan Scrying. Probably going... I'm a big fan of going for the power plant, and a Familiar's Ruse bouncing that Vendilion Click.
Like it.
I love that play. That is
Yep.
really sweet. Familiar's Ruse, a card that I think may not see enough play for how good it is. I'm not going to argue that it should see more, because unfortunately it only works in certain decks. But when it does, that card, very effective. Familiar's Ruse, for blue, as an additional cost, return a creature you control to its owner's hand to counter a spell. And Troy just going to pick up the cards. A really fast win from that command deck.
Yep, just not feeling it. More than likely frustrated by that drawing 5-6. I've been there. I've tried cycling through as many things. I mean, I've played Green-Red Tron a good number of times, and sometimes you keep digging, keep digging, and you just cannot get anything. So...
Okay, so we are going into a little bit of Game 3 sideboarding, which is something that I cannot advocate enough. Something that I talked about previously, haven't talked about it for a bit, but one thing is, I have a piece of advice for all of you, is that if you are heading to Game 3, there is literally no downside to just looking through your sideboard.
Ignore the colors behind us.
But there's literally no downside to just looking through your sideboard for Game 3, because it really it means that your opponent can't quite know if you might be making any changes. So some sideboard cards that they saw, they may not think that they'll see again. They might be playing around additional sideboard cards. And when there is just no downside, especially when there is a significant amount of thought that you can take when on the draw and on the play, it's even especially good to take that into consideration.
I completely agree. Just looking through, maybe pull a couple cards out, put them back. Just the time's going to be there anyway. May as well do it.
Mm-hmm. I tend to take my sideboard, put the ones that I want at the front, put it to the back of my deck.
Yep.
Then just like fan it out to take some of it, put the cards that I want to take out at the front of the deck, and then I'll just pull from the back to the front, count out 15, put it into the sideboard.
Makes sense. And always counting your sideboard is a good thing. I mean, technically in the rules you're supposed to present your sideboard, but nobody ever does that. So. Yep.
Did not know that.
It's much more common in, say, Japan than over here, where you actually present your sideboard.
Interesting.
Yep.
Of course, has that changed at all now that the rules of it being exactly 15 have gone away?
So, I believe you have to present how much, so you can side in additional cards, but I still think you need to represent how many cards you have in your sideboard.
Okay. So we've got Joe down to 18 to cast an Aether Vial off of a Breeding Pool. Troy digging through, doing an Ancient Stirrings with a Sphere, and looks like finding a mine, I believe. I know that one of his arts isn't matching, and so I'm used to the other arts that he has, and there's just that one that throws me off. And we see a star on the battlefield, so going to be able to get some colored mana next turn. A much better start for Troy, especially being on the play in this particular instance. And no land drop from Joe.
Rough. But
very unfortunate.
It could be the Chalice is good enough. It really depends on what his hand looks like.
That is an Aether Vial.
Sorry. Why do we keep saying Chalice?
Because you've been watching a lot of Chalice in the Pro Tour.
Ignore me.
And so, Ghost Quarter from Troy, playing down an Expedition map, very likely going to be cracking that for his tower at Joe's end step, who is going for a fetch currently. So needs to get some kind of answer, because next turn Troy is going to be working with 8 mana.
Yep.
Okay. So Narcissus, clarifying just a little bit. Good to know, I guess. But it doesn't seem to come up too often.
Yeah, doesn't really come up much, but you can request it, and they do have to oblige. Additionally, the whole Mindslaver bit, if you've Mindslaved someone, and they let you control their turn, and you get to look at their sideboard.
Always a lot of fun. A surprising amount of power from that.
Yep.
That you gain just through knowledge.
Additionally, fetching lets you search through their entire deck, get be aware what currently would be on the sideboard. But if you're mind slaving someone, chances are the game's over anyway.
Very likely. Unless, of course, it's just a one-off Mind Slaver.
Yep.
But usually if you can present, the, 11 mana, 13 mana required once you include the Academy runes as well.
Yep.
A lot of mana required. But if you can get it, you've pretty much locked the game in your favor. Okay.
Tron, is that like a Mutavault Tron deck, or...?
I'm going to guess Mono Blue Tron.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Mono Blue, so...
Yeah. I saw Mutron as well, but I think that means Mono Blue.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And just Mutron might be actually one of the cooler names that I've seen for it as of yet.
Yep.
So Joe with 3 lands up, an Aether Vial on 2, a decent amount of plays available to him in the form of counterspells could put a creature into play. And we're just going to see that star going. So looking for something, we do have a Karn in hand.
Yep.
So maybe just looking to see if he has something better to do than that Karn. We do get an Ugin off of that, a Warping Whale, Relic of Progenitus, and an Exploration Map. Probably going to be taking that Ugin because of how solid they can tie the game up.
Wonderful. And then in a lot of situations, but especially against a more creature-based decks.
Mm-hmm. And with him likely casting Karn this turn, even if somehow that gets answered.
Ooh.
Going for a Warping Whale, so counters a sorcery,
Yeah.
takes down a creature, or provides a scion. Neither of those modes feel particularly useful.
Yeah, I mean, most of his relevant things, I mean, the only thing it really hits that's important is Vendilion Click, and once it's on the field, it's already done its damage.
Yeah, so I don't really agree with that. I would have liked to see possibly wanting to get that extra mana off of a scion, but that seems like a pretty bold choice. But Joe's deck, very reactive, not a lot of sorceries in it at all. Okay, so
I guess protection against Cryptic? No, that's
Cryptic's instant as
yeah,
well.
I'm trying to think. What's in there?
Okay, so that Karn comes in. Looks like we're getting a response from that with this Misty Rainforest. So, and we're going to be seeing a Shock as well. Possibly going for a Hallowed Fountain to fix... Or no, we already have the Hallowed Fountain. So, a Breeding Pool. Needing the double green is a notable thing.
Yep.
Whether or not that's for this turn or for a future play, but possibly a Mystic Snake coming down.
Yep.
Ooh.
Mystic Snake.
And I love Mystic Snake.
And not much can feel better than getting Karn with Mystic Snake. I mean...
Absolutely. Mystic Snake being possibly one of the coolest creature designs that there is. Basically, they just took Grizzly Bears, they took Counterspell, and stapled them onto each other. I think that card is really sweet.
Yep.
Oh. Okay. So that Aether Vial up to 4, possibly representing a... I think what he's representing is a Restoration Angel right now.
Interesting.
So if he ends up Aether Vialing a Restoration Angel
That'd be amazing.
he can flicker that Mystic Snake. Also, if he has a Cryptic command, he can counter, bounce his Mystic Snake, and flash in the Mystic Snake for another counter. So that Vial on 4 offering a lot of options to Joe. And it really just depends on... And Kozilek's Return coming down.
Interesting.
Probably not going to prioritize that one too highly if he does have maybe a Familiar's Ruse? Okay.
Yep.
Familiar's Ruse taking that one down. Unfortunately, he is going to get to recast that Kozilek's Return anytime that he casts an Eldrazi spell. I'm guessing that you are familiar with the card.
The Kozilek's Return?
Yeah.
Certainly. It's a Eldrazi spell, or Eldrazi creature with CMC 7 or greater. Just so you guys know, all is dust. Does not work with Kozilek's Return.
That is unfortunate.
Yep.
I ended up having this in my sealed pool up at and an Oblivion Stone out. That Mystic Snake going to be coming back down to counter it. What a cool play.
Love it.
But that Kozilek's Return, I found myself more often casting it on the end step to kill nothing,
Yep.
with the hope to flash it back for 5, being the much more effective mode.
Certainly. The biggest downside I've seen so far in whether it be Tron or Eldrazi in running Kozilek's Return is you often end up sacrificing something like Anger of the Gods, and the difference between 2 toughness and 3 toughness ends up being quite considerable. So the instant speed's nice, being able to recur it for the 5 is nice, but sometimes you just need 3 damage, and Zoo will go all over that.
Mm-hmm. So we have a Sylvan Scrying. Doesn't look like we have an answer to it currently, But Joe possibly mulling over his options here. Okay, so we have a Snapcaster, which is going to go for the Familiar's Ruse, very likely bringing back his Mystic Snake, because he does have that Vial on 4.
So wonderful.
So now this deck is really starting to get to its value engine.
Yep.
The only thing that would make this better is an Aether Vial also on 3 with an Eternal Witness. But, I mean, making a huge amount of value off of just 4 cards, going to be able to counter 4, basically with 2 counter spells, countering 4 spells currently. So,
beautiful.
Pretty impressive. Alright. And looks like we're going to try and get another spell out, going for a Sphere. Probably just going to allow that, because there's not
a ton of value represented there.
Yeah.
Cycle, filter.
And I think what we just saw was the Vendilion. Oh no, we do have an Eternal Witness in hand, and also a Path, which is going to be able to remove some of those really large Eldrazi cards. So we've got a swing for 2, a decent clock, surprisingly, against this Tron deck, and just keeping him from doing anything. Right now, really what Joe is exceeding at is keeping Troy from drawing an Eye of Ugin.
Yep.
That is an enormous plus on the current board state.
Yep.
And I think if Troy is very likely going to be casting another Kozilek's Return, you know, the interesting part is he may just allow that. His Snapcaster not doing a whole lot at this point. Yeah. May just let it die.
Yeah, I mean, at some point he does need to close out the game, but at the same point, I think he's got a pretty good control or command of the board. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Alright, Hewitt probably returning back Snappy?
Very likely. And a Warping Well going for that Eternal Witness. Still a pretty interesting card to have in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Warping Whale's one of the ones where if I was playing against Eternal Command, and say I'm playing Black-Red Eldrazi, which is what I've been playing recently, I'd probably side Warping Whale out. It's just not interesting to me.
And it just does so little against this deck. Pretty much Eternal Witness and Snapcaster, its only targets.
Yeah, bring in the Thought-Knot Series.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
So, just going to let that one go away. It is exiled, so somewhat significant, and is going to get that Snapcaster back. So, not a whole lot to use in the land base at the moment, as far as targets. But, with the Familiar's Ruse, anything like that, he has a lot of options with what cards he may have in hand.
So I think I saw an Ugin in hand. Seems to be very hesitant to play anything at this point.
Yeah, the problem is that in Ugin, while nice, if it is just going to get countered by Mystic Snake, that is going to be his entire turn spent going for a fairly underwhelming play, especially since that's not going to be what's getting rid of the Mystic Snake with that casting trigger. Even though that is actually unnecessary, because if Joe uses the stack appropriately, he can cast one, get that, let the 5 damage resolve, and then put in his Mystic Snake to counter the spell.
Correct.
So, whole lot of options. He does need to counter that spell.
Yeah, that needs to go away.
Definitely needs to counter that. I think it's worth losing that Mystic Snake possibly, just to keep that, because that Eye of Ugin is what is going to end this game.
Yep.
Okay, so Troy having some trouble. An Ancient Stirring's pretty nice, but so far no way to cast it. And we have a Karn. Let's see what he has to respond to it. Any kind of response at this point is solid, otherwise that Mystic Snake very likely going away, which is going to be problematic.
Yep. You know, it'd be interesting as a Void Slime to stop the Karn from ticking.
The activated ability?
Yep.
Would be absurd.
I'd like to see that. We do have Familiar's Ruse, so...
Familiar's Ruse
that's only
in hand?
Yeah, he has Familiar's Ruse.
Okay.
Doesn't he?
If he does, that is so excellent right now. So we have 1 mana. Okay, so actually just going for a Spell Pierce, forcing him to tap out. Probably looking to make him make a mistake at this point.
Okay, so we got Snap and then there you go.
Snap into a Spell Pierce.
Beautiful.
So unfortunately drew Troy out there. He didn't have a lot of options, but knowing that Snapcaster was in there, something that I personally spaced out on a little bit. I should have seen that coming.
Yeah.
I like that play a lot. Keeps that card from hitting the battlefield, and now he is tapped out for the turn.
Yep.
Except for a Ghost Quarter, but 1 mana and Tron, just not enough to get anything going.
And the best part about this is not only do you get damage on the board, but you're also getting value out of a Spell Pierce, which at this point in the game against Tron is going to basically have no value. So, yeah. I mean, you're doing 2 things there. You're turning a no card into a card, and you're getting board presence so you can get some damage and close out this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, still looking at a 5-turn clock, but
yeah. That was a click that just appeared in hand. So,
with Troy pretty light on cards in hand, probably going to be seeing that happen at the end step or at the end of the draw step.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. As for respond to that question, we will probably get into that a little bit more in between rounds.
Yep. But
we can definitely address that question.
So real quick, more specifically, which Eldrazi deck?
That's true. So we do have a Tron land, a Wormcoil Engine. I'm not quite sure what that middle card is, and an Ancient Stirrings.
So...
And looks like drawing an Ulamog off of that bottoming trigger.
Interesting.
So unfortunately shuffles away the Karn, draws the Ulamog. We are going to get that Kozilek's Return flashed back. That is a triggered ability that can't be countered. So Joe needs to have some sort of answer in hand, but he's going to be losing a decent amount of board presence here.
This is worst case scenario right here for Eternal Command.
Absolutely, and that could be very well what closes this game out. The nice part is that if Troy picks his targets incorrectly, he does have a lot of avenues. He does have that path in hand. If he has a Familiar's Ruse, if he ends up going for that... Okay.
So he's just using it as a way to return it, even though it can't be countered, right?
Actually, I think you do cast it, to my knowledge. Let's take a look. Okay,
no, it can be countered.
You may exile it if you do deals 5 damage to each creature. You should tell them that ability can't be countered.
Wait, where does it say that? Am I missing something?
When you cast it, exile it, deals 5 damage to each creature. So go stop him.
But where does it say that it can't be countered?
It doesn't cast.
Okay, whenever you cast it. Okay.
Yeah. So you want to go stop them really quick.
That is true.
Alright, so we are letting them know that cannot actually be countered because it is not being cast. It is only a triggered ability. It exiles and then deals 5 damage. So, we are learning that... But we got that fixed. Glad we caught that. Sometimes we don't. So, pretty pleased about that. Excellent. Thank you, David.
That is a very, very good point.
All right. So we are going to have that go off. I think the problem at this point is that he probably wants to Familiar's Ruse to take down the Ulamog itself, keeping that in hand, and then he will still have that Mystic Snake in hand.
Yep.
He is going to lose that Aether Vial and also all of those creatures. So pretty backbreaking for Joe there.
Yep.
Okay. And we are getting a lot of mana from Joe here. It looks like 5 of it. Oh, okay. Excellent. And Space the Eagle, hello. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us.
Is that Seagull?
Space the Eagle? I don't know who it is, to be honest.
Alright.
Yeah. Vincent, good to see you again, as well as I saw Midnight hanging out in there. But feel free to say hi to David, too. He's a pretty cool guy. Alright, so we do have... Oh, I think that's actually another Wormcoil. That might be... I know he was looking to pick up a German Wormcoil engine at one point.
Okay.
So that might be his Worm Spiral machine.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Oh, so that has. Well, if we went to Magic Info, we'd be able to pull up the.
Yeah, I don't think that we're able to bring it up, unfortunately.
Oh man.
So that Ivugin hitting the battlefield, unfortunately, that is about as close as we can get to pretty much calling this game in Tron's favor. Excellent, and Tommy Gun saying hello to you.
Oh, hello there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
There we go. In case anyone's curious. There we go.
Nice. That is a different edition, actually.
Different edition.
Yeah, there's one that is also Worm Spiral Machine.
Okay, let's go. Let me grab worm. Oh, thank you, Vincent. Let me grab the worm. Whoops, that's the. Okay, we're at full chat.
Yep.
Cool. Let's see here.
I can actually just click something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That works.
Yeah, so if we just click there,
Okay.
and then we can
Okay.
do
Cool.
that.
Let's see here. Legacy Eldrazi. Interesting. Okay.
Excellent. So an
take this.
Emrakul hitting the board from Troy. Or actually, I think he's just tooting that up. It hasn't played quite. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that Emrakul now in hand, and I think he is able to cast that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we do have enough for this Emrakul to come down to the battlefield, and that's going to pretty much tie up this game 3 for Green-Red Tron. Unless, you can't really counter the card itself, so that's going to be going. I don't think that he's going to have much of a response for this. He does have a Path to Exile, which isn't going to work.
No.
So, unfortunately, almost no options here, except to Void Slime the extra turn trigger.
Yeah.
So, Void Sliming the extra turn trigger, a pretty cool play, but I just am not really sure what it's going to accomplish. I don't think he has enough islands to take control of it. Though that would be incredible. He's a lot closer than I would expect.
3, 4, 5, 6 islands right now. So yeah, he can. There's just
not a whole lot. Emrakul just such an imposing presence. Possibly a
Venser?
Jace Bellerin.
Oh, it is, huh?
Old school Jace Bellerin.
At first I thought it was Venser. I was like, huh.
That is the dual deck art from Jace vs. Chandra. I think it might be the anime one from Japan.
Oh, interesting.
Not 100% sure on that one.
Pull that up real
But we
quick.
have him drawing a card.
Ooh, that's. Oh, Ignore us.
We are totally. Yeah, not quite sure what we. I'm pretty sure that might be the dual deck one though.
Interesting.
It might be the book version, but I don't think so. Anyway, so we've got a swing from this Emrakul. Before sacking 6 permanents, we are putting in a Restoration Angel. That is actually going to flicker the Emrakul.
Wow. It's
it's
protected from colored
Spells.
This
not
is a colored
abilities.
ability.
Yeah. I mean, granted, still pretty backbreaking. But maybe buying him a slight turn?
Interesting. So...
A Sower of Temptation off the top would be pretty incredible.
So he didn't flicker the Emrakul.
Okay, so just decided
He just
to
took
block it.
Annihilator 6 and...
Decided to block it?
Block it? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Quick work correcting me. You can only bounce your own creatures.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
It's been a bit since I've played my own Restoration Angel, so that is my apologies there. But
yeah, I'm used to more what's it called? Flicker Wisp.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking, so.
On the bright side, it will not flicker your Breathing Pod.
Yes.
So an Ugin coming down.
Casual Ugin. I mean, games.
If the game wasn't already tied up, which it was.
Yeah.
Definitely tied up now.
I appreciate Joe putting up the fight though, like not conceding. I mean, in the face of Ugin and Emrakul, and
Pretty much the dream team sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, is there a card that's set for 3 mana that just restart? Oh, we got the concession.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can call it a concession, but he's at 8 and taking 15.
Nah, he was being nice. Let him have that one.
Of course, of course. Looks like we're at about 7 minutes. Do you feel like taking a swing at seeing if you can find a game 3? But I'm not sure how successful we'll be.
Yeah, we'll see if we can find anyone real quick.
Alright, so stick around with us for just a moment. We're going to try and find another match up in this round 2. Hopefully we can get a game 3. If not, stick with us for just a bit. We'll be talking about some stuff, and then we will be going into round 3 very shortly. But thank you for joining us. If you are new to the chat or just joining us again, I do really appreciate all of you coming in and tuning in. It is a lot of fun for me to do this, and any feedback is always appreciated. This green screen, a little bit new, playing with it at the moment. So, if you have any feedback on our brand new green screen, that is an excellent thing to do at the moment.
Hello.
Hello.
So it looks like there is one match left, and they are pretty close.
So they won't be jumping over?
No, they won't be jumping over. So what we might do is take like a 5-minute break and come back, or do you want to talk with chat?
I was probably, we could probably answer that question about Eldrazi, if you have got a little bit of time for that.
Yeah.
So, we have got that Eldrazi deck. How do we feel like it's doing with the Pro Tour? I think the biggest thing is that people were unprepared for it, and I think that is an important thing to note. Yep. Is the deck good? Absolutely. It's hard to argue with results like that.
Yep.
Is it the brand new Tier 0 deck? I very much disagree with that.
I can agree with your disagreeing.
Thank you. Yeah.
I feel like this is one of those things like Blue Moon, where it's going to do a really good performance. Then people are going to start having their main board Pyroclasms and other similar things. Yes, you'll still get random people who run it and get the turn 2 Dream Hand or whatever, but I mean, Infect has their turn 3 Dream Hand. There's a number of situations where everybody has their Dream Hand. You got Grishelbrand, which has its like turn 2 Dream Hand, I believe.
Yes, it does have a turn 2.
But it's just, I feel like the metagame will adapt to it.
Yeah, it'll adjust itself, absolutely. The thing to know is that there were, I think, 2 or 3 teams packing that Eldrazi deck.
Yep.
And again, it's hard to argue with those results,
Certainly.
but there's also just a lot of people playing the deck.
Yep.
And I also would like a much larger sample size. Pro Tours, definitely still a display of very powerful decks.
Yep.
But they are certainly known for having somewhat of a skewed metagame.
Yep.
So I have to agree that it's definitely something that we should wait and get a larger sample size before declaring anything as particularly busted.
Yep. And, again, I say something like Pyroclasm, taking care of things main board. I understand that you can get your guys large enough that Pyroclasm can't take, you're on the play, someone else goes, and all that sort of... Ooh.
I'm really impressed that the green screen is able to go through the water bottles. Sorry for me just playing there.
Yeah, just...
Yeah, really impressed by that. And brand new to a green screen. Earlier I looked backwards to look at it, and I realized that, nope, it is still just a green screen.
Let's see,
what does the new Eldrazi deck do? Space the Eagle is asking.
Okay.
So what the Eldrazi deck does is it operates off of a lot of the creatures from the current standard, with a lot of the mana-based enablers of the Eldrazi from the old Rise of the Eldrazi, and also just general Zendikar. Yep. And it ends up combining into very much, probably closest to a mid-range deck more than anything, though a little bit more over the top. It mixes between kind of an aggro and a big mana. But
yeah, I'd say that it has explosive openings, but overall it does feel more mid-rangey if you don't get that explosive opening. Mm-hmm.
So, acts as a mid-range deck, but very efficient through Eldrazi Temple and Eye of Ugin, able to reduce those costs a lot.
Yep.
You can start getting some really efficient plays, 4 mana cards that you're able to cast off of just 2 lands. Things like that, when it does happen, it can come together very well, and it's putting up an excellent performance in the Pro Tour. And previously, kind of the talk of the month about, I don't know, maybe 2 months.
Yeah.
Something like that. The deck has been a known factor, still very much in the evolution process.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the MTGO results from recently, you will see random Eldrazi aggro, as it's called, on MTG Goldfish, I believe, you'll see those random decks, both the colorless and the blue-red version. It is putting up results, but as far as suddenly taking down leagues, I'm not seeing that quite yet. So
I'm not going to say that it's not going to happen, and maybe we will get to a point where Iavogan needs a ban.
Yep.
But I am certainly not... I would like to discourage people from jumping to the idea of bans as being our first resort,
Yep.
and should instead act as a last resort when the meta just cannot adjust.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I'm totally for complete meta shakeups. I mean, if suddenly Jund and Affinity are no longer viable as a tier 1 deck because another deck, but then suddenly other decks become tier 1 as a result of it, I don't know if that's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, power level is entirely contextual.
Yep.
I was having a discussion about this earlier, and while it's somewhat of a loose example, one thing to just kind of think about is that we find ourselves in a situation with medieval combat, and someone just invented the longbow.
Yep.
And the game has been changed. And instead of us all saying, well, okay, fine, but nobody used longbow, that's unfair.
Yep.
Instead, what we now have is we had people innovate, respond, and do that. And I think that's the kind of situation that we are in currently.
Yep. And let's see, one other thought that's a complement to that, it just left my mind, so ignore that.
That is okay. As for what do we think of the spoiler werewolf, because we're still unsure of how Wizards is acting with the banning players, we have no opinion on it whatsoever, but we are aware that it exists. And I will reiterate that I expected Madness to make a return.
Yep.
I'm going to take a little +1 for myself. It's going to look like this. It's going to be a +1. And,
Plus
I don't know.
+1?
Some other theoretical mechanics look pretty cool that may or may not exist.
They may exist, may not exist. But we'll see.
Absolutely. As for unbannings for air events, I can actually agree with some unbannings. Whether or not I agree with any of them happening particularly, I'm not entirely sure, but that's definitely an option. I agree with not doing that at the same time as a Splinter Twin banning because the scientist in me really dislikes multiple variables.
Yeah, exactly. You want to control those things and see what happens when you do one tweak or one adjustment. And plus, with not only did you have the Splinter Twin ban go on, but you also have a new set that's slowly entering Modern. And that sort of combination, that's already a lot of variables going on at once. You don't need to toss in an unbanning. That said, I do think Ancestral Visions is safe to unban, but...
Ancestral Visions, definitely a possibility, or just possibly a preordain in its place now that wouldn't get immediately slotted into the big combo deck. And the other combo decks maybe could use it. But again, I don't work for Wizards. I'm not the people making those choices, so I will be curious to see what happens.
My biggest concern with preordain, and I think most people's concern, is Storm. But, I'd like to see preordain in Modern.
Absolutely.
And I remembered my thought. So it went along the lines of metagames changing and new tools becoming available. The one thing that I experienced was trying to go against Abzan with Oath of Druids, the Legacy deck. Vintage deck. And me playing Oath of Druids, I just could not beat Abzan, modern Abzan. And
Oath of Druids is so good.
Yeah, Oath of Druids is a great deck, and it's so much fun, but I just could not beat between the Hand Disruption and Abrupt Decay taking out Oath of Druids. I couldn't do anything. And so sometimes new weapons show up, and just, no matter how strong something is, it's just not right for the current context. So,
yeah, I can definitely get behind that. For those of you just joining, hello. My name is TJ. It's above my head. This is David. We are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, playing with our brand new green screen. Always looking to improve this stream. So if you do have any comments, questions, or feedback, feel free to interact with that chat. Half the fun that we have with this is interacting with you guys.
Certainly.
Round 3 coming up. Just waiting to get told what it is, but the decks just got posted, so we should be heading into round 3 here in just a moment. We will update the information for what those players are, which I am getting. We are going to be having actually another Eternal Command deck, but a different player. And
Interesting.
And we are currently finding out who is against the wall, but it is going to be Dylan Falk on that Jeskai control versus Garrett on an Eternal Command. So again, 2 control decks. Who says
Controls,
modern?
yeah, Control's dead in Modern? What?
Who said control is dead in Modern?
Man. Long ago are the days where Grixis took over everything, and then before that we had Jund ruling. We had Abzan ruling for a while.
Alright, and we are going to have Garrett on the wall, going up against Dylan Falk. Okay.
What do we have available tonight, by the way?
We did list them out earlier. It is a pretty wide variety.
So we do have Black Red Eldrazi, 2 Snakes on a Plane, aka Eternal Command. I'm trying to remember the entire
2
list.
Affinity decks, 2 Infect, 2 Eldrazi, and then just a lot. Man, I should have taken a picture of it.
Oh yeah, I should have. I can actually go. I can go grab it real quick. I'll take a picture of the screenshot of the phone.
Excellent. And in the meantime, we will head on down to that match. So we'll see you down there. All right, and we are just now beginning our 3rd round of 5. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight, and if you ever do have anything that you would like to say, feel free to let us know in the chat. And we are currently getting out that list of decks that we have. Okay. So, Jeskai Control definitely going to be the proactive deck in this matchup. It tends to operate a little bit as a control-y slow burn deck, and in this control mirror, it's going to be both decks having access to Cryptic Command, but when you find control decks going up against each other, one of them does have to be the aggressor, and I think that is going to be filled out by our Jeskai Control player, especially because when it gets into the late game, while its end game is very powerful in its counterspells and Cryptic, Garrett's can be extremely powerful through that series of Aether Vials. So, I think it's going to be for Dylan to leverage some early creatures that can just apply a slow, steady pressure, and using a lot of its cheap, efficient removal to really just keep those creatures off the board and from getting recurred. So that's at least what I'm expecting out of this Jeskai Control deck going up against Eternal Command. Otherwise, we should have that list soon. Okay. Let's see. So, both players get in the opening hand. We do have Thragtusk and Birds of Paradise in the opening hand of this Eternal Command deck, so a little bit different than what we're used to seeing. Going to be looking to accelerate out its hand, but that Thragtusk going to be an excellent piece to recur, and also buy a lot of time, both against the removal and the burn spells of this control deck. So that Thragtusk, very nice card in this matchup. A tapped Colonnade from Dylan passes the turn, and both players still at 20, but Garrett going into his turn, very likely going to be doing a fetch or a shock. I don't think I see many basics in the hand. And we have got a shock from Garrett.
Hello.
We do have David back, so between games we will be able to give you that list of decks that we have in the room. An Aether Vial from Garrett, an excellent turn 1 play, seems to have some lands still. Next turn going to be able to establish a 2-drop and play that Birds of Paradise, jumping straight into the 4 mana slot.
And that is a sweet spot for Eternal Command. If you can put your Chalice on 4, do it. Of course, then again, with Vial on 4, it wouldn't matter. So.
Right, of course. And you seem convinced that everything is a Chalice that you see as a Vial.
Oh, of course.
Now, an Expedition map out of this Jeskai Control deck, a little bit unusual. Oh. We do know that Dylan is fairly known for running Academy Ruins in his decks. Yes. It's a little bit of a pet card, and he's able to rebuy some Engineered Explosives, rebuy those Batter Skulls. So we could be seeing him possibly using that to search up one of those lands, but otherwise, I'm not sure what else he'd be going for. Maybe running that for Ghost Quarters so that he can tutor up those Ghost Quarters as needed as well.
Could also be running Ayavugan.
That's true. He could be running Ayavugan, as everyone seems to be.
Exactly.
So heading into turn 3, we have got Garrett at 16 off of 2 Shocklands, but so far not doing a whole lot with that mana. probably holding up that Birds of Paradise and maybe a counterspell.
Yeah, I can see that.
That way he can jump straight in. He does have a Thragtusk in hand, which is going to be really useful for grinding against this Jeskai deck.
Yeah, and at first seeing, okay, we got Engineered Explosives that with the map.
Engineered Explosives on 1, a Spell Stutter Sprite.
Ooh, interesting.
That is a card I have not seen
Yeah.
in Eternal Command decks before, so definitely an
he's
interesting inclusion. Could have some surprises out of this deck.
But he could just pay for it, right? If I remember
It
correctly.
is not actually, you don't pay for
I
it.
thought it was for the number of fairies you
It
control.
counters the converted mana cost equal to
Oh,
the number of
okay.
fairies that you control.
That's right.
Yep, definitely not quite. A surprisingly common misconception about Spellstutter Sprite, but it is actually a hard counter that cares about converted mana cost, not a soft counter that can hit anything.
Very curious.
So that is going to be taking down that Engineered Explosives unless Dylan has any sort of response. We did see a fetch going down to 18, so maybe looking to remand or mana leak this, but
Interesting.
I'm not sure if... I guess that Engineered Explosives being able to take down an Aether Vial, very powerful.
Definitely.
The big issue is that I would hate to see him jump to that 4 mana and get a Cryptic Command.
Okay, so it's going to still get countered.
It will not.
No, because it's equal to the number of fairies you control, which is 0.
Checks on the resolution. The
Yep.
converted mana cost is 1 while it is on the stack. So
Clever.
that there's going to be a path. Jumping Garrett, now that is going to put Garrett all the way up to 5 mana, so we could be seeing the Thragtusk dropping down as soon as next turn. Especially with Dylan... So, okay, they're currently working through that interaction, I believe.
Okay. I can go step out there if we'd...
They should be okay, but I imagine that they'll work through it, and if we see anything odd with it, then we'll have it happen.
Okay.
But if you did want to jump down, and then you could call Dylan if needed, but just to
Yeah.
help clarify that board situation, then you are more than welcome to.
Okay. Yeah, just to... It looks like they're stuck on it, so...
Yeah. Okay, so they're currently helping them out with that call there because of how that works. But what happens is that the Spellstutter Sprite has that trigger on the stack.
Okay. Looks like he might be thinking about a response. It sounds like they...
Pretty, a whole lot of interesting things. Definitely a weird deck. This Eternal Command deck is such a unique deck. And the fact that we have 2 of them tonight, very odd. Haven't seen that happen in some time. Garrett, I think, a newer player to our shop, so...
Yeah, definitely. Last week he was on 4-color gift, or last Wednesday he was on 4-color gifts, which I got to butcher my game to against him because I was being silly.
Nothing like butchering a game just to make you feel good.
Yeah.
Because you learn so much.
Definitely.
See, I brought it back up.
You brought it.
Followed it up.
Full circle.
Okay. So, that Aether Vial going up to 2. We have a Birds of Paradise on the battlefield. With a land coming down the battlefield, could be seeing that Thragtusk come out, but I'm actually not sure if we have another land.
I do find it a very interesting choice. I do like it in a world where Siege Rhino... I mean, Siege Rhino's seeing less play now, but still, with it being around, it's still a very potent threat.
Yeah, and it also just compares well to the slew of Taskers, Gurmag Anglers, even that new Reality Smasher.
Yep.
So, 5 toughness, very much a key point in the current metagame.
And stabilizes against aggro/burn, so...
Absolutely. My guess is that it is a one-of, and I can totally get behind it as that.
Yeah, I still think I prefer Thragtusk as a sideboard card, but I can get behind the reasoning, so...
Absolutely. Okay, so looks like just a pass here. We have going up to 4 mana.
There's the pet card.
Yep, so we are going to see that Academy Ruins come out. A pretty interesting card. Doesn't do a ton for this particular deck, but when you have so much access to removal anyway, it is able to just have a huge amount of value for buying back that Engineered Explosives, which if he ends up activating that one as well this turn, being able to just get... Yep. So, gonna take down that Aether Vial and that Birds of Paradise.
And bringing back and cycling is just so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ooh, is that an end of...
That is a Restoration Angel.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so it was...
Hello to my sister who is watching.
Oh, hello, TJ sister.
Happens to be in town for a short amount of time.
Okay.
She doesn't play the game, but she's still awesome. Hello,
Okay.
Caitlin.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is her name like? I was gonna try and think of like some female version of TJ. Tija?
Tia.
Tia. There we go. That's the female version of TJ.
Or Tammy. Tammy is another option.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, we've got that Academy Runes out on the battlefield.
Can get a map as well.
Rob saying hi to my sister. I appreciate it. So only
no comment.
3 lands out of this Eternal command deck.
Yeah, and it seems to be doing just fine. But at the same time, I don't see it winning. It's I don't know. It's like it's putting up a fight.
The deck really relies on hitting its land drops because it tries to end up chaining so many, a 4-drop spell into a 3-drop spell. Mystical Teachings.
Love it.
Out of this Jeskai deck. Dylan always full of some surprises for us. Mystical Teachings is a 4-mana spell instant with flashback for 6 to search your library for an instant or a spell with flash.
Yep. And side note, I do know that he has a one of what is it called, Watery Grave, for the flashback.
Interesting.
Yep.
But that Familiar's Ruse, bringing back the Restoration Angel to counter that, unfortunately not the best time to be countering it because he cannot recast that Restoration Angel.
Yep.
So losing a significant amount of his board presence. One thing that we haven't seen is either player being the proactive player, which is what I was very much expecting to see.
Yeah.
Both players playing a pretty reactive game.
Yeah, neither one is really on the beatdown, so to speak.
And I was definitely expecting that to be coming out of this Jeskai control.
Yep. Do we want to call it Dark Jeskai?
No, we do not.
Jeskai Black?
We don't.
No? Are you sure?
So, Kitchen Finks coming in, which is actually going to get...
Ooh, Logic Knot.
Oh my goodness.
Love it.
A lot of interesting cards out of this deck. Logic Knot, one of the Delve spells from the original Time Spiral.
Yep.
And what it does is it has Delve for blue, and then X to counter target spell unless they pay X.
Yep, and Garrett doesn't have a lot to pay right now.
Absolutely, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of that card, even as a one-of.
Yeah, I think as a one-of, it has a very appropriate place.
It can become just very, almost literally a hard counter in that late game. And if you're not going to be capitalizing on your graveyard a ton anyway, can be extremely effective. So we've got Engineered Explosives coming and taking down that Aether Vial, and again, he does have the mana to rebuy that to the top for next turn.
Yep, and it's just a matter of time before he starts activating the Colonnade and starts getting in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, we got a Tech Edge, which threatens Garrett if he does decide to throw a 4th land down.
So he will get that one. Very likely going to be losing that double. Actually, might take down the white because of the Restoration Angel.
Yeah, I was thinking that he could take out the Hollowed Fountain there.
He'd cast it anyway.
But yeah, he gets it anyway. But nope, and choosing not to cast the Resto.
But also not going for that Tech Edge. It is an instant, so it has flash, so he can cast it any time.
Yep.
And I would actually almost be a fan of him taking down that Breeding Pool. He's going to be able to cast that Restoration Angel anyway.
Yeah.
And cutting him off with double green takes away Eternal Witness.
Yep, that is very fair.
So, a lot of mana here.
Yeah, keeping Tech Edge as an option.
And, wow, flashing back Mystical Teachings.
Nice.
Alright. Yeah, that Pro Tour is going to be 6 Eldrazi decks, 2 Affinity decks. So, I am personally hoping for the Affinity to fight the good fight.
I like that. So, he's getting Familiar's Ruse to bring back the Snapcaster?
That, I think this is kind of the point where you want to use that Tech Edge as well.
Yeah.
Now that he's tapped out and not going to be casting that Restoration Angel.
Yep, now you can grab that and,
get him back down to 3, keep him from capitalizing on it. And I think this is where we're going to see it happen, possibly taking down that Hallowed Fountain. Now that that
yeah, because it's you can't do that now. So
exactly.
Yeah, playing this quite well, and now we got the beatdown.
So with Garrett tapped out, not a whole lot of response that he needs. He's only on 3 land. and start swinging for 4. I can get behind that.
Yep.
Might be keeping up Bolt mana, or at least signaling it. And
Yeah.
with 2 mana up, I'm a big fan of that play.
Yep.
It means that you have to be careful about what small threats that you want to lay down.
Yep.
You don't know if your life total is actually 9 or 12. And also with 2 mana up, that is a remand or a mana leak looking you in the face.
Yep. Very scary stuff, and he only has 3 mana to work with. Still holding on to that Thrag Tusk.
A pretty rough game 1 for this Eternal Command deck. Post sideboard should be interesting. I'm expecting Jeskai Control to try and get more aggressive.
Yep.
And go for some of those resilient threats, like a Karanos would be an excellent card.
I think that, yeah, the fact that you can just get so many cards worth of value out of it, whether you're drawing cards, whether you're bolting cards, that's definitely a card you want to bring in this matchup. Alright, so we got Ewit.
So there's that Eternal Witness. Bringing in the land.
Feels bad, but gotta do it sometimes.
Absolutely. And the Jackal, thank you for noticing our wonderful green screen. It is brand new for us, so if you do have any feedback on it, let us know.
Yep. I was thinking we get animated goblins dancing behind us next time.
Ooh. I'll even dress up as a goblin.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
And I'll just wear some elf ears. Okay, this stream's getting a little weird. Back to the match. Drawing a card, taking out Ewit.
Okay.
Snapcaster got returned off of Familiar's Ruse.
Yes. For the Phoenix.
Yep.
Cast a Familiar's Ruse. That is a counter spell for blue, but as an additional cost, return a creature you control to your hand. End up returning that Snapcaster to his hand to counter the the flashback on Mystical Teachings.
And something to add real quick, if you are new to Magic and have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. We'd be glad to clarify anything for you guys.
Oh, excellent point. Okay, so we do have a lot of colonnades. Might be looking to just start getting that beatdown in. Does know that he has a Restoration Angel in hand, and does have the 5 mana.
Yep.
So might just be looking to swing in, because that's definitely a fine trade to make.
Oh, definitely.
Because you're not going to be losing your... I guess it's not even a trade, really.
Yeah.
It's just making him get rid of a Restoration Angel out of his hand, put on a lot of pressure.
Yep.
Depends on what he has in hand that he wants to be able to back it up with.
Okay, so we do see a fairy there, but I feel like Goblin Dark Dwellers.
Ooh, I'd be down to try that sometime. We're definitely going to be playing with this a little bit, but I'm down to try Goblin Dark Dwellers at one point. Possibly a Blood Moon someday. I might try and get the old school Blood Moon.
Yeah. I think that one of the modern Pro Tours had a Blood Moon animation, so we might be able to grab that and loop that. Be interesting.
We'll have to double check to see if they have anything as far as like owning it. And
yeah, certainly.
we can always just send an email and ask permission.
Yep. And a lot of the times I find that using various resources, they don't seem to mind as much as long as you're not making any sort of real profit off of it. So
That's true. And currently our budget is a whopping 0. So
I think we're definitely actually in the red. So
we're very much in the red.
I mean, technically speaking, I'm just letting you guys borrow a lot of stuff. So
this is the only time that I've ever been a little bit unexcited to be in the red.
Yep. Oh, do I need to pull that out again?
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I have the dark Blood Moons on me.
And we have got a Sphinx's Revelation, looks like for 3 out of Dylan, so that's going to allow him to gain 3 life, draw 3 cards, but a Spellstarter Sprite coming in to get immediately Familiar's Rused.
Ooh.
So, flashing it in without a target, and a Spell Snare taking down the Familiar's Ruse, he's going to be left with that...
is there a way that he can hold priority there?
Okay.
Yeah, because if he's holding priority, he doesn't get a chance to respond to that with Spell Snare. But it's not going to matter anyway.
Well, he's not responding. Basically, he did bring it back in.
Yep.
Countered the Familiar's Ruse.
Yep.
Recast the Spellstarter Sprite, targeting the Spell Snare, which then got Spell Snared.
Yep.
That was quite the stack.
Yep.
To draw 3 cards and gain 3 life. So going up to 10, going up against this Eternal Command at 6. Okay. Is there a date set for the next Modern No-Bin list? Currently not. I am working with Dylan to try and get one set up. And it looks like
that was just Bolt and... Yep.
Yep, a Colonnade and a Bolt. So, taking it down. Game 1 going to this Jeskai control. Currently, I do not have a date set for the next Modern No Ban list, but as soon as I do, I will be talking about it on the stream, as well as putting it onto the MNBL Reddit. So,
And fun fact, I've been actually planning on adding an animation. We have the current animation for the transition animation that we have. I'm thinking about doing a animated character transition for Modern No Ban list. So, be fun.
excellent. And also currently working on updating our website. I'm currently working with a fantastic person named Ian who is helping me do a lot of stuff to really up our website, and I should be able to get that back under control because for a bit it was not. So that should be excellent as well, and we'll start linking that in the page, and we should be able to post a lot of cool events and have our stream schedule on there as well.
Excellent.
With the current meta, interest might rise in it. It's possible, but I think they still remain as very different formats, and so I definitely think like no ban list. But I think that part of the key is to keep it at about that month and a half, because if we just run it into the ground, then
then people just lose interest.
Yeah, I think that the less attention that we have as far as solving the format, then the more interesting that the format is.
One thing I'm just thinking off the top of my head is with if Eldrazi would have any place in the Modern No Ban list, say as throwing in Preordain in the aggro strategy or something like that. If Eldrazi has a place, so maybe Cloud Post with Eldrazi or something.
Ooh, that would be excellent, like a 12-post Eldrazi.
Yeah,
I'd be pretty excited to see that. But of course, I'm not sure if... I think people might be at least okay on seeing Eldrazi for a little bit. To be honest, we're trying a little bit to not put Infect and Eldrazi up on the stream tonight because it was so prevalent in the Pro Tour today.
Yeah, so give some variety.
Exactly.
And so far we've had some very interesting non-Eldrazi matchups, so...
yes.
Yeah.
That is true. You'd also have Spell Snare.
Yeah.
So, Chalice was a beast this Pro Tour. Absolutely. And... definitely don't intend to talk badly about it, but I think it was also just an incredible meta call to go for those Simian Spirit Guides and those Chalice of the Voids in the main board.
Yep.
Not a call that you would see at probably a more general event.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried running Chalices as a sideboard tech even, just coming to the shop sometimes, and there's a wide variety of decks to play against here. And Chalice is just something that you don't really bring in a lot, but if you are going to be playing against the best of the best, and you can get a good feel for how to metagame against the best of the best, then that can be an excellent choice, and that's where these sorts of decks pop up.
Mm-hmm. Especially because so many of them aren't primarily modern players.
Yep.
And so one thing that you can expect when that happens is mid-range, in which that deck is already kind of favored against by just going slightly over the top, and then a slew of aggro decks.
Yep.
Because those are the two easiest things to pick up.
Yep.
And so making that call to bring in Chalice into the main board, a pretty solid call. I mean, even on the blind, especially in that given meta, Chalice on 1 is just a pretty solid safe.
Oh, definitely.
A Windswept Heath from Garrett, followed by a Scalding Tarn from Dylan. Neither player cracking it during their turn, and Garrett going for an end-step crack down to
Breeding
19.
Pool.
I think that's the safe bet, and probably tapped. Not a whole lot as far as 1-mana spells that you'd want to do against Dylan at this point.
Brainstorm and stuff.
That's true.
Oh, wait.
So we do have that Breeding Pool. What he's going to be trying to do is just establish his mana base at the beginning. I think Garrett is really going to be trying not to be the control deck in this.
Yep.
Really needs to prioritize getting set up for that late game. And like a Chalice Ride Town. But, ooh.
Lumbering Falls.
Lumbering Falls is an interesting choice, but I'm not sure if...
I mean, this is... I mean, he's playing it as a 3-color deck. If you're playing just Simic, then you might be able to get away with Lumbering Falls, but I don't know how I feel about it in this...
You know, I like it a lot for the idea that sometimes this game, even when it establishes control, can have trouble really closing out the game. And I think that this does a nice job of being a really proactive one that they can interact with well.
Yeah.
My issue is that the fact that he played that turn 2 tells me that that might have been what he drew that turn instead of doing it turn 1.
Yeah.
And also that he's pretty light on land.
Yeah.
Because if that's what he was going for at that point, he's either prioritizing his turn 3, which that Birds of Paradise is telling me he isn't.
Yeah.
Or he is pretty light on land again, and especially in a control mirror, the player who starts missing land drops is at a very significant disadvantage.
Definitely. One thing that I do like that's available here is that he played a mana dork, a creature, something that can do something, and have represent a counterspell. So that is the silver lining in this interesting start.
Absolutely, but it makes me think that he drew that last turn.
Oh, definitely. I
Drew that
definitely
Bird's
think
Paradise.
that. Don't think this was planned to go this way.
So we have got a Hallowed Fountain and a Steam Vents with an uncracked Scalding Tarn on Dylan's side of the field. Still not a whole lot out of him. Just 2 fetch lands. I believe he's actually at 18 here.
Oh, Spellstarter Sprite.
That would be Spellstarter Sprite.
A card that I would like to play and try in... Mana Leak. It's going to get rid of that Kitchen Finks. And we got a Spell Snare. Smell Stare.
Okay, and we are going to be going up to 21. And also, I believe that Dylan is actually down to 17. I think he'll be updating that pretty shortly. I think possibly just writing it, not change the die for us, but we are paying some pretty close attention, so we are on to him.
Yeah. No problem. The fairies deck is very interesting. I've thought about trying either mono blue fairies or blue black fairies. Seems like a very interesting thing to try right now. Of course, if Jeff Hooligan were in here, I don't think he'd enjoy that.
Yeah, such is life.
Yeah.
And Electrolyze pointed at that Birds of Paradise and the player, going down to 20 and drawing a card. Alright. So a pretty solid Electrolyze off of that. Cuts him back down to 3 mana, especially since he might not hit his land drop this turn.
Yeah.
Getting stuck on 3 is going to be another really brutal place for this deck to be, especially without its white, because it chose to go for the green-blue in that particular instance.
We have a 4th land, and we have a white source, but it is coming in tapped, which is interesting. Suggests that, telegraphing that he doesn't have Resto Angel.
Mm-hmm. But also, considering the life total, not an awful call at this point, and if he just doesn't have anything to do with it, not going to be able to Cryptic Command with his current meta.
Yeah.
One notable thing. Let's see. Foila Joni, hope you have a fantastic evening. Feel free to hit that follow button if you have not yet.
Yep.
Just tossing that out.
Definitely appreciate it. And, yeah, let's see here. Online clients can be very odd for testing. I definitely prefer practicing with paper if I can.
Yeah. So that Kitchen Finks definitely filling out the role of the beatdown in this matchup, which is pretty interesting. I was not expecting to see it out of this Eternal Command deck.
Yeah.
But Kitchen Finks such a resilient card.
Yep.
And it just seems like Dylan maybe kept a hand that was slower in the interest of going into the late game. And we're going to see a Cryptic Command maybe at the end step here.
Interesting. So bounce and then maybe activate Colonnade, swing back, gain some life? I don't know, because all he cares about is his
doesn't have life gain though. Lifelink.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't know why I was thinking that. So bounce, draw.
Looks like just going for the draw one to get it, and now Garrett can't recast it in the second main to gain another 2 life.
That is true.
Yeah. Still an interesting inclusion. He's pretty much out of options if that's what he's going for.
Yeah.
Really digging to have something better. Maybe a path would have been much more effective.
Certainly. At this point, I think Dylan's just trying to buy time wherever he can.
Mm-hmm. So Serum Visions out of this Eternal Command player. Going to draw actually an island, so going to keep hitting some of those land drops. And keeping, looks like 2 land on top of the library too. So pretty happy with what's in his hand, just wanting to keep hitting those land drops, which Dylan has been very effective at.
Certainly.
For Toketh, how was my GP? For Sealed, I went 1 and 3, which is about as expected. Actually, a little bit better.
Yeah, it did go a little bit better, but your Modern side event stuff.
My Modern was
Sweet.
much more successable with just a single loss across 10 events.
Yep.
So had a lot more fun with Modern. I played Affinity all weekend.
Yep. So
that was a good time. Lost to actually Jeskai Control. Alright, and Celestial Colonnade coming in, so going to be able to start applying some pressure there.
Interesting.
So far a little bit light on red sources. One thing that I'm noticing out of this Jeskai deck. I'm used to seeing a lot more, but just 2 with that steam vents that is second from the left.
Yeah, you mean this Jeskai black deck, because he has the Watery Grave.
Of course, because of the Watery Grave.
Exactly.
Mostly just to flashback mystical teachings, from what I understand. I don't think
Yes,
there's
that's
even
the
like a
only
sideboard.
thing. I don't think he has anything sideboard related to it.
Alright, and this Kitchen Finks coming back down with a Cryptic.
Ooh, so double Cryptic. That's interesting.
Definitely makes his earlier play
Make more sense.
Yeah, very much.
That said, I thought there was an opportunity there where he could have just gone ahead and played Kitchen Finks, but without, I don't think there was Cryptic Mana open, but I could be mistaken.
He did, when Dylan did the Cryptic was at the end step.
Got it.
Took the 3, didn't do it during combat.
Yep.
So that he could actually
makes
do that
sense.
play.
Yeah, I was just, I'm in phase. I thought it might have, Anyway.
Totally reasonable.
Yep. So bounce, not so bad. But that is also part of the reason why I think it will be useful having the over-the-shoulder cams and just being able to better see what's going on in hand.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be a really cool thing when we're able to get that. Unfortunately, not the highest priority at the moment, just through the nature of, what we can do.
Nice.
But, Attacksmith's absolutely correct. It is a little bit of a dangerous move. But
yes,
so
definitely.
far, what we've seen these counters in the form of Spellstar sprites because they're creatures.
Yep.
So, and without any creatures on the battlefield currently to Familiar's Ruse, possibly a little bit of a safer play, but I agree that taking a little bit of a risk.
Yep. So good. Alright, so let's see. I do see Snapcaster Mage. We got the Serum Visions looking at the top.
I'm not sure what we're looking at there.
Okay, so it's Aether Vial. I thought that he's keeping an Aether Vial a second from the top.
Interesting. It seems like his opportunity to really take advantage of that is past.
Long gone.
Granted, it will get around those counter spells, but do you really want to wait an additional 3 turns to start sneaking in those creatures?
At first I thought it looked like a Daybreak Coronet. I'm like, what is going on here? Yeah, Vial and Ewit. So
the Ewit will be useful, but I still am not sure about keeping that. And it looks like actually going to be moving that Vial to the bottom.
So it didn't really matter, but still. That kind of messed up the opportunity to see one more card.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. As for him, yes, it is 6 of 8, but the cards that they just banned were out of Twin and Amulet Bloom, so nothing out of that. Nothing out of that Eldrazi deck, which actually is a relatively new development. Someone get this man a Noah Bradley Island. We'll see what we can do. Alright, and the Engineered Explosives coming down, looks like for 2, especially now that he has that Academy Ruins, going to be able to start getting a lot of value off of that one. If he can just continually recur that, he does have the Colonnade to eventually, once he has established control, go for the win that way. So I think Jeskai Control really getting into an advantageous position at this point.
And just wondering, Engineered Explosives, does that say non-land? That says non-land though, right?
Engineered Explosives does say non-land.
So that could be relevant with the Lumbering Falls.
True, Lumbering Falls is a decent clock, but right now he does have the Colonnade up.
Yes, so he's not going to be able to get through either way.
And when it does come down to a race, I think, as it currently stands, Dylan able to resist through 4 turns.
Yep.
And Garrett actually also able to resist 4 turns.
Yep.
So whoever starts attacking first is going to win that particular race. The Noah Bradley, and usually Noah Bradley art is my favorite in most of their situations, to be honest.
Yes, I mean, I do like a lot of it. I still have to say Cup reigns supreme, but that's just me. Just gotta love Cup.
Yep. Okay, Cup Island is absolutely fantastic, but unfortunately it's, I think, the cheapest foil. I think a decent amount of that is because it is the reprint out of them, though.
Yeah.
But still, big fan of the Cup Island. Yeah. I just like the uniqueness of it. I think if they start doing that commonly, I'd enjoy it less.
Yeah, certainly. But it's definitely an all-star, in my opinion, for land art.
Yep. So 2 Familiar's Ruse in Garrett's hand. With that Snapcaster, right now he is holding a solid amount of counters in which he can Familiar's Ruse to bring back the Snapcaster, flash it in, flash back the Familiar's Ruse to bring back the Snapcaster,
Yep, and that's
So-
sort of the fun stuff that Return of Command likes to do.
Yeah, really, it's when you have all of this land available to you that it is able to really take advantage of that.
And agreed, Beckno. You can't really evaluate it at this point. If it does, it will become a problem if this happens over the next few opens. But for right now, Eldrazi is just not a problem that we need to worry about.
I think it's worth responding to, but certainly not worth
Yeah.
worth becoming. I don't know. It's hard to go to any kind of extreme as far as claiming whether or not it is making no influence or a huge influence, because we, in our sample size, it just has an influence.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
So, interesting. Yeah, so that's part of the cost, so that wouldn't be able to do anything.
Yep. And so we had that Familiar's Ruse bringing back the Snapcaster Mage, and then that Eternal Witness buying back... Did you see what it was?
No, I did not. I can't really say for sure. It looks like Spell Stutter Spray?
Seems like an interesting choice to go with. I would have almost expected to see him go for the Kitchen Finks
Yeah, I
again
was
to get back
thinking
on that
Finks.
beatdown plan.
Yep. But then again, with Colonnade, I mean, it can be rough to decide.
Absolutely. Thank you for the comment on the green screen. Credit goes to the fantastic Mr. David Bradbury, who is sitting just to my left. And never mind. So that Celestial Colonnade looks like it's about to get activated and start getting into a racing situation.
This is not the closet you're looking for. Metaximus?
Very, very gladiator kind of thing going on there.
Indeed.
Okay, and still 4 mana up. So, we have got Garrett down to 11, with Dylan at 12. Currently loses that race. Not sure if he is still aware of the Lumbering Falls, or if he just has some answer in hand that he wants to take advantage of. We could see him maybe go for that Engineering Explosives, and then use his upkeep to bring it back to just slowly dismantle that board.
Yep. And I feel like Dylan's just really in control of everything right now, even with there being some beatdown threat.
Alright. The mountain is still here, and if David ends up sleeping in again, then absolutely it will be making a return.
Yeah.
It's still right here behind me, so it can come back. Just try not the Zendikar mountain a bit.
Yep.
Alright, so we do have a Kitchen Finks coming in. He's going to go up to 13, and actually, as far as the ways that Garrett can get back into this game and possibly take this game too, he's kind of enacting that right now.
Yep. This
By
is what he needs to do.
mixing up those converted mana costs so that the Engineering Explosives loses value, presenting a board that's going to race against that Colonnade pretty well. So he's doing what he needs to do. Unfortunately, the game is kind of Dylan's to lose at this point. If he doesn't have the right cards, then he will be at, possibly losing this one.
Yep. Be very interesting to see. It's one of those situations where I'd like to see exactly what Garrett has in hand. So it looks like Familiar's Ruse, Snap, and Resto.
Alright.
Interesting. So there's a, it's not safe right now to just use, for example, Sphinx's Rev.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have that.
Because of that Familiar's Ruse and knowing that the Snapcaster is in the hand, at least you would have to leave up mana to keep up those counters.
Yep.
And that is just reducing value.
Yep.
So that Familiar's Ruse, bringing back the Eternal Witness. So again, dismantling that Engineering Explosives first of all.
Yep.
And also, that is going to help him rebuy some other things. And I can actually like going for that one because, again, it's mixing up his converted mana cost.
Yep.
Maybe not his first priority, but it is an advantage. So if he's able to start recurring that, he needs to actually make choices on what he's going to do with them.
Yep.
Sir Yu, congratulations to your friend. That's a pretty fantastic achievement. And a Supreme Verdict going off, taking down that Kitchen Finks, goes down to a 2-1.
Yeah.
Very effective. I think that we're going to see an Eternal Witness possibly trying to buy back that other Kitchen Finks. I think that's what I'm expecting from this.
Yep. And
the really nice thing as well is that he would still have enough mana to use a Familiar's Ruse to bounce back the Kitchen Finks that has the Persist, the -1/-1 counter.
And if he needs to at any point, he does have Resto Angel available to reset the counter.
Does he?
Yep.
Wow. So Garrett really getting what he needs in a fantastic position. Kitchen Finks doing an excellent job of applying pressure to this Jeskai control deck.
Yeah, I definitely feel like he is getting on the beatdown, which is what he needs to do. That said, I still think that Dylan is in a favorable position. Just knowing what sort of cards he has available in his deck, he has a lot of answers available, and he can do a lot to delay the game. And the longer the game goes, the more it goes into Dylan's favor. So,
You know, it's interesting, but actually, I would almost argue that the longer it goes, it might get into Garrett's favor.
okay.
Now, the reason why I think that you could be correct is the fact that those Aether Vials are not on the battlefield, because it's when you can chain those.
Yep.
But I think that you are probably correct in that without those Aether Vials and the way to instant speed a lot of those interactions, you're probably correct in that the advantage currently lies in Dylan for getting late, especially if you can go for, say, a massive Sphinx's Revelation if Garrett taps out.
Yep.
Something like that.
It's something Garrett has to be very careful to not do.
But currently, Dylan in a very dangerous position.
Yep.
If this... So going for 3 on this... A Familiar's Ruse.
Bringing you it.
An excellent play there. Unfortunately, after both doing the Academy Runes buyback and casting that, only 3 mana available. A 2-turn clock presented by Garrett. That is a very resilient board as well.
Yep. I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like Dylan should have known that those cards were available. Okay, so we have a Path on the Kitchen Finks. 2 damage a turn coming in.
That could possibly get rebought.
Yep.
Alright. And that Expedition map. So coming down possibly just as an... It almost signals to me that he doesn't have a counter spell more than anything. Possibly playing that just to keep hitting land drops. Maybe has some utility land. That would be nice.
Yeah.
But what that serves for to me is to eliminate the mystery on one of the 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
So I'm not sure if I entirely agree with playing that if he has no intention or any kind of land that he needs to hit.
I mean, he has to think about Spell Pierce, but that's about it. I mean, yeah, Spell Pierce. Yep. So we got Ewit, buying back Familiar's Ruse. Need to see if Dylan has any... it'd be fun if he could map for the Jukabog.
Bajukabog would be such an interesting... Unfortunately, it wouldn't do a whole lot on the current board.
Yeah, certainly. But just in general, that'd be a curious bit of tech.
So that Colonnade's still acting as somewhat of a threat. Hasn't been using it. We've got Dylan down to 6, and I'm a little bit surprised. I'm curious as to what he thinks Garrett has in hand that's keeping him from trying to activate that and just take down that Kitchen Finks.
Yep.
It just seems a little bit odd to me, though there could be something that I'm not seeing at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very curious one. There's not... I mean, we know what Garrett has in hand. The only card that I don't think Dylan knows is Resto Angel. I think he should know the Snapcaster, and he should know Familiar's Ruse.
But I don't think that any of those you particularly have to worry about, because I don't think that he's expecting any removal out of Garrett.
Okay.
So, I don't know, I guess I don't see a whole lot of downside to just eliminating that 2-1.
Yeah, certainly.
But if you guys see something, let me know. I could be wrong.
And actually, looking at it, may not... I think this Snapcaster might be gone and maybe a Cryptic now.
Okay. Now, Major Concern becoming time.
Yep.
With a little under 10 minutes left in this, and they're currently on game 2. If Garrett takes this one, very likely we'll be seeing a draw, or both players will be on a very aggressive mindset to try and close out that game. Otherwise, could just be accepting their draw.
Yep.
So with Dylan at 6 and getting attacked for 4 with a Tectonic Edge, so in response to the activation is what he's going for that.
Makes sense, so...
could have reactivated it in response to that to give it hexproof.
Yep.
But I think he would just rather keep up that another Familiar's Ruse in hand, one that he rebought back with that Eternal Witness, which he will very likely...
Yep.
Makes
sense. And
possibly a Restoration Angel this time to
He doesn't have the mana for Resto.
He has that breeding pool to the side and an island underneath. I believe he has exactly enough, and his mana base is just a little bit weird and unfortunate for us viewing it. But I believe that he does have the mana to cast that.
Oh, okay, yeah, there is one off to the side. Didn't see it.
And a Cryptic Command to bounce that. Actually, I like that play a lot.
So an activation
Force him to go down to
get the
2,
damage in.
and it's going to have to come in at tapped.
Yeah.
So that can't block next turn. Really, Dylan is looking for an answer. No Familiar's Ruse, so that is going to land.
He's going to just blow that up, but he still needs a way to... Okay, no, that does get both of them.
Yep. And so basically, Dylan at 2 at a huge disadvantage. And that is an Ojutai's command.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Bant deck not running Bolt.
Nope. Okay.
Alright.
So,
Vidalcan Shackles.
Vidalcan Shackles coming down. So, we have an Ojutai's command in the hand. What that does is allow you to return a creature with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Possibly Snapcaster being the target of that, if there is one in the graveyard. I don't think that there are many targets for that at the moment.
Yeah, there is Snapcaster. I guess it could get Spellstarter Spray. But...
otherwise, then you also gain 4 life, counter a creature spell, or draw a card, choosing 2 of those modes. And a Familiar's Ruse on that Vidalcan Shackles, it looks like. I really, it's interesting to just see that this flash creature that is constantly only used to enable basically a 4-mana counter spell.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, okay, we'll just run Rewind or something like that, you know?
But it's
not.
working.
It's not Rewind. Okay, so...
So, we do have a Restoration Angel. We did see that there's a Lightning Helix in Dylan's hand, which is going to be able to put him up to 5, then go back down to 2. It's not going to be able to take down that Restoration Angel as far as removing it from the board.
Yep.
And knowing that he does also have that Spellstarter Sprite.
Yeah, block.
And let's see what we have got. Is it possible that he just forgot about that Celestial Colonnade, or does he have a game plan for it? Because he may have just made...
it looks like he might have just...
This might have been the misplay that really Dylan was looking for, and he'll need to capitalize on it.
Certainly.
Because, you know, maybe choosing to cast that just to draw a card.
Draw a card, gain 4 life, I don't know. No return and gain 4, but...
And what can you return?
That's a rough position.
Okay, he does have the Snapcaster.
But
so
does he have Vapor Snag or something?
No, but maybe...
He does draw a card.
Gosh, what option does he have here? Not a whole lot of options as far as returning. Maybe he doesn't have Cryptic Mana open. Neglected to leave open the mana for Cryptic Command, which I think maybe he should have wanted to do that.
Yeah, because it's Cryptic, then he can activate Bounce.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like he's flashing back Ojutai's command.
Interesting.
Yeah, this was definitely a mistake.
And just trying to buy his way out of that.
Yeah, he went too far in because if he had mana for Cryptic, then...
Is that a Gavany Township in this Eternal Command deck?
I didn't...
That's a Gavany Township at the front of his hand.
Huh.
Yeah. Alright.
So he's taking control with the... he bought back Vidalcan Shackles.
Yep. So that Snapcaster now under control of Dylan. It is going to be a nice blocker. The big thing is that maybe running out that Birds of Paradise and going to try and get activations with that through that Gavany Township. A Sphinx's Revelation in the hands of our Eternal Command player.
You know what else he could do? He could bring back the end of turn Spellstarter Sprite.
And just hopefully present
both, pumping both. But
if he
needs
can
2 pumps.
Well, if he casts it and activates it.
And then activates, and then untaps and activates.
Yep. So, I think that you are correct that is going to be the play that, except Familiar's Ruse on this? Nope. Okay, so the Spellstarter Sprite?
Yep.
Ooh, and a removal spell, which...
upon resolution, has 0... No. Yeah.
We're going to have something happening to hopefully prevent that. Maybe a Familiar's Ruse, and then recasting it.
So he's returning birds? maybe just because it costs less to deploy. No, he still didn't have the mana to... and he didn't tap it to float any mana.
Yeah, I was actually expecting him...
To return the Spell Splitters?
Well, he couldn't have tapped it to float mana because it had Summoning Sickness.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It came out last turn.
But, I would have almost liked to see him take down the Spell Starter Sprite and then recast it to counter it again.
Mm-hmm. Question. Familiar's Ruse. That is you control, right? Not you own?
That is you control, I believe.
Okay.
But
I was just thinking about that. Like, I wonder if we could return your own,
it's a ruse!
Yep.
A very
Creature you
elaborate
control,
ruse.
yes.
Yep.
Okay. Just making sure. That would have been funny if you could return a creature you own to your hand.
Okay.
Alright. So, activate. Yep. Got the activation.
And able to close out
Yep.
that game. So, game 2, going to Eternal Command here, heading into game 3
30 seconds
with
left.
30 seconds left.
Alright. Hurry up, boys.
So we are going to see both players getting basically 2 to 3 turns apiece, and I think that we're going to be pretty much moving into round 4 at that point.
Yep.
On the bright side, if you were wondering if Control is dead in Modern, well, now we can show you that there are so many, in fact, that the mirror is even achievable.
Exactly. And, okay, what I'm about to say, don't quote me on. What you do is you take the top 20 cards, put them all into play, and then just go.
Love it.
Yep. Just play all of them, resolve them all at the same time, batch style. And, took the Snapcaster on there.
Took the Snapcaster.
Oh, he took, the Snapcaster, he shuffled it into his deck.
Oh, his opponents?
Yeah, so Dylan had control of Garrett's Snapcaster with the Vidalcan Shackles.
Oh, we should probably go let them know.
Yeah, let's make sure.
Go
just
let them know.
double check that.
They're drawing, so it looks like they're drawing, but we should tell them. We are letting them know right now that one of them has an extra Snapcaster, but it looks like they're just de-sideboarding anyway, accepting the draw. So, a Pact of Negation out of this Eternal Command deck. We saw an Izzet Staticaster and Wear and Tear, and looks like those players are looking for their Snapcaster at this point. Okay, so thank you for joining us. We are getting ready to head into the 4th round here at Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington.
Yeah. Okay. We got thank yous all around for catching that. Thank you, chat.
Yeah. Chat, always a champ.
Yep.
So, thank you. For those of you who are new, feel free to hit that follow button. We enjoy that. It lets me tell the store owner to basically let me have more resources to do cool things with.
The follow button, right there.
Is it?
Yep, it's down there.
Excellent.
Yep. If you expand that out, you can't see it on yours. But
Okay.
trust us, it's the follow button's right there.
Wonderful. Otherwise, thank you for joining us. We're getting ready to head into round 4 here of our 5-round tournament. Having a lot of fun seeing some of these cool modern decks. I always like seeing the diversity that we have here.
Slowly crashing. Let's see. Let's say we can do this. Okay, that's to you.
So, what is happening here?
That's me thanking slowly crashing for the green screen.
That was a wildly elaborate thank you, but I can get behind it.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! Every time.
Oh no! It's ignored the magic.
So getting ready for round 4 here. Thank you for joining us. If you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, we do wildly appreciate it. Wildly. So if you want to toss that into the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna adjust this. Just trust us for a moment. You're not gonna see anything weird go on. Let's see. I just have to find this, and I just have some numbers to adjust.
Excellent. Still very much learning the tricks of the green screen. David is absolutely my guiding light when it comes to that. So, oh my goodness, we are.
On.
I really look like someone is looking out of my eyes. That was a little bit extreme.
Okay, so we're gonna need a favor for you, chat. Close your eyes for like 5 seconds, okay? Can you do this? Well, actually, 5 seconds. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all good now. Just glad didn't notice anything.
I became one with the mountain. How is that a problem? My goodness.
In reality.
If I could live out my life as a mountain, I'd be living the good life.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting ready to get those results, pretty much just entering into those, and just waiting to hear round 4 get posted.
Yep.
But in the meantime, getting some green screen stuff figured out. I'm very excited about it. Got some other ideas. We are looking at updating the way that we present the life totals as well.
I made so many mistakes. I played so loose.
Don't worry
It
about
was so
it.
winnable. And then
Yeah.
I was so snappy.
Yeah.
Those are games though.
Yeah, they're interesting. Oh boy. Dylan coming in and recognizing things.
So thank you for joining us. I'm glad that we're able to hopefully feed and scratch that modern bug that you have got. I think that a lot of people, probably one of our slower streams, but I think that might be just because this weekend so many people are watching already a ton of it.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I can understand it. Kind of a tough weekend for streaming, but still doing it anyway because consistency is key. Having some fun with it.
We still have like 2 classrooms worth of people watching this, so that's nice. Or 1 college class.
I like to think that they teach me.
Do you want a Snickers or something? I'm gonna go grab Snickers real quick.
I would
Should we
not.
eat
I would
that
accept. I
You
would
eat
accept
that?
a Snickers.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab that.
In the meantime, I will just say hi to all the people. Thank you again for joining us as always. Such a fantastic experience. Getting ready for round 4. Should be a blast here at Geek Fortress. In the meantime, I will tell you our streaming schedule for those of you who may be new. Feel free to join us. We do this stream every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday as it currently stands. On Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. These are both Pacific time. We do Modern. On Fridays at 7:30 Pacific time, we do Legacy. The only beyond that, about every 6 weeks, and of course, yes, generic brand Snickers. About every 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, we try and do a Modern No Ban List tournament. I will be putting posts either talking about it in our chat as it approaches those tournaments, and also putting it into the Modern No Ban List subreddit on Reddit. Other than that, on the 21st, a Sunday of this month, we will be doing a Grand Prix tour of Modern. Feel free to come join us. That is a Sunday. It will be starting at noon on Sunday. And I'll be in here for basically, I think, 5 rounds in a top 8 or something like that. Just talking about Modern, having a great time. And I believe I might have the fantastic Coleman, who is often seen at our store, as my co-host. So, a lot of fun things coming down the pipeline. Feel free to join us for the variety of our streams. Really looking at just slowly making a lot of these improvements. This green screen, a very brand new addition to us. Hopefully we can fix some of the potential issues and eventually settle on a background. But as we were setting this up about... I do mean Grand Prix Trial. Thank you. A GPT. So, Grand Prix Trial here. And... so hopefully we can settle on an image. I picked Mountain because we had about 10 minutes until we started streaming.
Alright, it's Peter versus Logan, and Logan is on the wall.
Excellent. So we are going to be watching Affinity go up against Jund. Logan playing my Affinity list. And then we have got Peter, who plays our Tribal Foil Jund deck. So we're going to be watching Jund go up against Affinity. A pretty solid matchup. 2 very popular decks in Modern that have been around for a long time.
You see that?
Do I see...
Slowly crashing?
Oh,
He's playing 6 Ghost Coder.
Oh, absolutely. So that's not cool. But Affinity versus Jund, a classic matchup.
Yep.
Affinity slightly favored only because it has the ability to kind of overwhelm and go over the top of some of that removal.
Yep.
But Jund not without the tools, and Peter playing here often enough to definitely be prepared for that Affinity matchup.
Definitely.
So let's go ahead and head on down into it, heading into round 4 of 5, and we will see you guys at the table.
See ya.
You dang
Oh.
it. Wrong button.
Go gotta get
Boom. Nailed it.
Oh, Peter.
Peter showing off his regionals play match.
I got one of those too, buddy. We really should request him to not. I don't know. Are you guys interested in seeing that? I don't know. Should ask. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
You know, I think I'll probably allow it just because he happened to do it today. So I'm not gonna cause a fuss about it.
That's fine.
So
yeah, I think 3 of us here went to there.
Maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately I was not able to because I spent all my goodwill that goes towards me going to those bigger tournaments for Canada.
Mm-hmm. It is our store. It is our stream.
No, it's still in store.
Yes. I should say the stream is Dylan's, and by our, I mean the stream, which is Dylan's.
Actually, would you like to go out and request them really quickly before they get started?
Ask Dylan that?
No, just go ahead and ask Peter.
So I just move it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so John's getting ready to go up against Affinity here in round 4. Emperor Calgar, thank you for rejoining us. Always good to see you. Wow, 4 to 6 hours. Ours was only about 45 minutes away.
Alright.
Welcome to Modern at Eek Tress.
Yep. Hi guys. Hello there, Emperor Calgar.
Okay. So from Affinity, we've got a Darksteel Citadel, Mox Opal, 2 0-drop creatures, a Cranial Plating, an Arcbound Ravager, and a Vault Scourge. That is a very keepable hand.
That looks very keepable.
Especially against Jund. Going to be dropping basically 2 creatures and an Arcbound Ravager. Very likely. And then Peter going down to 6, already Affinity at a pretty solid advantage.
Yep.
An early Inquisition or Thoughtseize could be decent at dismantling this hand.
Yeah.
But, you know, probably if you take the Arcbound Ravager or the Cranial Plating, he still has that other one.
Yep.
Possibly.
And,
so we're going to see him. And I think pretty much his options are to either go for that Arcbound Ravager or to try and slow him down and take down that Mox Opal.
Yep. I can
As
see
another
Mopal being a very reasonable choice.
Mm-hmm.
This is a case where you take whatever you take, Logan's going to draw off the top anyway, so...
Oh, a classic.
Yep.
Absolutely. So it looks like choosing between these cards, probably going to take the Arcbound Ravager because it can cause a lot of issues for him.
He's playing things out to see.
I actually like it when players do this.
Yeah, no. It's fun.
But I think the Arcbound Ravager is the most impactful card in this. Granted, that Cranial Plating is going to be very impactful, but at least he can play around that with removal.
Mm-hmm.
Arcbound Ravager makes any kind of removal just very ineffective.
Certainly. Yeah, and I mean, sometimes I can see reasoning where you let them keep both and let those fight against each other. But in Peter's deck, which is a very, attrition removal based deck, you definitely want to take the card that gives you the most resilience.
Mm-hmm. Now, the only other option is to try and take down that Mox Opal.
Yeah.
Because if Logan, while on the draw, maybe not it's a risk, but you can definitely keep him on 1 mana.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I think the strategy of keeping someone on 1 mana, or just that...
It only works for so long.
Yeah, I mean, if you, let's say, have 24 land in a deck, that's just the odds of staying on that for more than 1 or 2 turns is just not going to be very high.
Yeah, and with Affinity running 16 lands, 4 Mox Opals, 4 Springleaf Drones.
Yeah, that's a lot of choices. So.
Puts him up to 24 sources, and going for that Cranial Plating.
I do think Peter had 2 bolts in hand, so he might be thinking that he can just do something that way.
Interesting. And we got a Glimmer Void off the top, so at least the Mox Opal, not the right play.
Yep.
But pretty interesting to go for that Vault Scourge over the Arcbound Ravager. I'm a little bit confused about that play.
Yeah, you want to get the Ravager out earlier, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
That way you can get more value if they do decide to start removing things.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I do have to agree. I can see the argument for taking no pain off that, but if you use your 2 mana to get that Arcbound Ravager out, it means that your draws are very live, in which if you draw a 2-drop, you can do that Vault Scourge and a 2-drop.
Yep.
Now he is very potentially choked on cards in his hand.
Yep.
And also it gives Peter the opportunity that if he happened to have 2 Inquisitions, he now has nothing to worry about.
Yep.
So I'm pretty surprised to see him playing out that Vault Scourge. I would have preferred to see that Arcbound Ravager.
There's a bolt, and that's a good time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Just take care of things right away. And
Yep.
there we go. That's being punished.
I think we much better would have been to play out that Arcbound Ravager, and if you need to sack that Darksteel Citadel, you're aware that you've got that Glimmervoid in hand. You know, you sack that Darksteel Citadel and your Memnite, and, I mean, possibly even your Ornithopter, it's still a 4/4, pretty difficult for Jund to deal with. Again, kind of a risky play, but unfortunately
Edged
Peter was just pretty set to take that down. Edged Champion is huge. Pretty much one
Probably
of
the best draw he could have gotten.
Absolutely.
Like, Ravager wouldn't have been, would have only been okay. Probably would have dismantled his own board in the process. Cranial Plating, probably good, but not as good as Edge Champion.
Yeah, Edge Champion extremely resilient to removal, which is so prevalent in this Jund deck.
Yep.
In the main board, at least, Jund has almost no way to answer that.
Yep.
And
Liliana when you don't have creatures. I mean,
right, and that Welding Jar is going to make that a pretty difficult task.
Yep.
Going for okay, so going for that Blood Crypt, got the mana base pretty set up. Double black, notably, so we could see a Liliana, and we do have a Terminate, which is going to be nice, especially since that Welding Jar ineffective at regenerating through that Terminate.
Yep. So true.
Yep. So just to pass back, right now, a Blinkmoth Nexus, while not ideal, pretty solid.
Yeah.
It is going to be a resilient threat to any kind of sorcery speed removal. It's going to help protect that Edge Champion even more so through removal. But through that Darksteel Citadel and Mox Opal,
Yeah.
that Edge Champion's going to be a pretty tough creature to take down. Okay, so up to 4 mana, Logan, hellbent at this point, but pretty well set up with his board. He does have things to do with his mana.
Yep.
And a Dark Confidant.
Robert.
Little
hitting
bit-
the board.
A little bit of a risky, I can get behind it. He really needs to draw those answers,
Yep.
but it is somewhat of a risky move because, you know, if you're not expecting to have an answer to Edge
Yep.
Champion, then pretty much you're just accelerating the clock against them when you might rather be trying to present your own faster clock.
Yeah, I mean, you take 4 here. I mean, Liliana hits you, you're down to 5. I mean, that can just be very, very tricky very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Very dangerous. I'm glad to hear that. Anna
Anaduz?
Anaduz.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. One thing also is I expected him to swing at that Memnite. There is almost no opportunity. Like,
Yeah.
the opportunity cost of attacking into a Dark Confidant
Yep.
is so low.
And that was a Tarmogoyf revealed off the Bob Trigger.
So that is going to help him kind of present his own clock.
Yep.
But going down to 7 already, a risky place to be. If he's going to be going down to 4,
Yep.
if he doesn't have, yet another piece of removal there, or without getting that 4th land, he has to choose either Terminate or Tarmogoyf.
Tarmogoyf, and he chooses Tarmogoyf, and this is 4 coming at him next turn at least. Galvanic Blast, he's just dead.
Galvanic Blast, he's dead too. Really, he's on a pretty close to a turn 2 clock regardless.
Yep.
Granted, it is technically 3 at the moment, but with Peter's Dark Confidant out, I would be pretty, flipping a land twice in a row is, granted, we got at least 1.
Yep.
So,
Could get Bloodbraid Elf off the Bob Trigger.
if those are the days.
Those are the days.
But unfortunately, still a 2-turn clock guaranteed, even if he doesn't even swing at that Blink Moth or gets hit by the Terminate.
Yep.
P and Kieran Nalar, a very live draw. I'm not sure if Peter has actually updated his deck to that, because he does like to have foils.
Yep. I think that he only has that as a sideboard at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And Affinity going down to 11. Again, a pretty decent clock presented.
Yep.
The issue, however, is that Logan's clock is pretty hard to contest with, especially when he can keep back that Ornithopter or that Blink Moth to block in a pinch.
Yeah. So we got 3 coming out. Gotta see.
Yep.
See if that should bring him down to 1, right?
No, he was at 4. Only took 2. Didn't
Okay,
swing at
gotcha.
the Blink Moth Nexus.
Interesting.
I actually like that. You have a turn 2 clock no matter what.
Yep. And no need to try and push in that.
And I'd much rather run out another Edge Champion.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I can't help but imagining the scenario right now where Bolt is revealed off of Bob, and he has the opportunity. Oh, so he terminates his own Bob. Interesting.
A pretty
Reasonable
bold play.
I mean, it's reasonable given the situation.
It is
but,
very reasonable, but unfortunately, if that's the position that you're in,
yeah, like he needs at least 2 draws be able to draw. Blah blah blah. I can speak today.
Actually, a P and Kieran Nalaar doesn't even get him out of that because he can just attack with 2 Edge Champions and a Blinkmoth Nexus after he taps out.
Yep.
And he's either going to be taking damage off of those Blinkmoth Nexus. Granted, that was with me doing the math of if he had swung with the Blinkmoth last turn, so I guess not quite.
But still.
But game 1 going to Affinity definitely did have the advantage there. P and Kieran Nalaar, I will definitely agree, is a very powerful card in the current versions of Jund. The mom and pop Thopter shop. I mean, a 3-for-1 in a deck built around grinding. Extremely powerful tool, especially because it can show up a lot of your unfortunate matchups like that Infect and Affinity, both by having flame blockers, getting around some of those protection spells, and also being able to get around just protection from colors through those Thopters.
Yep.
So, P and Kieran Nalaar, excellent card. If he does have more in the sideboard, we'll probably be seeing them come in.
Certainly. What do you think about Logan bringing in Blood Moon here?
I kind of like it. I think it's a safe card to bring in, depending on what he takes out.
Okay.
Because it can cripple that mana base. Absolutely. The biggest issue is that maybe he should try it, and especially Peter's deck, which is very basic light, could be especially effective. But if he either sees Peter fetch appropriately, or if Peter even sees the Blood Moon, I would like to see him set it out for game 3.
Okay. And just have the psychological threat, if he did see it?
Yeah, if he does see it, then he will be fetching around it for the remainder of the game, and it will be, unless you're able to get a glimpse that he just does not have the option, or if you have just nothing else that you'd rather have it in that case. I think the biggest cards that aren't fantastic right now is that because of all of Peter's removal, Steel Overseer, not fantastic. You could probably get rid of 1 Memnite, going down to 2, because on the ground you're not going to be getting there. And some number of, maybe a Galvanic Blast or 2 is probably safe because they're not going to remove a ton of those creatures.
Okay, makes sense.
But if you know that you have P and Kieran Nalaar, we could see Logan keeping some in to be safe.
Yep. What else do you think you bring in against Jund? Anything besides Blood Moon?
Very likely, second Spell Scout out of the board.
Okay.
You already have 2 Edge Champions. I don't have any in the side at the moment. You might go for your general, either Thoughtseize or Stubborn Denial package, just to take that general proactive approach against any sort of removal. But, aside from that, not a whole lot. Maybe a 5-card swap out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And more than likely, what's it called? The red enchantment that zaps things when you tap artifacts.
Gear per Aether Grid?
Yeah, Aether Grid probably not in this matchup.
It's just, it'll only hit the player. You're not going to be going for... There's no Lingering Souls, no Stony Silence for it to go around.
Unlike Abzan.
So while it does grind very well, I think that you're more likely that, if you're going to be landing that as opposed to one of your other threats, most of their answers will answer that threat just as well. P and Kieran Nalaar, very sweet card. I'm a little bit biased right off the bat just because they're related to Chandra, and I'm a fan of all things red and fire and planeswalkery.
It's like the mountain behind us?
Yes.
It's a nice mountain.
It is a nice mountain. Looks very green from your perspective, I'm guessing. Did you do that on purpose or by accident?
I did that on purpose.
Okay, because I did it by accident. So thank you for making me not the only one. Slay Crushing, currently there are 2 Edge Champions and 2 Masters of Ethereum in the deck. It is a 2-2 split at the 4-drop slot. So, game 2, beginning here in the 4th round with Affinity up against Jund. Gonna see the 7 from Affinity. We have a Galvanic Blast, Welding Jar, Signal Pest, Mox Opal, a Land Ornithopter, and a Cranial Plating. That is a very solid and keepable hand with 2 lands and a Cranial Plating. He's going to be able to protect it very well. Turn 1, probably get, maybe 4 cards out with a Welding Jar backup. Next turn, go for that Cranial Plating. going to be a very effective.
Yep.
Now the only matter is how he is going to sequence these. From a personal standpoint, Peter being tapped out doesn't make it super relevant.
I don't know if I like playing the... Well,
What I
that
thought
makes
was a
sense.
welding jar was another Blink Moth Nexus as a heads
Okay,
up.
gotcha. That, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I can see that.
So the main thing is that even though it's very nitty-gritty and the fact that he was tapped out makes it pretty unrelevant, one thing to note is that he should have played the Mox Opal before the Ornithopter and the Signal Pest.
Yep.
It is a pretty small thing, but just sometimes, you don't want them to remove your creature when you could have had Metalcraft inactivated.
Yep. Makes sense.
So we do have Abrupt Decay mana open from Peter and also Ancient Grudge mana.
Yep.
So could see him going in here for an attack, spending the 3 mana to play an equip, and if he doesn't have the removal, now is the time that Logan is really going to start taking control.
Yep.
But Peter keeping this hand and not doing anything yet makes me think that he does have some form of removal.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get the Abrupt Decay going down on that.
Alright. So still going to be a swing for 1. Peter lost 25% of his life total there. As for taking out Master against Jund, that's also perfectly fine. If I know that I'm bringing in Blood Moon, I'd likely take out the Masters of Ethereum for them, just to keep the converted mana cost kind of in the same slot and keep up the aggro. So, alright, we have another Mem Knight, so not a whole lot from this, from Logan. He could swing with that Blink Moth, start presenting 3 damage here. Looks like keeping some back. Not quite sure what that other card that he has. I know that he has another Galvanic Blast in hand.
Yeah, I didn't quite make it out.
But it makes me think that he probably has a 2-drop of some sort or another. Otherwise, there's not a whole lot of reason for him not to swing that Blink Moth. Turn it for 3 damage as opposed to 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have thoughts before attacks?
Possibly, maybe deciding what he wants to do with those Blink Moths, or maybe considering getting rid of that Signal Pest before combat.
Yeah.
But looks like just allowing it. It is only 1 damage at the moment, especially since he didn't activate those Blink Moths.
Yep.
And okay, Steel Overseer the draw. If Peter doesn't have the removal, that is going to be really big.
Yep.
And the bolt happens.
Yep. Smart move to not remove the Signal Pest and wait to see if the Overseer came out, which it did.
Yeah, the 1 damage difference if he doesn't end up having to play. You can still take down the Signal Pest. You took 1 damage for your troubles.
Yep.
So, definitely not a bad call there. We do now have an Ink Moth, a little bit safer to start attacking. And actually going to go all in with all these, pretty much at this point counting on the fact that Peter has to run out of removal eventually.
Yep.
And with Peter stuck on 2 lands and not developing his board at all, that's not a bad mentality to be on.
Oh, no, you want to go full beat down right here.
Abrupt Decay on the Signal... Oh!
Ooh!
Now
Minus
here...
1, -1.
He should activate that Blink Moth Nexus to pump one of them up, so that one of those will survive. Otherwise, he's left with a Blink Moth Nexus and an Ornithopter. I'm really pleased to see Logan noticing that play.
Yep.
I think it would have been really wise for Peter to let him attack first.
Yep. Yeah, I think well, so you do it in response to the Battlecry trigger.
Battlecry doesn't affect toughness at all.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter there. I guess just making sure that it taps first.
Yep.
So, yeah.
You just wanted to make it tap. He could have done I mean, granted, still very much a positive position for Peter at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But to put him down to 2 lands as opposed to 3,
Yep.
a significant difference.
Alright, so we have at least the
Gonna-
Galvanic Blast.
Yep. Going to attack for 1 and Galvanic Blast. I think he has 2 Galvanic Blast in hand currently.
I
think
thought it was a
drew
Signal
another.
Pest.
Okay.
Galvanic
Signal
Blast.
Pest is a possibility, but I would have expected him to cast that and then use his Mox to activate the Blink Moth Nexus.
Okay.
So, it makes me think that he is at least on the Galvanic Blast game plan this turn. But Peter just taking the 1, going to go down to 13, and you were correct, that is a Signal Pest. A little bit of a risky move by Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Any removal would have prevented, on that Blink Moth Nexus, would have prevented him from being able to cast that.
Certainly.
I think we're going to see a Kolagon's command with this fetch.
Yeah. And if that's the case,
That'll
that'll be rough.
That will be very rough. Taking a look, deciding what he wants to do. Currently, that is an artifact. I think what he's going to do is maybe take down the Blink Moth and hit them.
Jund Charm.
2 damage to each creature?
Let's bring that up.
Jund Charm. I always forget that this is a one-of in Peter's deck. He is a big believer in it, and I always forget that it's in there. But choosing the mode to deal 2 damage to each creature, huge right there. Followed up by a Fulminator Mage. And at this point, Logan can pretty safely move to game 3. We'll see if he does that pretty shortly.
This is rough.
That is very rough to see.
Oh man, just dismantled.
A Kitchen Finks coming in to start applying some pressure.
And all that with just 2 mana to begin with, stuck on there.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Unfortunately, getting rid of that cranial plating right at the start.
And he's at 14 life. That's still so much.
Yep. 2 of that off of the Kitchen Finks, but
yeah, okay, 12 life, but yeah.
So we've got Logan down to 15 after getting hit by that, and casting the Vault Scourge, and a Bolt taking down the Vault Scourge. Rough times for Logan.
Yeah.
There's 9 cards coming from the board. Give or take, I think Peter might have about 7 or something like that. Gonna take the Etch Champion.
Just get rid of that.
You can have your useless Galvanic Blast, especially when he's at 14.
Yep.
Not a main priority.
Yep, still only has max 2 artifacts. I guess he... I mean, technically he could activate both and create Metalcraft.
That, not anymore.
In fact, well, he could... Yeah, I don't know, before...
Metalcraft checks on resolution of the ability.
Yeah, that's...
Oh.
Yeah, man. That sounded good.
Yeah, that was... Personal record is 14 cards out of the board. I've had someone bring in, I think... Oh my god, I actually may have had someone bring in, I think, 13 cards, but I don't think I've hit 14.
I've done a 15-card transformational sideboard. I don't think that counts, though.
I did a transformational red deck in Standard way back in the day.
That's fun.
It was a ton of fun.
Yeah, I did a... What was it? I think I did Delver... This was a long while ago. Delver transforming into Twin.
And a Liliana of the Veil.
Well,
so Jund just taking this game over at this point.
Yeah.
Not much happening. Possibly going to see a swing for 1 at this Liliana of the Veil. But with 1 mana up, I wouldn't... at a certain point, I'm just going to believe that he has that bolt.
and Logan's, body language there. He feels it.
I mean, it's...
Oh, he went for him. He didn't even go for Lily.
Liliana's minus isn't going to do a whole lot, and he's already hellbent, so...
Yeah.
At this point, you're trying to deal 10 damage before Liliana ults and destroys your board again. I mean,
half of your 3.
Half of your...
4.
Half of your 4 permanents. Look who's going to get stuck with, man.
And
a
back
Terminate.
to 3.
Well, but we do have Metalcraft, so 3 mana is achieved.
3 mana is there.
As, unfortunately, an Etch Champion, not going to do it.
No.
Because Liliana's minus ability. So, we are about to see us moving into game 3.
Yep. And Logan's just like...
Doing the old scoop ritual.
Yep. GG.
A decent start from that Affinity deck, just a little bit slow, and getting hit by that early Abrupt Decay. But being on the play is going to be pretty significant. And it looks like he is making some changes. So, looks like bringing in the Stubborn Denials and Thoughtseizes.
Interesting.
Deciding, I think he kept those in the sideboard to start off with, maybe see what Peter was working with.
Okay.
I'm also a little bit curious to see what Logan took out originally, because he did have that Steel Overseer still in the deck.
Yeah, I don't think keeping Steel Overseer in against Jund is a very...
Because it's such a bolt-heavy deck.
Yeah, just so much random spot
Okay.
moving.
Did pull out, it looks like a Welding Jar and 2 Masters of Ethereum. The Welding Jar maybe because of Terminate.
Yeah.
Masters of Ethereum looks like they are making a return.
Huh. I think I like Master of Ethereum. I don't like Regenerate Jar.
Master of Ethereum is pretty... I actually like keeping in the Welding Jar.
Okay.
In the main, just because it has so much utility against the bolts.
Okay.
And a variety of other things. It's just not the first card that I pull. It also can save a cranial plating from Abrupt Decay.
Okay. Yeah, and protection from Abrupt Decay is pretty nice.
Yes. So... we'll see. It looks like it might be bringing those Blood Moons out this time. Not an awful call, because I think we did see a decent amount. Well, I guess we just didn't see many basics there. And on the play might be the time to keep in that Blood Moon, especially because Jund did not see it.
Mm-hmm.
And against this, he's been keeping some somewhat loose hands as far as non-basics go. So he could really catch him. But I think Logan just coming up with some issues about what he wants to take out. Wish I could just tell him that those Steel Overseers are just going to get blown out every time. And actually, it looks like he did make that choice.
Okay, excellent.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so I think he did, and maybe just didn't bring in both Masters of Ethereum, which I can totally get behind. Keeping in one because it can just present such a huge clock, but you don't really need both when they're going to get removed so easily. Yeah. Better make sure it's still 15 after doing all that, that dodgy. Whew. But I fixing the sideboard plan, I really like that. If it didn't work, go back, try it again. I can totally get behind that. Okay. Back now, I agree. 1 is probably fine for this Affinity deck. It'll do nicely. It'll help round out the cut. Keeps him at 5 3-drops. You know, it's not a bad place to be. The deck can certainly handle it, even though I tend to like being at 4. And actually, up until the Twin Band, I was only on 3 3-drops, going just for Edge Champions and no Masters. But now that racing is a little bit better, going for a couple more.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, without Twin around, you know, there's a lot more flexibility.
Yeah, it is interesting the effect that it's having, and still kind of learning what effect that it is going to have, because we're still very much in a situation in which many of the changes are probably just based around those, like, flash in the pan, gut, you know, knee-jerk reactions. So a Mox, 2 Mox Opals, 2 Spellskite, it looks like. Probably going to be mowing that one away just because of the lack of land. A little bit unfortunate, because that did have a lot of potential in that hand, but of course, it's easy to say that when you have no land to distract from the good cards.
Exactly. Yeah, so they're both going to 6.
Okay, so with both cards at 6, Peter definitely starts taking an advantage the more that both of them mulligan.
Yep.
Because top deck mode is kind of where Jund wants to be, and
Certainly.
it can thrive in that case.
Yeah, they're the probably the best deck in the entire format at just top decking.
Yeah. I can be that, maybe with the secondary of Tron.
Yeah. Well, I think Tron has
Ayavugan makes top decking really easy.
That's kind of cheating. But,
of course it is. It breaks the rules, but it still gets by.
Yeah.
So we've got 3 lands, 2 Ornithopters, and a Cranial Plating here. Not a bad hand. If you're on the play, it could be fast enough. But the biggest question is, does he want to go down to 5? And I think this Cranial Plating might just be enough, especially with that Scry, and the fact that he does have an Inkmoth Nexus to get a man land as well. But it is definitely a loose hand.
Yeah, it's not optimal, but I think with the Scry, I don't think you can afford to go to 5.
Yeah.
Especially against Jund.
5 is a dangerous place to be. Logan definitely looks like he's thinking it over. Peter waiting to take a look at his hand until he knows the choice. And going to keep.
Yeah. And Peter going to 5.
Alright, and Craigberry MTG, thank you for joining us. I'm not sure if I've seen you in the chat before, but welcome. Happy to have you. And if you ever have any questions, comments, or feedback, just let us know. Toss it into that chat, or you can reach us at... I guess for any comments and questions can go to either, but I guess feedback is...
Yeah.
Actually, as far as like a secondary person for feedback, you're probably the best one, since you can change a lot of that.
That's true.
But also at our Twitters, or you can also find me on Reddit if that is more your thing, under pretty much the same username as my Twitter.
Yeah. And that is true back now. If Jund has Inquisition, then you're kind of sad.
Absolutely. But unfortunately, that's just kind of a risk that you have to take at this moment.
Yeah.
Not sure what his Scry is, but he is liking it, so he's going to keep it. My guess is that it is some sort of 2-drop.
Okay. Ravager?
And no Inquisition, so...
Galvanic Blast. Interesting.
Keeping a Galvanic Blast, really interesting play. I would have actually put that on...
I would have put that on the bottom, but...
And also choosing to swing rather than play the Cranial Plating.
Yep.
Probably just assuming that because he doesn't have the you know, turn 1 disruption.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe saying, you know, let's wait until I have 3 land.
Yep.
Take him by surprise. Don't give him that time to respond. Maybe he'll be proactive with his turn 2.
Yep.
So I can get behind that play. I definitely don't think that it's optimal.
Yeah.
I think that I probably would have liked to see that, but I can see his line of thought.
Yeah, the line of thought is reasonable, it's just I don't think it's optimal, so...
Agreed. But if we see Peter end up going with some proactive play, putting in a Tarmogoyf,
Yeah.
Dark Confidant, something like that,
Then, yeah, he's in a rough spot then.
you know, we're going to basically see that he's going to at least be taking that
Oh, we should put 1 Infect on.
4 damage. Oh, thank you.
Yep.
So we have our 3rd land, an Arcbound Ravager, the draw. So, again, this is actually the case in which I would have preferred to see that Arcbound Ravager keep up the Galvanic Blast.
Yeah.
Next turn, maybe go for the Cranial Plating. Now that once you have that Arcbound Ravager to keep manipulating counters through any removal. But that is a very nitty-gritty thing, and that might be more of a personal preference, if not, you know, the optimal play. Because this is the one that will get you the most damage in the smallest time frame.
Yeah. It's interesting.
And with, you know, only 2 lands right now, Peter pretty much has to make some decisions when it comes to removal.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him do very well with 2 lands before, but...
True, but just now hitting a second land.
Skipping that, I mean, Affinity's doing what it wants to do.
And any of the removal that is going to take down that Cranial Plating, he's going to have to take 3 damage to go for it.
Certainly.
And he's not going to be able to handle that Arcbound Ravager.
Yeah, he can only take care of 1.
So very likely we're going to have a response to this Arcbound Ravager. If Peter has the removal for the Cranial Plating, now's the time to fire it off.
Yep.
But to get any black mana, he is going to have to shock. And I don't think that he can afford not to fix his mana base now when he just now got a 2nd land on turn 3.
I mean, yeah, I guess he's not going to have access to a black source. So, or Abrupt Decay most likely.
Craigberry, definitely, that is a good point as far as playing the Arcbound Ravager before the Cranial Plating. Feeling like Logan tapped wrong. I think how Logan tapped was with the intent that he will be using the Galvanic Blast and less about possibly signaling attacking with the Blink Moth.
Okay.
And we have an Ancient Grudge, which is going to be pretty impactful.
So, okay, so now thinking that you have Ancient Grudge, do you fetch for a forest?
If you are Peter?
Yeah, like, just, unless he has something... I mean, I understand color fixing is needed, but at the same time, your life total, it's rough.
I think that you do have to go for the black mana because a lot of your answers in Abrupt Decay that will be answers for other things are going to be really relevant there.
No, I think he was doing it in response to casting the Ravager, so he didn't have an opportunity to sack the Cranial.
Yeah. As for back, no, he did not sack the Ravager because, it was in response to the cast. As for keeping in Memnites, I like to keep in 2, but that's because I run 3 in the main board. And I like to keep in 2 because explosive starts are very much my preference. I know that it's often right to go down to 1, but as a personal preference, I'm a big fan of going for those really explosive starts.
So at this point, are you thinking killing with regular damage, or are you thinking about possibly killing with Infect with the 2nd Ravager in hand?
You know, I think presenting that clock in 2 ways right now isn't a bad idea, but with Peter already at 10, I think he really needs to be focusing on regular damage, because at this point, Infect isn't granting you a whole lot of advantages.
Okay.
So regular damage is going to have the exact same clock at this point moving forward.
Yep.
But it looks like he is, again... Okay, so yeah, he is going for the regular damage, seems to be of that same mentality.
Okay.
Trying to bait out some removal here when I think probably should have started off with that Arcbound Ravager.
Yeah.
Because we're going to get a flashback now and possibly an Abrupt Decay on whatever he ends up targeting.
Yep.
And that is... So, hopefully, because looking at Peter's mana base, no red, Blinkmoth is the target at the moment, because none of the removal that he has for that can really hit the Blinkmoth, unless it's something unusual, like a Dismember or a Slaughter Pact, something like that.
Okay, so now he's going to Abrupt Decay, though. And, Golgari Charm.
Oh. Okay, didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
But a very good play.
So he can pump the Blinkmoth and save it.
Can plant the Blinkmoth. I think at this point he might just rather play out the Arcbound Ravager, but yeah, that is such an unfortunate place. I think that pretty much signals that Jund is taking this game.
Yep. And no second main phase, and there's Fulminator Mage. No sense in, rushing to.
See that now? That is. Okay, so I was gonna say if Logan didn't activate to keep that Glimmer Void alive, you take down the Ink Moth, take it down anyway.
There you go.
And this is the part in which we watch Logan pretty much lose everything that he had.
Yep.
That Golgari Charm, huge.
And that's shown up so big, both games.
Both games, and a card that you normally only see kind of in Legacy more often.
Yep.
It's not a common sideboard card, but I think right now in this current meta, a very solid choice.
Yep.
So Tarmogoyf counting them out, and looks like we have got a 4/5, so a 5-turn clock if nothing else happens. And that is the time that Logan has to get something underway.
And it's interesting to think about.
And suddenly that bolt is a 2-for-1.
Yeah. Had he just played the Arcbound Ravager first, this would be an entirely different game. I think.
It's very possible that we would have seen a different game there. That Glimmer Void is gone, and I'm not sure if they realize
I think
that.
he's just conceding.
Okay. No, I think...
Is it not?
Yeah.
Okay. So Glimmer Void should be gone.
Yep. So the second Ravager pre-combat would have totally changed everything.
I'm going to go let them know that the Glimmer Void is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay.
Oh,
Peter,
they got it.
They got it. Okay, cool.
But yeah, that second Ravager, as a heads up, there are a lot of instances in which it is better to wait until post-combat to make plays.
Yep.
Arcbound Ravager is not one of those. Just a little fact for your personal knowledge.
Sounds good. And just bolts for days.
Okay, so Peter, I think getting almost 3 bolts per game.
Yeah.
So that is pretty impressive.
BPG, bolts per game?
Yeah, I mean, I am perfectly fine with more bolts as opposed to less bolts. Man.
That's just, yeah.
And Logan picking up a rough finish there.
He does not like Habby.
The biggest issue there, and one that if he ends up asking me about it later, is that Arcbound Ravager pre-combat such a huge ability because it changes the combat math so much. So an unfortunate circumstance there. Foila Johnny, we are currently on round 4, about 10 minutes left. Do you think we might be able to find another match?
Yeah, I'll go take a look.
Excellent. So we are going to go find another match. Stick with us for just a moment, and we are going to see what we can get to come up here in the 4th round. In the meantime, if you do have any questions, comments, anything like that, feel free to let me know. I am open to interacting, and I'm going to bring it up to us. Biggest change that we have currently is the awesome green screen that we are currently playing around with. Got this fun Zendikar Mountain, which I can, I guess, try to... Came in from the wrong side. They're still getting used to that. The Hot Wheels Track Mountain, as someone called it, which might be one of my favorite ways to describe it. Craigberry MTG, absolutely. That second Ravager would have changed things significantly, but that Golgari Charm, even if it had happened in response, you have that Arcbound Ravager, which isn't currently sacking. Things definitely could have been similar. There would have been a lot of pre-combat math. We might have ended up seeing Peter go for a Golgari Charm and then trying to bolt in response, but Logan definitely could have played around that by sacking things onto the Ravager and avoiding a bolt going towards its target. So that Arcbound Ravager would have been a very key card.
So, we have a second match. They're, well...
Are they heading into Game 3?
They are in the middle of Game 2.
In the middle? Who got Game 1?
That's a good question.
Who is it playing?
It's the Eternal Command mirror match.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Can you open it up really quick?
Who got game 1? Okay, so
And-
Joe. And I think Joe's going against the wall.
Okay. My goodness. That is
Yep.
fantastic.
Snakes and for days. Snakes for I don't know actually if I know Joe's running Mystic Snake. I don't know if both of them are.
So, the only match that we still have going, because we do have 2 Eternal Command decks tonight, is the Eternal Command Mirror match. So they are currently in game 2. I'm sorry, did you catch who had game 1?
Joe did.
Okay.
And it looks like there's an extra capital O.
It turns everything into caps. So,
Oh yeah, that's right.
yeah.
Doesn't matter.
So the first game win going to Joe. So let's go ahead and I guess in just a minute I already changed it. But on the bright side,
Identity fraud.
and night to night. Hello, Jack from GP Vancouver. Let's go ahead and head on down to the match, and then I'll say hi again.
Sounds good.
Alright, so game 2, crossing over both players there. The Eternal Command mirror match. Let's do a quick catch up. Both players at 8 life. On the board, we have got, for Garrett, a Knight of the Reliquary, 2 Birds of Paradise with an active Gavany Township starting to pump them. Joe Klabowski having a, I can't remember the name of that particular card, the snake. But we've got a Mystic Snake, a Vendilion Click,
And the weird Simic card from Old Ravnica.
that when it enters, you reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it into play. If it's anything else, you draw it.
Yep.
Coiling Oracle?
Yes, that's
Coiling
it.
Oracle.
Oh, and no event. Hopefully.
Hopefully. And Jack from the GP, hello, it is good to see you. I hope all is well and that you had a fantastic time at your GP. I know that I had a fun time. Reign of Trains, we're all doing well. I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak for you.
I'm doing okay.
Okay. So, a Cryptic Command getting cast here.
Yeah, good on night.
Not quite sure what the modes are, but we are seeing the... Looks like maybe tapping the team. I very much doubt that that is the case. I think that we're going to actually be seeing a Cryptic Command in response by the way that he's tapping his mana.
Maybe that's a revealed card? Did he just cast it? I'm confused at the current state.
Yeah, the current state does seem weird because if it was tapping the creatures, then we would have seen
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he's tapping, but then...
Tap and draw.
Okay, but in response, he's tapping his...
Gavany Township.
Yep.
Could you ask them to use the dice that are next to the playmat?
Yeah, could you guys use the dice next to the playmat so that the stream can see it?
For the
For
possible...
the creatures. Gabby, cool. Yep, thank you.
Yes, there are some bird beats happening along with a Knight of the Reliquary, which...
That's...
A little bit surprised not to see him activate that Knight of the Reliquary
Yeah,
in response. Because I don't think that there's a whole lot of a loss from getting rid of one of those hollowed fountains to get, say, a utility land.
Yeah.
Anything like that. So, I would have expected to see that, but maybe because he didn't realize that that was getting tapped to begin with, maybe just slipped the mind.
Yep.
And 2 Spell Starter sprites
Coming
in hot, which
One of
I
them's
guess
getting snaked.
one of them is getting Mystic Snaked. The interesting thing is he seemed to be playing... and both of them getting countered.
Rough.
Oh my goodness.
Ugh.
Absolutely fantastic. And is it possible that we are actually going to see this game end?
Oh, Joe took game 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. I checked the wrong box.
Yeah, we might just see this end.
Oh my goodness.
But at the same... Let's see here. So we have blocks... Two of them, he can do 3 damage.
But he can't get aggressive. 2 of those, he has the Vendilion Click and the Restoration Angel to apply pressure with through the air.
Yeah.
But even as it is right now, he has enough creatures that he cannot block them all. Those Mystic Snakes are 2/2s. So right now he is guaranteed to get 3 damage through.
Yeah.
So right now, Joe with a winning board state. Very impressive. Suddenly not. So now it comes down to, what does Joe have? We're going to activate that. Interesting play there. I would have expected But I guess actually on the swingback, he might have the win on the crackback. Because we can swing for... Nope, not quite. Garrett can't quite get him the kill on the swing back. I'm surprised he activated that Gavany Township during his turn.
Yeah, that's...
Could have signaled answers.
Yep.
Instead of, you know, definitely Joe needs to have an answer, but he may have been much more hesitant about how he goes about it.
Yep.
With Joe being at 8, currently a little bit safe from dying, he can even delay 1 turn. As far as just making some trades and then going back in for 2, so he doesn't need the answer this turn. But with both players at 1 card in hand, a pretty surprising eventuality for these Eternal Command decks that are so used to having a hand, just a grip full of cards.
Definitely. So we have the activation there. Vidalcan Shackles, that'd be an interesting one for Joe to get.
Vidalcan Shackles would be a fantastic card right now. Okay, so we've got a pass back to Garrett, who is currently at 2 cards in hand, and possibly, was that a Restoration Angel that we saw?
I don't know, I thought I saw 2 Aether Vials. But
See, if it's 2 Aether Vials, that is a very unfortunate situation, and I think you are correct, because we're just going to keep seeing that main board, that main phase Gavany, which is a surprisingly risky but he can't do it this turn. How about next turn? Because if both of those birds get blocked, he still is dead to the crackback, so still has to play a waiting game, basically just trying to build a wall that Joe can't get through. Definitely in a defensive position. So, just possibly seeing the end, the Eternal Command Mirror match, a match that I don't think I've ever seen myself.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
Heard about it, certainly, but luckily, only about 3 minutes left in this round, so if it doesn't close out, we will be moving into round 5 pretty shortly anyway. So, stick around with us, watch some sweet control, and then we will be jumping into our finals. Slowly crashing, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Alright, separating flyers and non-flyers.
So, still, I don't think that Garrett is in a position where he can profitably attack into this without just dying to the crackback.
Yeah, no, he can't attack. He needs to get another flyer and grow it to 8 damage.
Right now, he just needs to get that spell starter spread up to 8 damage.
Yeah.
So another 5 turns and Garrett is going to be ready to just take this game by force.
Yep. Only 5 turns away.
Yep. The problem is that he cannot attack into it because then he dies on the crackback. With Joe basically guaranteed 1 damage at the moment.
Yep.
And if Joe has anything in hand, not playing his hand, or the card in hand, if it is any creature with flash, very likely spells out a win for Joe here.
Yeah, I mean, Joe has so many live draws right now that the game could just end. With
time being such a factor, I'm curious about what Garrett is thinking about.
Yeah.
Tells me that probably both cards are not Aether Vials, but I'm a little bit curious about what it is in hand that he needs to consider.
And why he would activate Gavany before making that decision.
That definitely, actually, that is a great point.
I think he might just be considering attacks, but...
I think that would be the incorrect choice.
Oh, certainly, but...
And actually, I think that is the elf that destroys it, an artifact or an enchantment when it enters in his hand. Gut shot off the top. Ooh, that would be glorious. So we have got a path, and if that is not a counterspell in Garrett's hand, we are looking at a win.
That's Aether Vial.
That is an Aether Vial.
We have is that the only card?
There should be a second card.
One?
So if the no counters in hand, that's going to be a win in 2 for an Eternal Command deck.
Okay.
Bringing up some mana. Okay. So let's see what we get from here.
Dryad Arbor?
Dryad Arbor would be a very interesting choice. Interesting.
Nope.
Lumbering Falls? Lumbering Falls, but not enough mana to activate it.
And it comes in tapped.
Yeah, I suppose that is also true. And we got the handshake. Joe getting it in 2. Wow. First time that I've actually seen an Eternal Command deck, first of all, win in 2 before time against an Eternal Command deck.
Yeah.
Certainly some tight play by Joe. I think that we find ourselves in a situation in which he has a definite time advantage just in experience with the deck. It is a deck that he has likely been playing. And while Garrett, unfortunately, I just don't know a lot about him, so I can't actually say whether or not he has a large amount of experience with that deck.
Yep.
But usually anybody who is playing that deck at least has some amount of experience because it's certainly a tricky deck to get used to.
Certainly.
So, here at Geek Fortress, my name is TJ.
My name is David.
And we are streaming some Modern, getting ready for our 5th and final round of the night. If you guys are interested, I'm not sure, might be still hanging out a little bit, so we might be here for a little bit after the tournament, talking, seeing what things that we can do to improve, and just talking about fun, Modern-related things. But in the meantime, we're having a good time getting ready for the finals, and still getting excited about what tomorrow means for Magic, and also for football. But I'm guessing that is a smaller percentage of our current viewer base.
It is, well, if our main demographic is MTG lovers, particularly those in in the Seattle region. I mean, we do seem to have quite the international audience now, but primarily in the Washington region, then, well, we're less enthusiastic about the Super Bowl. So, yeah, Peyton Man. Just a good guy.
You know, seeing him finally get his Super Bowl win would certainly...
Peyton, number 12.
Absolutely. Okay, tomorrow means that you sell what pieces? You know, not the worst game plan in the world. Oh, well, maybe we should just both jump
I'm
this
just
way a
going to
little
scoot
bit.
over.
Right.
Up, too much.
Boom, we're right in the right place.
Okay.
Okay. Slowly crashing, you're definitely not wrong. That is one thing that we can definitely explain. Back now, he does have one ring, but I think one thing is that a lot of people are just thinking that if he is able to get another ring, well, actually, he's pretty much guaranteed to
He's
be retiring.
locked for a Hall of Fame status anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, another ring's not going to change that, but, you know, it'll be interesting. I'm of the mindset that even though I'm not a huge fan of the Panthers as a whole, I think that every city should be able to experience what winning a Super Bowl is like. The way that it brings a community together is really impressive. So I'd like to see that for Carolina, even though I'm not a fan of their team.
I am a fan of a team that is very hard to be a fan of in my hometown. I'm a Steelers fan, and so my guess is that David might have left because I am a Steelers fan. But raised a Steelers fan, unfortunately, did put me in the position of having a pretty tough time when the Steelers and the Seahawks do go up against each other. My dad grew up in Pittsburgh, which is how I ended up as a fan.
We weren't sure if it was going to end.
Okay, so the 5th and final round coming up now for the finals. And we are getting ready to find out what it is. We have got Troy on Red Green Tron going up against Brennan. I brought shape upon the store.
Alright, so, let's see here.
Perfect.
And do we know what they're on?
I know that Troy's on Green Red Tron.
Yeah, that makes sense. Similarly.
Yep. So, what we've got is our finals match. It is Troy, and I believe that Brennan is on Blue Moon, but I'm not 100% certain about that one, so I think it's worth making sure.
Okay.
But we should be getting that update shortly, or if you did want to just...
take a step out?
Yeah, if you just want to see if maybe he can show you a couple of cards that reveal what it is, and then double check his last name.
Okay.
Thank you. Alright. So, thank you for joining us, getting ready to head into our 5th and final match. One thing that I'd like to do at the beginning is just as a little bit of a straw poll for all of you who are joining us. I would really appreciate it if you did me a little bit of a favor by letting me know how you found this stream, whether that be via Twitch, via Reddit, some of our Facebook posts that we do through various things, just through interacting with me in the store. So if you guys could give me a quick heads up and list and let me know how you found this stream. It would be nice for me to just get a little bit of information so that I can go forward on what things are effective and what are not, or what things could be more effective. So, if you guys could assist me like that, that would be fantastic.
Brennan Bauman is on Black White Eldrazi.
Wonderful. And how does that spell?
BAU.
Oh, okay, perfect. MAN. Yep.
Yep.
All right. So we tried to keep Eldrazi out of it for a long time, but they did make it to the finals. So unfortunately, if you're tired of seeing it, we got to give it to you one more time, and then we will be getting another match. Alright, so looks like a pretty decent amount of people coming from Twitch, which is what I can expect. Some of you I've not seen in our chat before, but thank you for letting me know anyway. And as always, if we are doing things right, I don't want to like fish for praise because you certainly don't need to, but if there are things that we are doing especially right that we don't always, please let us know, because that's something that we can definitely do. And if there's just small things that you think could use improvement, always feel free to let us know, because that is something that we'd very much like to improve over time and keep this going in the positive direction that it is.
Yep. And, I mean, if there's big things that you think we could improve on as well, let us know. Just try not to hurt our feelings.
Just a quick question for Demo, finding us via Kibler. I'm a little bit curious on that one, because as far as I know, we haven't interacted with Kibler. But if you have, then please let us know or clarify that, because that would be fantastic.
Brian Kibler?
I would assume so. Okay,
Brian Kibler is somehow sending people to us. That would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, no kidding. So we have got Tronland into a star, followed up by Caves of Koilos, jumping into a Relic of Progenitus. That Relic, a little bit less effective against this Tron deck, but this Black-White Eldrazi, very much, I think, more in the mid-rangey version, the Lingering Souls one that was popular maybe a week ago, week and a half. So, went X and 4 with Eldrazi. Well, hopefully this helps. But Tron fairly favored in this matchup just because it can go over the top of this Eldrazi deck. Both are kind of have that mana acceleration. Tron definitely having the bigger end game plan.
I feel like Black-Red, it would generally be better against the Green-Red Tron deck, especially post-board. Game 1, Black-White Eldrazi versus Green-Red Tron. I think the average Goldfish for Green-Red Tron is a little bit better. So, we'll see what happens.
Alright. Well, Demo, thank you very much. If Brian Kibler did send you to us, I think I owe him a thank you?
Yeah.
I owe him a thank you. So I guess I'll have to try and get in touch with him.
Sounds good.
Yeah, no kidding. One of these days, I'd like to. One of the things that I'm looking to eventually do is try and get in touch with some other well-known streamers and just kind of get their advice.
Definitely.
Alright. The foil of Johnny. Thank you very much. So a Shambling Vent out of this Black-White Eldrazi deck, and a Grove of the Burnwillows from Tron with 2 of the Tron pieces currently, and that Sylvan Scrying able to go for one of them, and a Star which is going to crack, probably going for a green mana. At least that is kind of the one that I expect to see most often.
Yep, Sylvan Scrying.
And a Sylvan Scrying gonna finish up that Tron. So Tron already at a pretty steep advantage because they will be operating with 8 mana as opposed to the at most 4 that the Black-White Eldrazi deck will be playing with, just through the nature of if it gets that the Eye of Ugin or the Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah, the current lands that are being played are not part of the fast mana strategy that the Eldrazi deck tries to employ. You usually want Eldrazi Temple, Eye of Ugin, and Urborg if you're going to be trying to go the really fast mana route. He didn't get that hand, so right now he's only producing 3 mana versus Tron.
Okay. Reign of Chains, thank you for liking the layout. That is definitely a creation. So we've got a Wasteland Strangler getting very little value in this particular instance as a 3/2. Let's go ahead and bring up that Wasteland Strangler. Wasteland Strangler, very cool. Of course we get Wasteland itself first. But
yeah, who knows
This one does have an enter the battlefield trigger as opposed to the usual cast, and almost immediately getting outclassed by a Worm Coil engine. A 3-2 just does not match up well.
And a map.
Nice try.
Rain, I think Strangler's Reign is coming to an end, at least for this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just doesn't match up when you go from a 3-2 to a 6-6 on the next turn. And also having that expedition map from Green Red Tron means that he's going to be able to find that Eye of Ugin.
Yep.
And that Eye of Ugin is going to mean that every single one of his draws are going to be bigger and better than this Black-White Eldrazi.
Yep.
Now we've got a Urborg and a basic Plains, turning that Plains into a dual land from that Urborg. So 4 lands from the Black-White Eldrazi player, but just nothing developing yet as far as a very real clock. So things that we could possibly see is a decent amount of removal can keep this down.
Path.
We do have a path, reducing a lot of the value of that Worm Coil engine because it is an exile, and
Yep.
Worm Coil has its effect upon death.
Get that 3 damage in there.
So, looks like we are going to have Troy going down to 17, applying a little bit of a pressure, and I think that that's very much, and a Lingering Souls. Really want that, what this Black-White Eldrazi wants to be doing, it's not going to go as late or as big as this as Tron.
I think Brennan's at 19.
Oh,
Because he only got a basic Plains.
thank you.
Yep.
And so what we are going to be seeing him do is try to be that beatdown. And
There's a
naturally drawing that Eye of Ugin means
Don't need the
that
map.
temple, or that map. At this point, a Kozilek's Return, very big card right now.
Yep.
But Black-White Eldrazi needs to get an accelerated start, and this so far was not quite what they were looking for. But if he can keep up this pressure, then he could have a possibility for this. Do people still use Go for the Throat in decks anymore? Actually, a decent amount. Lately, it's been definitely switching behind a little bit.
Yes.
But it happens occasionally. It's mostly meta-dependent.
Yep.
I think
we've been, sorry, I was going to say, but we've been discussing Go for the Throat versus Dismember versus Doomblade versus Smother. That's a discussion that's been going along a lot recently just because of the Affinity becoming the prominent deck versus Twin and other just metagame choices.
So we have a Reality Smasher coming down for this Eldrazi deck, and instantly that damage output has just skyrocketed. So that 5/5 trample, haste, and if you want to target it, you're going to be discarding a card in addition. Very powerful play, puts Troy on a very short clock, and he doesn't have a whole lot of options at this point.
And he gets Ulamog.
Ulamog, pretty
Turn
much the key card that he wants because
Yep.
he needs to have a card to discard, which he does.
Yep.
But otherwise, going to be targeting that Reality Smasher, that Wasteland Strangler, possibly instead going for one of those Lingering Souls.
Mm-hmm.
But those Lingering Souls going to be very big because if he can't continue following that up with more threats to exile those Lingering Souls, they'll just keep going over the top.
And Brennan has a Shambling Vents, correct?
He does have a Shambling Vents. It is underneath that Caves of Koilos at the top.
Yeah. Interesting.
Quirthian bringing up a decent point that I think you may have mentioned as well, in that it can get around Spellskite.
Yep.
Being such a prevalent card right now.
Yep. Yeah, I think it really just depends on and getting around Spellskite's huge, but I think it just, again, is a metagame choice. So.
Mm-hmm. So, an Ulamog coming out, ready to kind of pick those targets. Oh, Reality Smasher does only trigger on spell.
Yeah,
Well, let's bring up Reality Smasher, because that is one of the new hot cards that when a lot of people saw it, you know, it's hard to argue that the card is good. I mean, it is.
yeah.
The card is fantastic in almost every metric possible.
Yep.
So the biggest question becomes, where does it slot in? Well, as it turns out, a lot.
Yeah. I tried playing with Reality Smasher in kind of the mono black Heartless version, just throwing Reality Smasher in there, and it just was not the appropriate place for that. That said, the Black-White Eldrazi build, that might have a place for it. Aggro Eldrazi, definitely. It's a very interesting card, and I definitely enjoyed casting it. But then again, I didn't like the Heartless Eldrazi build much to begin with, just playing it. I just didn't feel like it felt very good. So I've been trying out a wide variety of Eldrazi decks. Aggro's next on my list. But Yeah, it's interesting. I really like Reality Smasher. The question is just finding the right home for it.
So, both of those threats going down, Brennan running light on those options. Those Lingering Souls are able to go over the top and is capable of presenting a 3-turn clock, but unfortunately, Troy has a pretty decent clock in Ulamog as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we got Blightherder. And we're going to process a couple cards, get some Eldrazi spawn out.
Now, that is a really nice card. It's going to provide a decent amount of chump blockers for those, and unfortunately doesn't have much extra mana lying around because of that Shambling Vent, but could be seeing a nice turn next turn if Troy doesn't have a good way to follow up that Ulamog.
Yep. Yeah, Exiling 20 is still going to be something, but at the same time you can't really swing into that because the Crackback just kills you.
Yep. To Nigel, as far as our thoughts on the bans, we'll talk a little bit about that at the end of the round, I think. But gonna try and stay focused on this so that we don't miss anything too prevalent, at least in the meantime. But between games, we can touch on that much more. So, a Sphere and a Star from this Tron player. It looks like going to crack one of them. Very likely naming red at this point is my expectation, because what you really are looking for is that Pyroclasm or that Kozilek's Return.
Yep.
Okay. Foil a Johnny, honestly, that is very high praise, and I appreciate it a lot. Granted, I know that Wizards can also work on their coverage, but to be just, upfront and honest about it, I would love to continue doing this and keep developing this into something to where it could possibly be a thing, and a large part of that is so many of you continuing to come back and view this and experience this with us and give us that feedback. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Certainly.
So keeping up mana on that Eye of Ugin to be able to tutor up the intern didn't follow it up extremely well. Now, with Troy at 5, he is in trouble.
Certainly. There's a number of things that could go wrong.
Currently dead on board, actually.
Huh.
So the big question becomes, what has Troy got in hand that he could possibly work with? I think pretty much Kozilek's Return becomes the only option.
Yeah, Kozilek's Return's the only thing that I can think of.
But we have a big swing out happening, and we are going to see cracking this for red, looking for that Kozilek's Return. And are we going to have it off the top, or are we going to be picking up our cards? If he... Whoa! Amazing.
So let's bring Kozilek's Return on the screen.
Now, we are still going to be dealing 2 damage here.
Certainly.
But, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. I think he actually just ripped that off the top.
I almost need to ask. I don't think there's any reason he would have waited that long.
That was absolutely incredible. Now, I'm a little bit thrown off. If it deals 2 damage to each creature, why did we lose the Blightherder and the Shambling Vent?
Yeah.
A little bit thrown off by that.
Double check.
Oh, the Ghost Quarter. Ghost
Okay.
Quarter. Excellent. Thank you, back now.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Wow. Just, I mean, if there's a card that you need to rip off.
There's Emrakul. He's very Eldrazi. And swing him at you?
Yep, and of course now we are doing an Eye of Ugin for that Emrakul, and that is going to be the end of this game 1. Incredible.
This is Emrakul's Return.
Gonna bring that back. Unfortunately, not gonna wipe much of a board at that point. And we are heading into game 2. An incredible rip off the top, but you know what? That's why you include the card in your deck.
Yep. Yeah, I cannot. I mean, top decks are, they aren't inherently. I guess they don't feel good, but you put cards in your deck so that you can draw them. So you can't really get too upset at that.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I have certainly earned myself a little bit of a nickname for a couple people around here, which is as the top deck champion, mostly because every time I need it, I top deck Edge Champion. And the problem is that we put it in there to draw it. And Reign of Trains asking if we're going to upgrade the camera. The camera that we currently have out there is actually a 1080p camera. So, unfortunately, it's about as high def as we're going to get. The biggest problem is that we're looking at small pieces of cardboard from a somewhat higher height. It's certainly something that I'm open to if we can find some way to do it better.
Yeah.
But as it currently stands, I don't entirely have the answer to that of how to. But I'm always open to ideas.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's only so much resolution that we can work with, and unless we had dedicated cameras going above each side, it becomes really tough.
And that becomes wildly complicated.
Yep.
You're either going to try and filter them together or keep alternating between two, and that just makes for an uncomfortable, watching it becomes almost uncomfortable.
Yep.
Okay. So, for those of you just joining us, thank you very much. Give them GoPros? Oh, that would be fun. Yeah. But thank you for joining us. We're having a blast doing this, and it's always a treat to interact with you guys. So thank you. My name's TJ. This is David. We are in Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, and we are watching our finals match between Green-Red Tron and Black-White Eldrazi. Makes a decent amount of sense seeing the amount of control that we had in the room.
Yep.
Two decks that generally go over the top of those, coming in, meeting each other in the finals match. So
yep.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
And that game certainly ended up being closer than we originally thought it was going to be, so that's good to see.
Absolutely. Yeah. Black-White Eldrazi putting up a decent fight, and also just Troy unable to piece anything really cohesive together until the end there, with that Ivugan off the top.
Yep.
But I think Black-White Eldrazi being on the play, it is going to come down to hopefully getting a much quicker start, because if you can keep Tron just on its back foot, that's a decent place to be, especially when its sweepers aren't super effective against you. But we did see in that particular instance that they can be very effective.
Yep. So yeah, the sideboard plan for Black-White Eldrazi against Green-Red Tron, it's a little bit different. I know that some people play Memoricide to try and get just rid of specific key cards like Ulamog. Could also do... I'm trying to remember if you can name lands with Memoricide.
Let's find out.
I've mostly been playing the red version based on our meta. Let's see, non-land,
Yep. Stony Silence, not a bad card out of this white deck.
Yep.
Absolutely. But one big thing to note is for the foil of Johnny, I will say that it takes much more work than we expected to run a stream out of our store.
It does take a bit of work, a bit of commitment, dedication, all that.
And a decent amount of help. And David, absolutely a very integral part of that. We did end up trying to do this about a year, and even 2 years ago, we ended up trying to do similar things at this store just because we have a couple of people that are weirdly ambitious when it comes to stuff.
Yeah.
And David ended up basically is the X factor of this time that we did it. I cannot praise you enough.
Well, thank you. I'm just a tech guy who likes magic.
Absolutely. I'm constantly learning more and more about it. So it's a lot of fun for me, and it has been absolutely it's been fantastic to see it actually grow to the point that it has, far beyond anything that I'd even remotely hoped, especially based on our previous failures.
Yeah, that's fair.
Attempts, and good attempts, but we just didn't have that same level of resources. And also, we've learned a couple of times.
Yeah.
So, all right. So Brennan on the play, taking a look at his opener hand. Now on the play, what is one card that out of this as a kind of an Eldrazi player? What's one card that you think is going to be very key for Brennan to want in his opening hand? What's the card that says, "I want this"?
Well, Inquisition's a very good start. I'd actually prefer Thoughtseize, but especially against Tron. But
looks like
what I want to see is Temple, Eye and Urborg.
Mm-hmm.
Those things, just some way to get something as fast as Tron. I want to get going.
So that hand looks like 2 towers, 1 other Tron land. I think the power plant.
Yep.
Otherwise, a Karn, an Emrakul, and a Grove of the Burnwillows. So,
yeah,
pretty fantastic. Let's. Yes, it is live.
No, this isn't live. What are you talking about? This is definitely not live.
As for North Korea firing a rocket, I'm pretty sure that they announced that they were doing a test.
Yeah.
I think it was a known test that was coming up, but maybe it was an unexpected one.
It's pretty normal for them anyway. So.
Yeah. And a Stony Silence landing against this green-red Tron. Very powerful card.
Yep.
Gonna shut down a lot of those things. Interesting that he went for one of those baubles when he did have that Stony Silence.
Yep.
And gets another chance. Nothing to take, nothing but lands in this hand.
Maybe he just drew the Stony Silence.
Alright. Well, DJ Stick, or D1 Stick, sorry.
Yep.
I saw the junior at the end. D1 Stick, we are more than happy to provide this content. We do this 3 times a week. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6 Pacific time. We do modern tournaments, usually 4 to 5 rounds. And then on Fridays at 7:30 Pacific time, we do a legacy tournament as well, with commentary from myself and other people, usually 3 to 4 rounds for that.
Yep.
So, hope to see you again, and thanks for joining us.
Yep.
So a Sylvan Scrying from Troy, probably going to go for the missing piece of his Tron.
Yeah.
That's going to enable him to start going for that Karn, and eventually...
And while, Brennan was fine with the Stony Silence and that, I mean, it doesn't stop Sylvan Scrying. You want to get something quick, and Tron is getting much quicker, much more over the top.
Yeah.
So, and with, it looks to be a worm coil engine, that doesn't,
Probably the Karn is going to be the first thing to come down and just
sorry.
start dismantling that mana base.
Yep.
I'm not too particularly worried about the Stony Silence if I'm Troy right now.
Okay, Ishmael.
I think it's AEL, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ishmael. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
And we've got
not Seer.
not a bad
Not a bat.
not a bad play at that moment, but the Karn has already hit.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, those Inquisitions, when you really wanted to see that Thought Not Seer for that second Inquisition.
Yep.
That's what you were looking for.
Uh,
Alright.
yeah, I needed that a turn earlier.
Pretty much. At this point, maybe... Okay, taking the Emrakul. Not a whole lot of downside, and it is just a win if it ends up sticking.
Yep.
The Karn and the Wormcoil at least have answers.
Yep. And yeah, it really just depends what he has in hand. Emrakul probably doesn't have a decent answer against. Worm Coil Engine, could probably path it. Just have to see.
And, alright. Ends up doing a plus ability, takes a Relic of Agendas, not very good in this. Just to answer Stick, yes, we are streaming from a local game store here in Snohomish, Washington, called Geek Fortress.
Yep.
My name is TJ. This is my fantastic co-host of the night, David, who has also done a lot of good things behind the scenes for us. So this is his first time jumping in front of the camera, other than fixing things in the middle of the stream.
There's the path.
So a Path to Exile on that might see this Thought Not Seer coming in and taking down this Karn.
Well, at least bringing it down to 3.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep. Baby steps.
And anything that you can do to stop that Karn, but actually maybe holding it back, which is very odd to me. And I would not expect that to actually be the final decision. It is a -3. It means that he is going to keep plussing. Otherwise, he is going to lose that Karn for a minus. So it does take away a decent amount of that board control of Karn by swinging for 4 at it.
Drawing a card isn't terrible, but... so you'd exile the Thought Not Seer and draw a card. But, it's interesting. I feel like no matter what happens, Brennan's in a rough spot right now.
Absolutely. Pretty much Tron is one of those really rough matchups for this deck. Alright. So a lot of land from Troy's side. Looks like plussing up that Karn, going up to 7, and taking a Reality Smasher.
That's rough.
An unfortunate take, but makes me think that...
Yeah, he has something better in hand?
Something better than that, because if he top deck the land, he takes down that Karn, answers a lot of what is happening in this deck.
Well, let's see, he already has the mana for Reality Smasher.
Only has 4 currently. Oh, he does have an Eldrazi Temple.
Eldrazi Temple, yeah.
Interesting. K-Boobs, of course I believe in Heart of the Cards.
Why?
My grandfather built this deck for me. He believed in it, and it never did him any wrong. So these Sarah Angels will absolutely get the job done.
Well, you said that way too well. Do you practice in the bathroom?
It's a hobby.
Man.
Unfortunately, that Karn taking over this game, that's the biggest thing influencing the sport at the moment.
Yeah.
Black-White Eldrazi has the tools to that Wormcoil engine and that Spellskite, but right now that Karn is just completely running this table, more than
Definitely.
anything else. And that's why you find both Karn and Liliana the two most played Planeswalkers in Modern. That's for a reason, which is that when they are on the battlefield, they are running the show.
Yep. They take things over. They change the dynamic of the game.
Absolutely. Like the first time that you end up playing a Planeswalker, people say, yeah, it's like you have another player that's also doing things. And it is with those two that you can feel that impact.
Yeah, they feel like other players.
Mm-hmm. How many times have I watched the show? Well, let's be honest, 0.
Let's see here. Anju.
Naiju, if this is your
welcome.
first time here, thank you very much for joining us. And, I hate to do these self-plugs, but time and time again, it proves that they're a necessary evil. Feel free to hit that follow button. It means a lot to us to see it happen, and hopefully we can see you guys in our future streams, which towards the end we will start letting you guys know what those other streams are. So thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, we even have a YouTube channel going on now.
That's true.
Yep.
So another Reality Smasher coming
Okay.
in. Unfortunately, that Wormcoil engine being a very sizable wall.
Yeah, that's too late. I think this game's all but over. It'd be very impressive. You can't even path the... Yeah, I don't...
So it looks like actually going in, forcing... He will be getting some life. There will be a trade. But he might be saying, you know what? You're either going to get your Karn knocked down, or you're going to lose that Spellskite. And we are located in Snohomish, Washington.
Yep. Dark Pickles. So, do we want to bring Liliana up real quick, or do we want to discuss that?
Oh, I can totally bring up Liliana.
Yep. And Suri, yeah, I believe he did have 2 Smashers. That's the only way that makes sense. So the Liliana we were talking about is Liliana of the Veil.
Liliana, yeah, because of its ability to both players discard a card, very rarely a downside, because either you're already empty-handed, or you don't particularly care, because you get to, pick cards that you can use from the graveyard. Making them sacrifice a creature protects her, and also that ultimate, which says you separate all their cards into 2 piles, they pick 1/2 and sacrifice the rest, basically says, congratulations, I win.
Yep. Yep, so Karn and Lily, the 2 biggie planeswalkers in Modern right now.
Alright, and that, man, the Thought-Knot Seer has gone away, and just not a whole lot of good things happening at this point.
Yeah. And, let's see here, we can get any other answers.
It's not wrong.
Yeah, you're not incorrect.
Alright. But, to Dark Pickles, welcome to the game. If you ever do have questions, feel free to let us know. We are more than happy to assist whenever we can.
Certainly.
If keeping the links to a little bit of a minimum would be fantastic.
Yep.
Nothing particularly against it, but I don't know. I'd rather not open up the floodgates for links.
Yep.
So, Brennan at 13, Troy still at, I'm sorry, he is actually at 32, which is an absurd life total right now. Going to be very hard to recover for Brennan.
Can we just type a lot?
A lot.
So we're getting some spirit tokens out. Not going to do much against the Wormcoil engine. I can't remember what the German was.
Yeah, the most that they can do is pressure that Karn, but in such an ineffective way.
Yeah.
And it looks like he has got some... Okay, so wanting to start getting that colored mana, or possibly digging for maybe a Sylvan Scrying to really get out that Eye of Ugin.
Oh.
Ooh, and a Crumble to Dust.
Foil.
Oh, man. Excellent. Potato Dono, welcome back to the stream. Happy to have you back. This is David.
Hello there. Potato Dono?
Yeah, Potato Dono, recently a bit of a regular, at least became more active.
Yep.
And Those Eldrazi temples getting ripped out. But David is actually the man behind the mirror, the man who makes me look like the Wizard of Oz if I want to be very self-inflating. So he is our fantastic person who is so good with the technical things that has made this layover, helped me do this green screen, and just done so much to provide cool content for this stream.
Thank you for the honors. Potato, how did you end up doing for regionals? So we got a Blight Herder in hand for Brennan.
That Blight Herder in hand, unfortunately, just not gonna do anything.
Not
He is also the one who made the transition.
Yeah.
Alright, and Stick going for that Eye of Ugin. If it wasn't already over, certainly it is now, because going for, say, an Ulamog, the Emrakul that he, ended up having to actually exile earlier, so he doesn't have the Emrakul anymore. But again, Ulamog, more than a fine replacement for that.
Get him down to 1 land. Mm-hmm. Not too bad.
Potato Dono, positive record is always good.
So let's see, Troy's now at 38 life.
Beautiful.
Oh, Karn is gone. Spirit Token took it down.
Of course, he was, accepting that when he started going for that Stony Silence.
And Karn's more than done its job.
Absolutely. So. I'm looking at a stack of maybe 5 cards right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think that 3 Spirit Tokens are going to do a fantastic job of taking someone from 38 to 0. I've been wrong before.
That would be legendary.
I mean, if we could see just like a Ghost Quarter Path, take down the Eye of Ugin, take down the Wormcoil Engine, never mind, Ulamog has hit the battlefield.
Well, it's about to.
So,
end turn, I believe.
Dark Pickles. Modern is from 8th edition forward. That is about, 13 years ago, give or take?
Yeah, roughly that. So let's see here.
But it is 8th edition forward, and you can also find a ban list. If you just look up Modern ban list, there is a small ban list of about 20 cards, give or take.
That's been like 7 years.
No, there's been the entire...
You had 8th edition, 9th edition, 10th edition, then Magic 2011, Magic 2012.
You actually had 10th and Magic 2010.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
K-Boogs, of course you get a shout-out.
K-Boogs 11.
50 total sets worth of cards. Did not know that. Alright, and Troy taking the win there in 2. Do you think that you might be able to...
grab someone else?
Yes.
Yeah. On it.
Okay, so thank you for joining us. I'm going to bring it back up to us. We're currently going to try and get some more people who are still playing here in the last round, but otherwise, just stick with me for a couple of minutes. We should be getting some more for you. If nothing else, we'll be hanging out, talking about some fun stuff afterwards. Nothing in particular, but always open to ideas. The Pro Tour is certainly a big topic of conversation at the moment. So, hopefully we can get another match up there in a moment. Dark Pickles. Let's see. Love cards have M15. M15 is completely legal. Just goes. Modern is kind of the stepping stone between Standard and Legacy, but you don't really need to worry about Legacy yet, to be honest. Stick. Zulaport with a powerful. Stick. I'm loving the comment. Alright, Sarah, have a good night. Otherwise, we should be sticking around, hopefully getting another match. For those of you just joining us, hello, my name is TJ. David Bradbury is my co-host, who is just stepping back in at the moment. Apparently trying to get a pretty stern look going there. Whether or not it was successful, that's for you guys to decide. But he's certainly having fun with this camera. He doesn't often get to be on this side of the production.
Distorting reality behind me. We're going to be having Joe versus Peter. They're in the middle of a match. Joe won game 1.
Okay, and do you know who will be against the wall?
That's a good question. Looks like Peter will be against the wall.
Peter will be against the wall. So we are going to be having Jund. Now, for those of you who are a little bit new to the format, we're going to take a little bit of extra time to explain what Jund is. And Jund is described as a mid-range deck. In fact, it is the mid-range deck.
Yep. It is all about value and the best value you can get in the mid-range, which is really defined. It's kind of hard to define. It's a little ambiguous, but I guess you'd say anything that's really between 3 and 6 power. What do you kind of call that mid-range? 4 and 6?
Kind of. I'm going to jump down really quickly, and then
Okay.
I can kind of... so, we will see you down at the table in just a moment. Literally every co-host does it. Every single one of them start making the music. So, just to take a quick moment to describe kind of how the decks go, since you are a little bit new to the game. Okay, that's fair.
Yep, back no, that's a very good...
Definitely a valid point there. But, what we tend to get... Modern is more expensive than Standard. Mr. Turk, in general, it is. Mostly because the card pool is larger, so while you might need some of those Standard cards, you just need a larger card pool.
I would say that over time, though, Modern becomes cheaper.
That is definitely a fair approximation.
Yep.
But basically, I tend to think of the 4 main decks, combo excluded because it doesn't entirely fit within this, but it's often kind of in these first 4 turns. And so what Jun does is green, black, red, but what you find is aggro decks, every kind of card can be described as either disruption or threat.
Yep.
And so in an aggro deck, what you will find is threat, 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 threat for your first 4 turns. That's what you're trying to do. For tempo, what you will find is threat, disruption, disruption, disruption.
Yep.
Mid-range, which is where this Jun deck lies, is disruption, disruption, threat, threat.
Yep.
And then you have control, which is disruption, 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 threat.
That's a very, very good way of describing that.
So those are, and then combos, of course, in a league of its own of just being bunkers.
Combos just like disruption, disruption, win.
Uh-huh.
Disruption, 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 win. It just kind of throws something in there.
Okay. Mr. Turk, the format that is most played is Standard as it currently stands, but it is also the most available.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that you cannot find Modern players.
Yep. Modern has been growing quite a bit, especially over the past couple of years. So that's good to see. It's a very enjoyable format. And although it can be a little bit of an investment to get into for some of the higher tier decks, there are plenty decks you can throw together for under $80 that will do plenty fine. Yes, I'm not going to lie, say that the best decks are definitely going to cost a little bit more, but you know,
It's
you're
a
going to
hobby.
do. It's a hobby. And
You can't buy cheap ski gear.
yep, exactly.
Alright, so we've got a Dark Confidant and a Scavenging Ooze. That Dark Confidant revealing the top card of his library. He takes damage equal to its converted mana cost, which is 0 because it was a land. So one of those ways that the deck grinds out is by drawing those extra cards each turn. In green, black, red, this is your best and most efficient option for that.
Yep.
Now,
I was just going to mention, and a lot of what Jun tries to do is really just trade cards 1 for 1, because their cards are better than yours in their opinion, and in most people's opinion, and then they can usually get more than one card's value out of things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. For Eternal Command, is this a stock list? Not really. He actually affectionately calls this deck Snakes on a Plane, because it tends to have a little bit more of a snake theme.
Yep.
And so that changes give or take based on the day, but between Coiling Oracle, he's running some Ojutai's Command, but usually still trying to chain together that Mystic Snake, Aether Vial, Eternal Witness, Cryptic Command, very much the same core of the deck.
Yep.
Things that he does run that are a little bit unusual, at least possibly, is Void Slime. So has definitely made it into his main board previously. So, always a whole lot going. One thing that you will notice is that this deck on the right is entirely foiled out.
That's money.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Potato Dono. I do not believe he is running Kalidas at the moment. I think he is on the Pia and Kieran Nalar game plan.
Yep. And so tournaments, as far as I'd say Wizards as a whole is generally more supportive of Standard. It makes them the most money, but at the same time, Modern is growing. So
they are the two general tournament formats that you will find. So both, but definitely Standard is Wizards' at least favorite.
Legacy used to be more supported, but that has been fading out as Modern's been gaining popularity, and Wizards has made certain choices regarding that, and SCG has.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Potato Dono, I just want to take a moment and say I'm glad that you are that you got through that and are doing better. I can assume so.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have you here in the chat.
Yeah, and sometimes, games as a whole can do wonderful things for just keeping people in the right mindset, being able to continue to grow, and just, be able to feel normal. And so it's good to see that helped you.
Yep. Stick and Dark Pickles, definitely. As far as just entering into the game, and especially if you are not competing, keeping it on a low budget is certainly not a bad way to do it, because you just don't need to invest that much into it until you realize that you are. And it's certainly something that I started off very slowly, and now that I've gotten to a point in which I am trying to compete much more prevalent, it's easier to justify that expense.
Certainly. And thankfully, a lot of cards retain their value, so if you do decide to try out a different deck later, it isn't terribly difficult to, sell off or trade some of your cards to start building a new deck. As another mark, I'd like to say that if budget is something that you are concerned about, if you go to MTG Goldfish, they have an entire array of budget decks that are absolutely excellent. So,
look for a guy by the name of Saffron Olive. He is absolutely incredible at what he does.
I wish I were him.
It's interesting. He's kind of filled a role that was previously taken up by Travis Wu.
Yep, and, well, we won't talk about that incident right now.
Things happened.
Things happened.
And Saffron has kind of taken up that mantle and has been doing actually a pretty fantastic job of it.
Oh, certainly. I really enjoy his content. He's continually putting it out. So, very glad about that.
Dark Pickles, that is not a bad way to do it. Welcome to Magic from Yu-Gi-Oh! The biggest difference is that you can't attack the creatures, you attack the player.
Yep. I actually have not seen Saffron.
Neither have I.
I need to check out his beard then.
Alright, so to check back in on this game, I got a little bit distracted there because, fun conversation was definitely happening. But we have got a Scavenging Ooze, that card that can attack the graveyards. Pretty solid against this Eternal Command deck. Very likely going to mean a positive game 2. Also, Tarmogoyf currently at 4-5, represented by that dice just beneath their life total dice. So, a pretty big swing for 7 at the moment. Joe needs to block or have an answer. Though Drutai's command can gain him 4 life. That Venser in hand can return a creature to its hand. But there's only so much that you can do in the face of this kind of constant pressure.
And for those who are newer to the format, that die you see that's with a 4-5, Tarmogoyf is one of the most common powerhouses in the format, enough to have its own die. So it's brought up on the screen if you want to talk about it.
Tarmogoyf being a 2-mana, the reason why it is...
No worries.
The reason why Tarmogoyf is so played is while the ability itself is underwhelming on the surface from like the play standpoint, for what it does, it is extremely efficient. For just 2 mana, given the amount of types there are, I believe 7 types of cards in the game, in 8. Modern especially, maybe 8 now.
I think it's 8 because of tribal.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
So, you are able to basically get it consistently up to a 4-5 for 2 mana, which is just the most efficient that you can do.
Yeah, 2 mana, if they printed a 2 mana 4-5, I mean, that would just see play everywhere.
Exactly.
And that's what Tarmogoyf gets to be a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Titanic Affinity is very much a real deck. I am very much of the opinion that Affinity is absolutely the most singularly powerful deck in Modern currently. Yep. With its weaknesses coming in the form of sideboards and people just being prepared for it.
Yep.
Which is a good thing. The fact that people are prepared for it is good.
Yep.
So...
Yeah, and I mean, I've been playing Eldrazi a lot recently, and I still, even though we're seeing a lot of Eldrazi decks showing up in the Pro Tour, especially the aggro version, I still am of the belief that Affinity is the current top of the tier 1 deck right now. Mm-hmm. That was a sentence. Alright, so we had a Venser bouncing... Originally, what did it bounce? Does Scavenge? No.
The Dark Confidant is no longer at hand.
Gotcha,
yeah. Yep. Alright, so a lot of lands in for this Jund player. That Tarmogoyf and Scavenging Ooze both presenting a pretty massive clock. One of them a 4-5, the other one a 5-5 that can also eat the graveyard. Very powerful board. Going up against this Drutai's command, which seems to have a fetch, so some kind of response coming to this or possibly.
No, I think.
Oh no, is that?
That's the alternate art. Knight of the Reliquary.
Okay, so that is a Knight of. It looks like an Ajutas command. I
Yeah.
apologize for that. I was wrong.
And D1 stick meteorite. Well, that's a card. Sorry, you have so many.
What was that creature Joe played? That was Knight of the Reliquary. I'm bringing it up now.
Yep.
So, don't know how many cards he has in the graveyard currently. We'll see if it's a relevant number to trade. Doesn't look like it. Mostly just preventing some of that life.
Yeah.
Surviving to go down to 2. But looks like Jund is going to be taking this game.
Yeah.
That Dark Confidant coming back out. Is it
It's
Rafik of the
Rafik?
Many?
Huh. Oh, I guess, yeah. That does make sense. But
Never mind.
yeah, I guess. I mean, they're both Bant, so, you know. I mean, Knight doesn't have blue in it, but they're both from Bant, so you're gonna get that.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
What's the flying 7/7 flying lifelink legendary demon? That is Gristlebrand.
Yep.
And he is a complete house. I think he's somewhere around $30 right now.
Yeah, he's it's a great card.
Fantastic card, usually used in reanimator things, because very rarely people want to actually cast.
Yeah, I don't cast Gristlebrand. I Oath of Druids Gristlebrand.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
So that is the flying demon. Absolutely a powerhouse, especially in those Eternal Legacy formats.
Question is, do you think we'll see Gristlebrand in Shadows over Innistrad? And maybe some another legendary form of it, the Gristlebrand. Like maybe he turns into an angel.
I think it's pretty unlikely considering that he, by the Lord, died. Now I'm not going to say that a demon doesn't have a trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, death only means so much. I mean, technically Elspeth's dead, spoiler, but, you know, we'll see how long that lasts.
Right? The problem is that she's such a popular planeswalker.
Yeah.
I have a hard time imagining.
Venser's dead, but he's probably dead.
Mm-hmm.
No, Elspeth is like, kind of like, according to lore, yeah.
Stick, what does lifelink do? What that means is that anytime that creature deals damage, does not have to be combat damage, you gain that much life. So if Gristlebrand deals 7 damage, you gain 7 life. That is that's how lifelink works. For Potato Dono, absolutely, a Tibalt print is one of my big 3 predictions for Shadows. Have we seen the unofficial spoilers? Yes. But
I'm not going to admit to anything.
to be on the safe side, we're not going to discuss them in too much detail. Just to be on the safe side with what happened recently.
Yeah.
So, a Coiling Oracle coming in the battlefield for Eternal Command. Coiling Oracle, a bit of an unusual card here. What it does is it's a 2-mana Snake Elf Druid that when it enters, you reveal the top card of your library. If it is a land, you put it on the battlefield. Otherwise, you put that card into your hand. Potato Dono, don't tell me you're another Tibalt collector, because you and I have got to compare collections one time, then.
I got a foil Tibble.
I'm interested.
I'm interested too.
I have a Jacob Wilson signed foil Tibalt. Boom, headshot.
Yeah, can we just gush over Tibalt for a moment?
Ooh.
Bring up that comic.
Oh, man.
Tibalt.
That's actually was my background for a long time. So, Liliana of the Veil, that card that we were talking about earlier, Dark
She is
Pickles.
here.
This is the Liliana that we were talking about. Plussing, going up to 4, both players discarding a card, but of course for Peter that just means a land, which is not a particularly high cost for him, and that means that Joe is losing removal, or at least getting his hand taken apart.
Yep. So most likely swinging at Lily, trying to get something to get her away. She's just such a big threat.
Absolutely. Is there any way that you could get Peter's deck list? Monkey, yes. It has been posted onto our Facebook page, which is at the bottom left of the screen, facebook.com/geekfortress. We should have Peter's deck list. It also coming down the pipeline, I'll be making a tapped out account for the store, in which anybody who wants to submit deck list me I can file them in there, and if they are okay with them being public, I can mark them as public. Otherwise, they are for my reference.
Yep.
So, that is
Vendilion Click.
A Vendilion Click, very powerful card. Yep. What it does, I'm actually just going to make sure that, because there might be a bunch of them.
Yep, that might make sense.
Oh, dang it.
I think there's one L.
Yeah. I think you are correct.
Part of the click cycle.
But Vendilion Click, when it enters the battlefield, flash flying 3/1, did not last because of a bolt. But nonetheless, when it enters the battlefield, you get to look at target player's hand. you can have them put one of those cards on the bottom of their library if it isn't a land, and then they draw a card. So it's able to disrupt whatever is happening on in their hand.
We got a Void Slime off the top. Or no, that's sorry, Mystic Snake.
That is a Mystic Snake. Joe is definitely the kind of player that as you continue watching our stream, hopefully self-plug there, you will notice that Joe plays a lot of unusual cards. He usually keeps me on my toes naming them.
I don't have quite the training that, I don't know.
You've been doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Blind Piper, by the way, welcome. I'm not sure if I've seen you in our chat before, but thanks for joining us, and I hope you're enjoying.
And Potato, Alluring is a fantastic deck. I really enjoy seeing it.
Alluring is a really, really solid deck.
Yeah.
Okay, so that Liliana going up again, gonna force both players to discard a card. But yes, Peter is very much a fan of the Jund deck, has been playing it for a long time, and has done very well historically with it. So I'd like to see more out of him as it goes. And I can try to get him to give us another list eventually as well.
And back no, I personally prefer Doomsday, although that is so difficult to pilot.
Yeah. Also, Washer Monkey, if you want to just let me know at Red Baron MTG on Twitter, if you just send me a request asking me for Peter's deck as a reminder, I should be able to get that, link it right to you through Twitter. Another option is if you happen to be a Redditor and not on a tweeter? I'm not...
Yeah, Twitterer?
If you also find me on Reddit under the exact same name, then I can also do it that way.
Sorin is my first thought for a good Planeswalker for a Drain deck, but let's see here.
A Planeswalker for a Drain deck, Sorin himself, like the original Mono Black Sorin, definitely not bad, but by Drain, I'm going to assume that you mean you drain them life and you gain life yourself.
Okay.
Sorin Solemn Visitor, Black-White Planeswalker, gives your creatures lifelink and a boost. Really solid one.
Yeah.
So any version of Sorin is a really solid. There have been 3 of them. All 3 of them are very good for what you're looking for. Definitely Sorin Markov and Sorin Solemn Visitor being the bigger ones.
Yep.
Alright, so that Tarmogoyf still a 4-5, acting as a pretty significant clock. We've got Joe down to 16, Peter still at 18. Oh, there we go, I was just misclicking.
And Snapcaster Mage. Let's go ahead and bring that one up. So, Snapcaster Mage, you target a card that's in your graveyard, and you get to cast it again for its flashback cost, which is what its cost is.
Tiago.
Yep, Tiago.
So, a flash 2/1 for 2, you get to recast a spell, you target it, you get to pay its mana cost, it exiles from your graveyard, but you get to cast it again.
Yep.
Very powerful. Now, one thing to note for all you new players, there is a number 2 beneath that Tarmogoyf dice. These players are on turns. That means that this is the second turn of 5, now that the timer has run out. If they have not finished this game at the end of that timer, this game is a draw. So, we are coming close to the end of our 5th and final round. Just 3 more turns, but for those of you interested in hanging around, talking, asking us any questions, we are more than happy to answer questions, give you our opinions if you want them. The problem is that unless you ask them, I don't want to give too many because we happen to be on a podium that you don't have, and that's an unfair advantage for me to just shout my opinions at you.
Yeah.
So, if it's something that's specifically requested, I can provide it, or I can just give, personal insights, but I try to avoid getting a little too preachy.
And that's very fair. I think it's a good line to have.
Yeah. Alright, so that path taken down the Tarmogoyf, exiled. Liliana going for a plus, I believe?
Yep.
And I think pretty much Peter's plan might be to ult Liliana if Joe forgets about it. The problem is, that's still not going to win the game.
Yeah, and clearly he's not worried about things considering he just got rid of a Terminate. So...
Dark Pickles are Drain decks competitive right now. Unfortunately, depending on how loosely you define the term Drain, not particularly on a high-level competitive scene. They tend to be relegated more to the idea of casual Magic, or at least just local F&M level. The biggest issue with it is that when you are proactively not losing, you are not proactively winning. And while that deck is able to do both parts, it tends to do both at a half efficiency.
Yeah, and back in Return to Ravnica, you had some Orzhov decks and Ghost Daddy decks that did some draining that were nice and competitive, but currently there's just not really
Yeah.
much to support it. There's the Black-White Allies deck that does a little bit of that.
That's true. Rally is actually very close. 4-color Rally in Standard is surprisingly close to a Drain deck, but it actually wins more through a combo finish with Nantuku Husk as an alternate, with Sack Outlets and Zulaport Cutthroat. So I was a little bit incorrect. There is a Drain deck that is functionally a Drain deck that is actually very good in Standard at the moment.
So that if you do want to be looking for something in Standard, that's probably what you'd want to be looking at. Remember, you got a Rafik coming out, followed by
Huntmaster of the Fells.
One of the, Innistrad's had so many great cards, but Huntmaster definitely.
One of the cooler ones.
Did you mean oaf, of, off, if, on, or ox?
Oh, dang it. Whoops.
Oxmaster of the Fells.
Oxmaster of the Fells.
There we go.
Alright, so there's the Huntmaster of the Fells. And it looks like this Eternal Command deck getting, I think, a record of at least XX2? XXX2. Or, sorry, XX2.
Yeah. We need to see that. Obzidaddy's nice. Ooh, text.
Oh, man. Alright. K-Boogs, you play Red, Green, Tron, and Modern. You like where it's positioned right now. You think the Eldrazi decks will eat the aggro decks, and then Tron will eat the Eldrazi decks. Everything will even eventually. Your question: what do we think of reprinting Counterspell Forcible to make it modern, legal to help out blue decks? At the end of this, we can respond to that, but I'm going to give you a quick little preview. I disagree.
I think that you can create a fixed Force of Will.
They call it Commandeer, and no one plays it. They also called it, or not Commandeer, they also called it Disrupting Shoal.
Yeah, at some point, the problem with trying to fix this is it just becomes bad if you try to fix it.
Yeah.
So it's tough. The thing is, well, we can talk about that more later. So preview.
So for both of those, give us just a second for these cards to kind of finish up this 5th turn. It's pretty much about to happen, and we will answer that.
Yep.
Okay, they did draw. Okay. Choosing to just keep going. Excellent. Okay. How do I feel about Force of Will and Counterspell in Modern? Force of Will, too powerful. Free spells are not balanced. As Turp basically just said, there is an inherent issue in that those free counters are just too powerful.
And packs are already dangerous enough. If you're not familiar with those, that's where you pay later, or lose the game. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Counterspell falls into a little bit of an unusual realm in that it's probably just barely too good. The big issue is that neither of those spells will ever make it through Standard, and they will not put them back into Standard.
Yep. Now, conditional counterspells, where you have strictly one in a blue, and then if you meet a condition, counter target spell, I think that's totally fine. Stubborn Denial is a solid card, and that's a very fair way of including that sort of hard counter.
Yeah. But I think they might just be a little too good at generic answers as far as just reducing, because one of the things about Legacy is while Force of Will balances Legacy, it also means that if you aren't playing blue, you are at a significant disadvantage off the bat.
Yeah, and that's a frustrating experience that I don't think they want in Modern.
So I personally disagree with putting Force of Will into Modern, especially because it would have to go through Standard. But also because I just think that the point is that Modern should not be Legacy Light. They are two different formats that I think should be different formats. That is one of the greatest things about them.
Yep.
Because if they were close to the same, no one would play both.
Yep.
So I think that is one of the things that makes it different, is that it isn't dominated by this looming presence of the Force of Will. As far as Counterspell goes, it might just be a little too good. Right now, the more conditional counterspells require a deck building consideration going into it, which, while it is a bit of a disadvantage, and I'd like to maybe see another counterspell that can do a decent job of shoring up some of those being a generic answer, I think part of it might just be a generic 2 mana every time countering it. But I would almost like to see something like blue, counter target spell, like a Force Spike, or maybe counter it unless they pay 2, with a kicker of 1 as a hard counter. So it's a 3. It's basically cancel with a 2 mana, like a Force Spike, maybe 2 mana.
Yeah.
Those are some things that I maybe, because then to hard counter it, you got to do it, in the late game. But it's not super good against anything on that turn 2.
And something I'd like to mention, K-Boogs, is that even though Modern is pretty fast, it's still not getting past really the turn 4 clock very often at all. Those are very rare circumstances, and a lot of the times the answer to the turn 4 is just having removal, whether it be a board wipe or some other form of removal. That's your counterspell. And it's happening to not be in the form of preventing them from casting things.
And Modern is fast right now, but that certainly could change.
Certainly, and there's a lot that's changing right now.
Slowly Crashing Silumgar's Scorn is pretty close. The only problem is that it requires a Mutavault, but I would like to see a Silumgar's Scorn-like spell with just a kicker instead of requiring that you tap a Mutavault. But that is something that I would like to see.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here, real quick. Looking at the game, Peter seems to have a pretty commanding presence.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Peter taking that one.
1-2.
Okay, so we will get you the official results of our tournament as soon as we can, as soon as they actually have those results, and we'll be able to provide them for you. But in the meantime, I'm okay with continuing this conversation. We're just going to do a quick transfer to go back up to us in the booth. So we will see you in just a moment. Dang it.
No, go back!
I hit the wrong button. Dang it, I'm still... Oh, gosh.
Everything's ruined.
Okay, so do we think that Days... Actually, I haven't put any thought into Days in Modern.
Okay.
It might be too good. I think the biggest issue with those is that would it be too good for Modern? Maybe not. The problem is that it would very likely be too good for Standard.
And the thing is, I mean, they don't. There's obviously not really a good way to introduce cards into Modern without having them go through Standard first. The problem with Days is that you always have to play around it, which can be something that you always have to play around can be very an unhealthy feeling for a format.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, sure, there's things like playing around Bolt or other things like that. But that's just inherent in the nature of a creature-based card game where you need to remove creatures. You know, say, okay, what's the best type of removal play with that? The problem with Days is that it really affects the entire way that you can build decks, and it can be a
It
very...
actually makes it faster. It lowers the curve a lot.
Yeah. So...
As for our... Just to do a quick thought, someone asked us what are our thoughts on them banning the Eldrazi lands. As it currently stands, we did... I mean, to be fair, I'm actually okay with Twin being banned out of Modern. As it currently stands.
I think it's fine.
I'm waiting to see how things develop. If it is a better meta in a month or two, I'll be happy. If it isn't, then I will be upset.
Yep.
But do we think the land should be banned? I think that we agree in that I don't think that we are advocating for a banning of those lands yet, because it is still relatively untested. We're about 2 months into even seeing this deck fully develop. It's still not fully developed.
Yep.
And I'd like to see people adapt and innovate in the face of that deck.
Certainly.
Because I would envision that I would like to see Modern. It's unfortunate that the Twin ban happened. I am pretty neutral on whether or not it was actually needed.
Yep.
But I think that we could have a format in which bans are a lot less necessary when we have people who can adapt and innovate their decks to change that meta, because power is entirely relative to the context.
Yep, and I think it's a much healthier mindset to let things kind of try and sort things out in that sort of thing, because, like I said, power just is only relative to everything else in the format. And I do agree, Potato, that we will find out if it's more of a real deck in a general context like GP Detroit, because, I mean, Blue Moon, that completely rocked the last Modern... was it the last one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe 2 ago. But
it might have been 2 ago.
But I remember what you're referencing.
Yeah, Blue Moon just completely rocked that, and then...
I think 2 years ago.
Yeah, and then does anybody really play it much anymore? Dylan?
Dylan wants to. We had it at the Pro. A lot of Twin players have moved to Blue Moon. I like
Yeah.
the deck.
I mean, it's a fine deck, but as far as it... I mean, can we really consider it tier 1 right now?
The one that needs a bit, yeah. So, I would say that, will they ban those lands if, after seeing, a larger sample size of that deck dominating to the same degree that it did in the Pro Tour, which is, of course, kind of accepted to be a weird format, but that doesn't mean that it won't continue. If, after all of that, then they could definitely use the bans at that point as a last resort. I do not think that they should be a first resort.
Yeah.
Do we think they gave any thought to the fact that they were printing cards that effectively made these cards from 4 years into soul lands? My guess is that they were aware of it, but, didn't, I like this. But didn't actually, they tend not to test for eternal formats, more in the opinion that they should take risks and use those bannings if needed.
Yep.
And if we get to that point, that's what they'll use it.
I'm personally of the opinion that the idea of having some very narrow, specific tribal-type cards, I think a lot of people really enjoy tribal, and being able to say, okay, I'm going to represent what is good about this particular tribe in the form of a card and give cards that help out that particular tribe. I feel it feels a lot like Netrunner in that sense. If you've ever played that, that's a similar. It's a card game made by Richard Garfield. Yes. Did he make that?
I don't know. I thought that one might have been Fantasy Flight.
Might have been Fantasy Flight.
I don't know.
We can check that. Anyway, Netrunner is very much faction split, and they each have very strong strengths based on the company that you choose. And like that, I feel that being able to restrict something and make it unique in one way through the lands and the tribe is a very interesting way of doing things.
Mm-hmm. One good thing to note is that unbannings are very much an option, and I look forward to seeing some possibilities on that. I do agree with them not doing them immediately because having multiple variables ruins your data. And being able to do those bans, see what happens, and start unbanning cards to leak into that pool once you see that aftermath, I could definitely see that happening. Yeah. So I would like to see some unbans, possibly Preordain, maybe Ancestral Visions.
Yep.
I very much disagree with a Stoneforge unban.
I've played too much Stoneforge, and that card does ridiculous stuff, and it limits the creative space going forward.
I think that on a power level it might be fine. I don't think that it would serve the purpose of diversifying decks. I think that it would end up making a lot of them very similar.
Batter Skull still exists, and I think that you might get some other cases as more cards are printed where things just are not safe to print if Stoneforge is around.
Mm-hmm. So, Dark Pickles, excellent question. What are the Eldrazi lands? And we can also answer, you had an earlier question about building a black deck. So if you could clarify on that question just a little bit as well. But in the meantime, there is Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple. Unfortunately, it won't display.
I can add that real quick.
Oh, but there is Eldrazi Temple and Eye of Ugin. Eye of Ugin reduces the cost of any Eldrazi spells with their creature type by 2 mana, so that if it costs 5 mana, it now costs 3 mana, effectively adding 2 mana to your mana pool if that is the majority of your spells. And then there's also a land called Eldrazi Temple, which taps for a single colorless mana, or taps for 2 colorless mana if it is to cast a colorless Eldrazi spell. So by having access to both of those lands, you're able to run 8 lands, and Soul Lands is a term used to describe a land that taps for 2 mana, based on Sol Ring originally. So what it ends up doing is that it allows you to have effectively twice as much mana from a single land than most players are generally allowed. So that is the reasoning behind that. Hopefully that answers that question fairly decently. But as far as unbans, I'd like to see possibly some of these blue cards. We're just going to put it right there in front of us. Love it.
That's between us.
Excellent.
We can hug it.
Man, I really feel like this Eye of Ugin is really getting in the way of us. As for Stoneforge, as a power level concern, it is probably okay. But from a consistency standpoint, I think it just ends up that people are trying to do that.
Bloodbraid Elf is really good.
I am convinced that Bloodbraid Elf will be unbanned one day.
One day. I can see that one day.
I do not think that time is now.
I think that... don't quote me on this. I think Jace will be unbanned before Bloodbraid.
My biggest issue with Jace is that it is a brainstorm effect.
That is true. Having brainstorm effects in Modern is rough.
Right, and that would be the very first one.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Jace is that it would be a very expensive brainstorm, but it's also attached to a Planeswalker, which...
Don't walk down the path of evaluating it like the people who first saw it spoiled.
Yeah.
It's a 4-mana sorcerer brainstorm.
No. No, I'm not evaluating it like that. It's, I mean, between Fate Seal and /Scry / Pocket Knife, Unsummon, and there's a lot of really good things about Jace. But as Planeswalker answers, and Planeswalkers become a lot more part of Magic, I mean, it already has become a much deeper part of Magic, but I do think that as there are more answers, as you have something that might say destroy target creature or Planeswalker, more of those effects, and as they become more prominent, I think that it will be a safer card.
Yeah. I think as it currently stands, Bloodbraid Elf is not super likely at the moment, with Jund being one of the top 3 decks right now, maybe 4. Yeah. And it always varies. I think that Jund doesn't need more tools. I think right now what I'm expecting to see unbanned is Preordain or Ancestral Visions, probably Preordain. Yeah. And I think that we could see a Sword of the Meek. The biggest issue is, does a deck gain more than Lantern out of that? Or can Lantern abuse that? Because I think, as much as I like Lantern control conceptually, and I like that it is a type of strategy that can exist in Modern, I'm certainly not sure if I want to fully deal with it.
Yeah, and Dark Pickles, it is a very fun card. I've played with it, but I think also we want to avoid there was a period in time where we had Zendikar and original Zendikar and Ravnica City of Guilds, and that was a very rough time where all you had were Cobblade decks. You had Bloodbraid Elf, Jund, and Blight. What was it? Blight. No, I can't think what it's called. The Lightning.
Ponder is very likely too good as
Ponder is too good. It's not Bile-Blight. Why do I keep on wanting to think Bile-Blight? There's a Blight card that was very prominent at the time. But anyway, Jund back then.
Are you thinking of the discard spell?
Can look through it.
Let's just find a card.
Are
you thinking of Blightning?
Blightning, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, Blightning plus and Jund back during that time was just a incredibly. I mean, that was the deck to play. Mm-hmm. And Modern, I don't want it to just be best of formats. I think they really want to carve it into its own format.
Yep. One interesting thing. Do I think Tezzeret control could be a thing? Yes, there is one big issue, and it's almost a viable deck right now. Sorry, Potato Dono.
Yep.
You get a shout out.
Yep.
But could Tezzeret be a viable thing? It could be a viable thing right now.
Yeah, I like Tezzeret.
Here's the issue. It's slower than Affinity and gets hit by the same hate.
Yeah. It's the same problem that Atog Affinity has.
Atog Affinity?
Yep.
I think
it's a real deck.
I think the issue with that one is it became Affinity.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But yeah, Tezzeret control. I mean, I've built it, I've played it, I've done decently with it. The biggest issue hitting the deck is the fact that you have the same weaknesses as Affinity without all the speed to get past them. That being said, I love Tezzerator decks. That deck is super sweet, and if you can find the right meta for it, go ham.
You know what I like? I like the black-blue Affinity decks, Affinity Infect.
Is a black Demon Necromancer deck good? Sorry, we keep missing Dark Pickle's question.
It's okay.
Black decks, to be mono-black, difficult. Because
Yeah, it's usually just strictly better to have another color in it.
Yeah, the thing that you will find is that between single color to multicolor is that you trade consistency for versatility. And in a format like Modern and Standard, usually that versatility is more valuable than the consistency if the fixing is appropriate enough to where that consistency still remains.
Yep.
So with a black deck, very likely you're going to be on a control deck if you're trying to be mono black. But that's the biggest thing that you'll end up looking for. If you're looking at Modern, I mean, 8-Rack is technically a deck. It's not super viable.
I'd really say his, kind of like Quarthian mentioned, is just the Griselbrand sort of thing. You know, if you're wanting to reanimate Griselbrands, that's probably the deck you want to go to. So, but I mean, you could play 4-color Gifts or something like that. Use the Gristle. Well,
the Goryo's Vengeance, it does include the Griselbrand that they were looking for. It does do a lot of gaining life and making them lose life.
Yep.
So that could very well be what you are looking for.
Yep.
Red, and then you would also end up having a slight green as well.
Yep.
So definitely worth looking into that Griselbrand combo deck for Modern. As far as Standard goes, you'd probably look for 4-color Rally.
Yeah.
Rally.
Yep.
So...
And there's a few websites you can go to. I'm a big fan of MTG Goldfish. That's just my regular go-to site for a lot of things. But you can find plenty of lists there, especially just looking for 4-color Rally decks. You'll find that just fine. Also, MTG Top 8, a number of resources out there.
Yep. And also, if you're a Redditor, there has been 5 posts of $30 and under Modern decks that can all kind of be built. Some of them can be built up, so worth looking into that. A question that was put forward to us, how will Jeskai control fare against the new red Eldrazi decks that we saw today? Can it answer threat for threat?
The answer to me is yes, but what do you say?
I actually do think that Jeskai control is in a decent spot right now.
Yeah.
It will take innovation of the list and changing up your deck list, and unfortunately, starting off with, it will take making risks.
Yeah, they're going to have to be much more aggressive on their lower curve, just in terms of their disruption. You know, I feel like they're very laid back right now in terms of just trying to counter one thing at a time, rather than answering a number of very quick threats.
Yeah, so there are definitely Jeskai Control has a lot of tools to deal with things. Definitely mainboard Chalice becomes a problem for that deck, but I also don't think that is going to be a trend going forward. I feel like that was much more of a metagame call for the Pro Tour, when you expect a much higher frequency of aggro decks.
Yep.
If it continues, Jeskai Control would take a bit of a hit from that, but Jeskai Control is such a versatile thing. The biggest issue that I think it currently has is refilling its hand, because it has so many of those tools. So whether it be Jace Vryn's Prodigy, Jace Architect of Thought, Karanos, there needs to be these tools to start refilling that hand, because I think it very much has those tools.
Yeah.
One of the big issues is I think that it can end up in top deck mode just a little too easily. It can avoid that with a lot of tools, but I think it just needs to innovate a little bit. That being said, we will find out, and unfortunately I'm not a Jeskai Control player, so I can't say that for certain.
I personally would think that it could go more back toward Grixis, if that becomes a thing with things like Bile Blight and other answers, but, you know, that's just, we'll see.
And also I think Kiki Control has a lot of possibility.
Yep.
Because it does have that free win potential when you need it,
Yep.
and a huge suite of answers
Yep.
when you don't.
Yep.
So, what do we think of the new names, Jeskai, Teamer, etc., for describing decks? Honestly, I like them.
It took me a bit getting used to.
Very much.
But I mean, I think for most of the names for things, I still, you know, will find myself calling things, you know, by their old names every once in a while.
I do find myself doing that, and some of them I'd like more than others. I prefer Rug to Teamer as a general rule, but that's because I so rarely use the word Teamer, because to be honest, it's not often competitively viable.
Yep.
But you find yourself in Jeskai, you find yourself into Abzan.
Yeah.
Both of those I actually like them. I think that they do a decent job.
Yeah, I think Jeskai is probably the one that I use the most of those. Abzan, I still call junk every once in a while. You know, I still say bug sometimes from Sultai. But as a whole, I do think that they are good things. Now, what Standard has right now, where you have Jeskai Black and all that, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, not a big fan.
Yeah, the colors don't describe the decks. If you want to, they just need to have names for them that actually describe what they do.
Obs on mid-range.
Yeah.
Say something about the deck. Jeskai Tempo, Splash Black.
Exactly. What is it? Praying Mantis, attack your face.
Ooh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, okay, see, so that's a more descriptive deck. You can think, okay, they're probably playing Flying I guess Flying doesn't get in there, but you see Mantises, and they're attacking your face. You get the idea of what it is. So.
Potato Donut asking what our opinions on the previous statement. Set a power level to ponder in regards to Modern due to the huge difference between it and Serum Visions. That's actually pretty reasonable. Now, one thing that I will argue, and a lot of people disagree with me, is that I don't think Serum Visions is a bad card. And I will agree, when you compare it to Preordained, to Ponder, and to Brainstorm, the card is worse. But if it was a bad card, we would not play it.
Yep.
Because we have access to other cantrips that we don't play, even though we would like to play more cantrips in a lot of those slots. We have access to those. And yet we still choose Serum Visions because it is the best of the tools that we have.
Yep.
And I will agree that it is not a fantastically powerful card, but it is good enough to be played.
Yep.
I think the only middle ground that exists between Ponder and Serum Visions currently is Preordain. And I think the only way that we can find that out is by trying it. And if they give us that unban without that super dominant combo deck as it currently stands, now is, with this next ban list announcement, is probably the time to try it.
Yep.
And if it works out, that's fantastic. And if it doesn't, then we have discovered that.
Yep. And Potato, I would say that Sleight of Hand is worse than Serum Visions. So in most cases.
Yeah, I think generally the second best cantrip that we have in Modern is Gitaxian Probe.
Yep.
Sleight of Hand, it's decent.
Yeah.
We have access to other things, but the problem is that we don't run those because they aren't as good.
And third best is what's it called, Manamorphose.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Duress. Yes, we can bring that up for you. So it is what you use when you're playing against control for the most part, and you don't want to pay life with Thoughtseize, and they probably have something with higher converted mana cost than 3, so Inquisition doesn't hit it.
Now, to Kuderna, in Azorius Control, do we think that Baby Jace, I'm going to assume that you mean Jace Bellerin, but I'm going to keep reading, has a spot even though he can only bring back paths. Never mind, Vryn's Prodigy.
Okay, Vryn's Prodigy.
It was mentioned I should try him to card cycle, but not sure if it's worth it. You guys are right, by the way. Thought Scour is on that list of good cantrips. My apologies.
Okay. You guys are correct.
Shoutouts to Slowly Crashing and Chaos.
Yep.
So, for Vryn's Prodigy, does that card have a place in a blue-white control deck? The hardest part is that it works so much better in a proactive deck. That doesn't mean that it's bad in a reactive deck. Having access to recasting some of those stuff, and depending on what your removal suite is as well, I think that could have a place in there. Maybe not as a 4 of, but maybe as a 1 or a 2 of, something that can really dig you through that. Because one of the problems that those blue-white control decks can have is when you have so many conditional answers, and admittedly it is a problem with the deck in Modern. Yeah. And I would like to see a couple more generic, maybe not the same power level of Counterspell or Force, but generic answers are important. Jace allows you to at least churn through that deck, get to the ones that you are actually looking for in this matchup. So I would like to see that happen. Maybe there are some better options, but I like it. I think it's at least worth trying.
Yeah, I think that Modern as a whole and Jace as a whole, Vryn's Prodigy, is very much a proactive card, and Modern as a whole is a very proactive format. And having what feels to be a proactive card in a reactive deck can sometimes cause complications. That said, there is a lot of value to be had, so I think that at the end of the day, it just really depends on the format and the context. So,
Now, unfortunately, I'm going to do this really quick because we'll keep talking about other stuff, but I'm going to do my quick little self-plug. Thank you, everybody who is joining. It is an absolute blast. If you do have any questions, again, keep it up. This conversation is actually an absolute blast for me to be having with you guys. But if you do want to hit that follow button, we do this content 3 times a week.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can point to it. Down here.
And if you want to hit that follow button, it does mean a lot to us because it allows us to have just some sort of quantifiable metric for what we are doing right, what we're doing wrong, based on when those numbers increase, when they decrease, and also it allows me to convince the store owner to get more resources when we are operating on a budget that is significantly negative numbers at the moment.
Yep.
So
yeah, it's good. It's good though. Let's see here. Let's see. I was gonna.
So
okay.
Cabe, theoretically, if this was a spell, blue, counter target sorcery spell, surgical extraction that spell. Oh, of course. Okay.
Yeah,
I just realized what. I think that would have a much bigger impact on Legacy than it would on Modern.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also, the theoretically, the biggest problem with that is that you're giving, I don't know, you're able to look at someone's entire deck and hand, and you're countering a spell. I mean, it feels more blue-black, but it's an interesting concept. I feel like countering a sorcery spell for a blue is narrow enough. I mean, heck, colorless gets counter a sorcery now. That putting on 1 blue, and there's plenty of counter target instant spell effects. Getting to counter a spell and look through their hand and library, that's a lot for a blue. That said, the funny part is, I say it's a lot for a blue. Would I mainboard it in Modern? Probably not.
Depending on where this meta turns,
Yeah.
I could see it becoming a one of in a lot of decks because
Escape Shift and
it's
stuff.
it's almost this prevalence of Dispel has almost made sorcery a benefit in some of these cards.
Yeah.
And for a lot of these powerful hate cards that come out of the sideboard, something that characterizes Modern, and whether or not it's good or bad, we could debate all day. But the fact that that's what it is.
Yeah.
And a lot of those are sorceries. And if you can bring in or mainboard some of those things that can take down those powerful hate cards and remove any possibility of drawing them further,
Yep.
that is a pretty powerful ability when it can also take on so many things. Potato Dono listing out some right now.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize, Inquisition, Lava Spike, all very impactful cards.
Yeah.
So is it worth a one of? I think it could be worth a one of in the main, and also a one of in the sideboard. As for putting it in Affinity, I might prefer Stubborn Denial at the moment, but I would certainly test it because there is that huge prevalence in powerful sorcery spells.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that if I had a blue-black processor deck, I'd probably throw it in there. 4 cards in exile for a blue. Sure. I think it can certainly. I guess the problem I have is that sorcery cards as a whole. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the good ones tend to. I mean, yes, there's those that you listed, but are those game enders? Are those the ones that I actually care about? Tend to be a higher converted mana cost, and I don't know. It seems like I don't know. I definitely need to test it. I'm a little bit more skeptical.
That's fine. It's really hard to evaluate a card when we haven't had that opportunity to really see the full context of it. Okay, so Karduna saw Through the Breach deck at the Pro Tour today. I'm guessing it's with a fairly known one with maybe Gristlebrand, Emrakul's. Looks like there are some Emrakul's in there as well.
Yeah.
Can that deck beat Eldrazi, or is it too slow? Maybe with 4 Lightning Axes, Inquisition, Thoughtseize. Inquisition and Thoughtseize are a fairly powerful thing with that to help protect the combo itself. I don't think that Lightning Axe is as much of the answer to it, especially because you already have to discard a card if you're going to be hitting like their Reality Smasher. But there is significant benefits to that deck in which it can go completely over the top and just win on the spot. They can get you all the way down and you just win. But their hand disruption will be a problem. Right now, one of the biggest things is that the Eldrazi deck is that it feels reminiscent of the mono black from the Theros Ravnica standard, in which it does have some powerful cards, and people say, let's do those hate cards. Well, they've got hand disruption. So let's figure it out. And I do like that you're thinking outside the box. I think that it is definitely possible that deck can do well. But is that the exact answer? If you can build that deck to consistently go off through some of that hand disruption, I think it could. But right now, that is a problem of that Through the Breach deck.
Yep. And being able to... I mean, the hallmark of a good card, and especially what's essentially a combo deck, is the ability to survive through disruption. And, I mean, really, I feel like most modern decks that are Tier 2 or Tier 1 that get to those sort of levels have that ability. So,
is there a way to make the Through the Breach deck into basically a Grixis with some counter spells, things like that? As it currently stands, I think that the combo itself for Through the Breach requires enough cards that it would pull away. And what it sounds like you're trying to build a control deck with a combo finish. And that is not a bad idea. That worked very well for Twin. You can argue all day whether it was combo tempo control, but it acted as a control deck with a combo finish. It works really well for Kiki Cord. Less of a combo deck, more of a mid-range deck, but a combo finish is never a bad way to go. That one might require too many pieces that would prohibit your control game plan, or it would mean that you're spending too much time delaying your opponent without assembling your combo proactively. So it would be difficult. I don't want to say that it's undoable, especially because I don't like to bring down the ideas of innovation, because it's possible that no one's thought of that and no one's tried it. And maybe it's possible that someone has, and it doesn't work. But there is a really good way to find that out, and that is to try. I'm not going to say buy the cards, but think on it, talk to people near you, proxy it up, have fun with it, and that's the way that we discover that.
yeah, I personally think that the joined version, the red, black, green version, part of the strength of it is being able to recover in tough positions. If this were Legacy, I would say going in the Grixis direction would be a lot better. But with what we have available modern in terms of being able to protect your combo, I think a lot of times it's better to be able to recover well rather than be able to prevent something. And it depends on the style of deck, obviously. But with something like this sort of Through the Breach sort of style deck, I think that needs to be able to recover better than it does. It uses all of its resources to be able to get the combo through. So it needs to be able to recover from that if it's disrupted. It's very difficult to be able to protect your combo, have the resources available. You're already using all your resources to get the combo through. Trying to protect that while you go through, that's just a lot to ask. So, yeah.
That is pretty reasonable. You can see that in things like Ad Nauseam, running Phyrexia, and Unlife, as opposed, those proactive things that prevent them and keep them from dying, as opposed to really delaying their opponent. It's just saying, I don't care what you're doing, I'm just going to die slower. Enjoy that.
Yep.
Sorry, Dark Pickles, hopefully you were able to get that figured out soon. Earlier you did mention that you were asking a bunch of questions and that you were apologizing for them. Don't. That is the best way to learn this game, is asking questions. And
please ask questions.
Absolutely. The hardest way to get into this game is to assume that people don't want to help you.
Yep.
As a general whole, and of course there are always those people that are exceptions to this rule, but Magic community has time and time again proved to me that it is a wonderfully accepting and proactive group.
I just thought he can't hear us at all. I mean, his strength.
I'm assuming that it may have gotten back up.
If it comes back up, but yeah.
That's a good point. Never mind. But yeah, no worries. We're happy to help.
Exactly. So one thing I will mention is that no matter where you are in your Magic journey, asking questions is always good, and losing is good. Those are the things that will help you the most. The more games you lose, the better you get at Magic. If you are not losing games, you are not going to get better at Magic.
Yeah, one thing that I tend to go into when I'm playing and when I'm losing, one of the things that I try and keep in mind is winning is practice, losing is a lesson.
Yep.
So that's definitely something that I try and do, and when I do lose, I try and take that in. Would you be willing to do me a quick favor?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to go find out what our top 8 was?
Okay. Yeah,
or at least
we have
the top 4?
Yeah, top 1 was, first place was Red Green Tron.
Correct.
Probably by then Black White Eldrazi.
Yeah, so we're gonna get that at least top 8, maybe top 4 list for you. But Potato Dono, exactly. One of the biggest things that I try to do is after I play against decks that I haven't played against, or just that I haven't played against it a ton, or sometimes even if I've played against it a ton, but they probably know more about their deck, is I love going over those sideboard choices. I love asking them, what is good against you, what is bad, what did I take outright, and sometimes it's correct, sometimes it's not, but that's always fun.
So it looks like we'll be posting that on the Facebook later. Dylan's already packed up.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, so Green Red Tron was our winner. We think it was Eldrazi. Otherwise, we will be putting it onto our Facebook, which is facebook.com/geekfortress for that top 8 list. Unfortunately, the computer down there is shut down at the moment.
Yep. Real quick, before we get going, want to mention that we will have replays of this, and you should go check back. There were some very interesting matches today. Also, videos are going to be posted on YouTube. We have that channel up now, and that will be up there sometime in the next week. So, yeah.
How about a quick, what is your most memorable moment in Magic?
Most memorable moment? Oh, that's a very interesting one. I got to, so, one that just comes off the top of my head was getting the opportunity to play against and beat Feline during Innistrad Standard. Innistrad Return to Ravnica, playing Geist Draft, Bant Pants, there's a number of names for it, Bant Hexproof, against the Reanimator deck. And just being able to play against someone who's so seasoned and experienced, and being able to just kind of pull off that random win, that was very nice to have.
Yeah.
So, even though she's a much better Magic player than I am.
Kuderna, we will definitely tell him. And, I mean, so my most memorable Magic was actually the first time that I ever picked up Affinity.
Oh.
I made a very bold choice, and I don't advocate this. I built the deck without playtesting it at all. I basically took a standard deck, competed in Modern, decided, this is fun, I'm going to build Affinity. It's the aggro deck, because aggro is kind of my thing, if you haven't caught on yet. Anyway, build it, and in my very first tournament running it, I did all the research, and I did all the things, and I was so prepared, and I had been playing kind of this red deck wins that I'd kind of jumbled together between Modern and Standard, and I kept doing okay, and it was just so much. And then this finally time I built Affinity, I did all this work, and I spent, I traded for almost every piece of it, because like my income at the time was just not enough, and so I traded, and I finally did it, completed a tournament, and that was the time in which it just, everything went right. And it just, first tournament with Affinity, end up winning that one. Not the most developed Modern, as an asterisk. I know, like, Automatic Phenom the best, but it was like a 12-person tournament, and I got it, and that was the moment in which I was just like, I can do this. Yeah. I can keep doing this, and this is what I want to do. So that was at least my most memorable moment. But I think we are close to calling it a night. I think there was one last, just a quick, if there's a deck to be built, basically a Modern Doomsday with Eldrazi Inverter. Maybe, but I cannot think of that one. It's a little bit late for me, so I'm probably going to call it, but ask me next time. Otherwise, thank you everybody for joining us tonight. David, a brand new co-host, did a fantastic job, I think.
Thank you.
But if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'll let you guys know when I am streaming. I'm getting much better about using it. Other than that, I hope to see you guys around. I'll be around Reddit, and we'll be streaming this coming Wednesday at 7 o'clock Pacific time. Really look forward to seeing you all there. Hopefully you hit that follow and join me again in the chat, because this is just such a fantastic experience, and I can't wait to see you guys next time. So any final thoughts from you?
I'm glad to see that Dark Pickles was able to get back connected, and I'm glad you followed. Thank you. And let's see here. And thank you, Kuderna? Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for the follow.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Again, we can't do this without you, and this is just a fantastic experience. So have a great night, and I can't wait to see you guys next time.
See ya.